Chair has gone. Wow. So I'll need to get another chair.
I think Dave said he had 4 Eccles cakes on the journey to the ground this morning.
Will you be sitting down to do your updates?
No, I'll be standing.
Excellent. Well, I'll take that chair then. Yes, I did. I've had 4 Eccles cakes this morning. If I'd have had one of Jane's. Anyway, perhaps we best not go there. Just double checking that we're on air. I'm not 100% certain that we are. Oh, we are. There we go. There we go. So the news is that Kent won the toss. Derbyshire are batting first. Derbyshire have made 3 changes. Harry Kane has come in for Matt Lamb. Harry Kane missed the game at Southampton due to injury. Matt Lamb picked up an injury though. Yusuf bin Naeem is in for Ross Whiteley, who's now gone back to Welsh Fire, of course. And Pat Brown has returned from Northern Superchargers and is in for Sam Connors.
And Kent have also made 3 changes. No Breyer Swanepoel. He's off, of course, to play against Sri Lanka A, but he's got a stomach bug, so unavailable for this game. Rotation for George Garrett, in for Nathan Gilchrist, and the option of playing Jazz Singh rather than Amadullah Kadri. Kent going for the extra seamer rather than the second spinner. Kent won the toss, and of course fielding first. Grant Stewart, he's going to open the bowling, and he's top of the batting averages at the moment. He's got 2 70s in this competition, including an important one at Worcester that didn't quite get them over the line.
And he's in from the racecourse end, bowling to Harry Kane. That one lifts on him, and he does well to turn it down towards fine leg for a single, and Derbyshire are up and running. So a bit of life in the pitch. I think there's quite a bit of grass on it. Now, ordinarily, I would always say, well, yes, it's got a tinge of green on it, but normally they don't play green. Well, apparently this has got a bit more grass than usual, so we'll wait and see exactly what happens over the course of the next few hours. However long it takes. It could take till 5:30. It could take till 2:30. Who knows?
Were you surprised that Kane was playing?
Yes, given that he was supposed to be going for a scan. But no, as Stewart is into bowl to Rees, who gets bat on ball, unlike when he was caught behind off the 3rd ball of the innings down at Hampshire, when he clearly didn't hit it. But when the players came out, he did some running, which I thought was unusual for somebody with a hamstring tear. And then he went for a net, which I thought was even more unusual. So I sort of assumed he will be playing at that point, especially given that they don't have as many
batting options.
Yes, they're a bit low on them, with Wayne Madsen in Manchester and Aaron Donald in Birmingham. Stewart on his way in again, and balls to Lewis Rees, who leaves this one. That's a decent enough leave. The ball goes through to the wicketkeeper, who is Harry Finch.
2 steps at the moment for Grant Stewart.
Just not a team I'm used to see. I think I've seen Kent twice in the last 5 years, 6 years.
Not a change in that time.
Well, I mean, it did come up a couple of years ago for a one-day cup match, and it rained for the entirety. Ben Watts came up, sat here, did nothing, and went home. Stewart bowls, and that one is driven gloriously by Lewis Rees. Actually, I thought he hasn't hit it quite as well as I thought as well as it looked like he had, and it's chased down by somebody whose number doesn't appear on my team sheet.
That's Jazz Singh.
Oh, yeah, no, it does. It does appear. I thought it said 11 on his back.
Oh, there's nothing worse than players wearing the wrong shirts.
I've got my update coming up within the next 60 seconds. So, Stewart on his way in. These aren't timed, but I do like to time them just to get into the mood. Yeah, Derbyshire have lost the toss here, Sally, and they've been put into bat by Kent. Derbyshire really need to win one, if not both, of their final 2 games to qualify for the knockout stages. The good news is that Harry Kane has recovered from injury and plays in this match. He's opening the batting with Lewis Rees at the moment, and Derbyshire in the first over are 3 without loss. And there we go. The first update of the day complete. And the first over also complete as the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. Kane 1, Rees 2, Derbyshire 3 without loss after one. Nice and unspectacular. First 10 overs always crucial in These one-day games, of course, ball will do a bit. Not an enormous amount, but a bit in the first 10, one at each end, and then they sort of start to quieten down a touch. George Garrett is going to open the bowling from the city end, the end at which the permanent temporary stand is. It's starting to fill up a little bit. Another decent crowd in. It's good to see. They've had some good crowds here for the One-Day Cup at the county ground this season. Helped, I'm sure, by Derbyshire's improved form. And here comes Garrett. First ball for him in this match, and he bowls it to Harry Kane, who just dabs it down towards a short third man. And there's no run. It's a battle of the blues, light and dark. Derbyshire in the pale blue shirts. Kent with the slightly darker blue. Both sides favouring the dark blue trousers. And as Ian said earlier, Derbyshire probably better place to qualify, but still a lot of work to do. Rather reaches for that one. Harry Kane. It was a short wide delivery that he could have climbed into, but didn't move his feet very much, and he just patted it out to a backward point where Jaden Denley does the fielding.
Yeah, Gilchrist only played one match. Sorry, Garrett's only played one match, I should say, in this tournament so far. So,
be fresh.
Yes, true. And Gilchrist has played 5 of the ones that have gone before. Defended out on the leg side by Kane for, this is from the southeast. Derbyshire obviously among the crop of teams on 8 points, but
it's exciting.
Only one game after today, whereas Kent have 2.
Yes.
And this is a much tighter group than the other group, where Glamorgan and Warwickshire have got 11 points each and are almost over the hill.
Well, Kent can still finish above Derbyshire, even though they're 7th, can't they? If they win today. I think if they lose today, that might be it.
Oh, I think that's probably right. Garrett from the far end, that's the city end here at Derby. I've not been here since the commentary point was in a little building to the right that no longer exists.
No, it's not been knocked down. The old scoreboard, it's been knocked down. No gents' toilets there anymore underneath it. No beams to bang your head on, which I did on a regular basis in my first year as Derbyshire commentator.
Yeah, but you're 6'5", Dave, and I'm not.
No, well, there is that. But it was tight. It was tight. It was also very cold in there in April, I remember.
Garrett, and Kane lets that go outside the off stump through to Finch. Stobo and Leaning are in the slips at the moment. A couple of players playing in this match who I saw play in the under-19 test between England and Sri Lanka. Harry Moore, who I was impressed by, young Derbyshire seam bowler, and Jaden Denley, who obviously is in the Kent team today.
There seems to be at least one player from that match in every single side that I've seen this season in this competition.
Here is Garrett. And a nick and a take from Harry Finch. First blood to Kent. Pushed quite hard at that. And Finch with a good low catch to his right. One he'd expect to take. But all that effort from Kane to make sure he was fit today with that net that Dave saw him have first thing. Rather, if not wasted, certainly the effort disappointingly short from a Derbyshire point of view. And 3 for 1.
Yes, final ball of the second over, and Harry Kane's on his way back to the pavilion looking suitably disappointed. That is a bit of a blow. It will bring out Brooke Guest, who's done reasonably well in this competition so far this season. Not managed to get to 50 yet, but 44, 37 not out, 32 not out. Those 2 not outs coming in very, very big wins here at the county ground against Middlesex and Lancashire, both 9-wicket victories. So to lose Harry Kane, who's one of 2 Centurions in the Derbyshire ranks from this season's competition, is a blow. Sam Connor's acting as 12th man. You don't see that very often. towel looks like a continuation of his mullet down the back of down his back.
Oh no, I think if you're talking mullets, Ollie Carter at Sussex has to be the.
Oh, that's an absolutely shocking hairstyle, isn't it? Yeah, that is awful.
He probably wins that prize.
Sam's not resorted to hair dye either yet, so that's good news. Brooke Guest can have a little look because he won't be on strike because it was the final ball of the second over that Harry Kane was dismissed. And here's Grant Stewart continuing from the racecourse end bowling to Lewis Rees, who leaves that one alone. As it goes through to wicketkeeper Finch. I think most of the games, I should never have started that particular sentence. Most of the other games being played today are in this group. Actually, two other ones are and two aren't, so that's a load of old nonsense, isn't it? Durham are taking on Hampshire and Worcestershire are playing Somerset. Two big games as far as qualification are concerned. Stewart's in again and bowls to Rees, who defends it straight back to him at Gosforth, South Northumberland, I believe. Durham have been put into bat by Hampshire in a 12 without loss in the third over. And at Taunton, Worcestershire have been put into bat in a 7 without loss in the third over.
Probably both these sides would quite like Somerset to win that.
Yes, I think so. A Somerset-Durham double would be very handy. We should go to Durham in their final game next Wednesday. Stewart is in and bowls and beats Lewis Rees. That's a really nice delivery. Squared him up a little bit and the ball flies through to the wicketkeeper. So there's a bit of pace and bounce about this pitch. Derbyshire, barring one, have won every game in which they've batted first. I think it's barring one. Yes, they didn't beat Worcestershire, did they, of course. In comes Stewart and bowls, and that one is just guided out into the offside. He calls him through for a quick single. That's at the stumps. If that had hit, that would have been exceptionally close. Denley with the throw.
I think that's Phil Mustard at square leg. James Treadwell's at the bowler's end, isn't he?
Yes.
I've not seen the Colonel umpire of his first
No,
test
I
game before, don't
I
they?
haven't. We've definitely seen James Treadwell on the odd occasion, but yeah, not seen Phil Mustard. Very exciting. Wayne Noon is the match referee. There's a whole plethora of former England players. Wayne played for England, didn't he, briefly, I'm sure. Perhaps he didn't. I know he's from Nottinghamshire, which is why I've taken a little interest in his career.
My hunch would be that he didn't.
Yeah, I think you might be right, actually. Stewart ball strikes the pad. Big appeal. Umpire Treadwell says not out. Fortunately, that looked pretty decent shout from here. Although, in fairness,
we're at long on, aren't we?
We're not directly behind the bowler's arm now. No, we're not directly behind it.
That pitch is almost the. Is that almost the central one, or does the square go rather a lot further across?
Yeah, I think
to
if
this
you come across the one that they've been rolling, which I assume is where they're going to play Glamorgan in the county championship, sort of 3 across to the right. That's probably dead centre, I would say. Stewart is in and bowls. Oh, chopped into the ground by Brooke Guest. Ball dribbles out into the offside. Another good over. 4 for 1 Derbyshire now. After 3 overs, Guest yet to get off the mark. Lewis Rees has 3, and the man out is Harry Kane, dismissed for 1 in the second over.
Yeah, Kent obviously have had a more indifferent campaign than Derbyshire. Tight win away at Blackpool against Lancashire when Keaton Jennings got 100, but still finished on the losing side. And then beat Hampshire at home. And then they've lost the last 2, albeit the game against Worcestershire was a tight one on Wednesday. Even probably 5 overs out, you couldn't have predicted which way it was going to go. Rees waits for George Garrett from the far end. The full Warwickshire man pulls him a ball which Rees has just to turn away into the leg side. No run, fielded by Marcus O'Riordan. Probably going to open the batting today, as he has done in his previous appearances in the competition. But probably have Everson with him as a partner today. Obviously, Swanepoel has been, you might say, experimentally used as an opener. Trying to give the innings a bit of a brisk start, but he's not involved today because of a stomach bug. Still 2 slips in. Garrett down the leg side, and Phil Mustard says, yes, I'm going to call that as a wide. It wasn't far down the leg side, but it was far enough.
Not a big fan of that, but you're right about Wayne Noon, of course. England under 19s.
Oh, there we are then.
Which doesn't really count. This certainly wasn't what I was thinking.
Yeah, Kent's last 2. You said that Derbyshire got to go to Durham. Durham got to go to Canterbury on Sunday, and then Kent finish at home to Northants. Garrett again, and Reese fishes at that outside the off stump. Quite a good carry through to Harry Finch, but a bit of a tentative prod from Reese. Did I read a stat the other day that he played 200? Was it 200 matches in all formats for the club?
Oh, you could have read that. I'd imagine you'd have read it on David Griffin's Twitter feed if it was anywhere. Yes. I wouldn't be surprised. He's been here for a while now.
Garrett in bright sunshine. Past umpire must have running towards us, and Reese again tries to go for the forceful extra cover drive, but Ken doesn't make contact, and it goes through to Finch. Ken deciding to bowl first here today, having won the toss. They've gone for just the one frontline spinner in Matt Parkinson. Drayden Denley has had an occasional bowl, but just shifting the emphasis of the attack by leaving Kadri out. And Reese this time does get Gilchrist's delivery away down to Jazz Singh at long leg. No bat though, just off the pad. And Derbyshire moved to 5 for 1. I was intrigued yesterday listening to part of that other competition that's shorter than this. And there was general surprise at, I think it was the game between the Southern Brave and the Oval Invincibles, and at 25 balls, I think they had 23. General, good delivery from Garrett. Nice bounce there, good carry. And Brooke Guest inside the line. Didn't get a touch. Tried to force it away out through the offside taken by Finch. Almost the surprise that the ball was dominating the bat, and that was almost a bad thing.
Yeah, it's outrageous, isn't it? Outrageous in cricket.
And I would say that's not the case. Not for me.
No, mate.
No. Often in this competition, some of the best games are like a score somewhere between 190 and 220.
Yeah, absolutely.
Garrett. Oh, and again, Guest. I said no ball. Wouldn't have mattered anyway.
I'm not sure Brooke Guest had heard the call before he played that shot.
Pushed at it, and Stobo and Leaning just having perhaps a chat about what's going off out there, as Fred would say, in terms of the ball doing a bit off the pitch.
Yeah, it seems to be, doesn't it? It does seem to be. So there is extra grass, I'm told. Whether I don't know anything about pitches really, but clearly it's quite green.
Gilchrist encouraged by that, but not by that. That's a good hit over the top from Guest. 3 bounces and away over the boundary at a sort of a wide-ish mid-off for 4. Out towards the covered stand, away towards the city end of the ground, with only 2 men out at that point.
Yeah.
If you throw your hands at it and get it away, it's going to go.
Free hit as well, wasn't it? So you could basically do what he wanted with it.
12 for 1 off 4.
It's looking a little bit better. Brooke Guest will be feeling much better as well, having picked up his first runs of the match. He was in after 4 deliveries down at Southampton, after 12 here. As Stewart continues and bowls the first delivery of a new over to Reese, and that one grubs along the ground and bounces at least twice before it reaches Finch. who had to put a little bit of a tumble in and stopped it with some part of his body. I'm not entirely sure which, but it didn't look like his gloves from here. I know definitely that this is the 50th match, all formats, that Zach Chappell has played for Derbyshire. Griff was talking about it this morning.
He's had a really good tournament. Even if that 94 was somewhat surprising.
He's had an outstanding season, in fairness. But that's the most he's played for any of the clubs he's played for, 50. This one is defended by Lewis Rees. Did arrive with a sort of injury question mark over him, really. I did ask him the moment he arrived in the building about his injuries, and he said, yeah, that was something he's was desperate to overcome. And he is seldom injured. I mean, he looks stiff on occasions out in the field and has aches and pains, but nothing that's really kept him out for any length of time. Stewart's in again, bowls to Rees. Oh, this one's gone straight up in the air on the offside off a leading edge. I think he was trying to turn it into leg. It's headed towards the boundary as well. It's not going to make it all the way. As three fielders converge on it and they come back for 3 runs in the end to terrific applause. I'm not sure it was worth that amount of applause. Rees moves on to 6, 15 for 1, but definitely a false shot as he sort of played across, looking to...
Didn't appear to move his feet, did he?
Working it into the leg side, and it's just taken a huge edge and looped into the offside out towards the point boundary. So 15 for 1 with still 3 balls of the 5th over to go. And now it's Guest on strike, who gets an inside edge on that one as he tries to force it into the offside. And Stewart completes the fielding.
2 men out at 3rd man and fine leg at the moment, so fairly orthodox field at this stage.
There is a formula, isn't there, that all captains seem to stick to. The captain's 50 over playbook. As Stewart comes in again, and this time it's off an inside edge out towards backward square leg. They've run the first one quickly, and well, Guest particularly is quick behind between the wickets, and he gets back for a second as Matt Parkinson completes the fielding. Coming around from long leg. No doubt see Parkinson bowl. We'll see, we won't see Callum, of course, because they'll be playing in the 100.
I think he was on commentary for a game I listened to the other day.
Yes, I think you're right. I may have heard the same one. His next delivery is just pushed a little bit away from his body, pushed out towards Denley at backward point. It's the end of the over. 5 gone. Stewart's bowled 3 of them, conceded just 9. 17 for 1, Derbyshire. Both Rees and Guest have 6. Yes, I have a vague recollection of him being on a commentary. Because the good thing about the 100 this year is you don't have to listen to it, because you've got plenty of Olympics to listen to. So ordinarily it's something I would turn to in a moment of total and utter boredom.
Yeah, that's that.
On a car journey.
That's raced through, isn't it? I mean, closing ceremony Sunday.
I know, it's a real shame. Cricket has got a bit in the way of it.
Leaning, just making a change to the field for Garrett. He wants Grant Stewart to move a bit wider, way towards the pavilion, which here at Derby for Lewis Rees is at cover point. Garrett into bowl to him, and Rees lets that go outside the off stump through to Finch.
Yeah, not quite as many pavilions as Taunton, but we have 2 here. The Players' Pavilion, which is away to our left, and the Members' Pavilion, where they used to change underneath at the bottom of the ground floor at one point. The Members' Pavilion sort of directly opposite us in the media centre.
Yeah, on my one other visit to Derby, that's where, would that have been where Ian Hall used to do his work for Radio Derby from over there?
Could have done.
Garrett into Rees, who works that genuinely off the bat this time, down to Singh at Longley. They'll just take 1. The main scoreboard here at Derby to our right. And so which direction is Pride Park from here?
Straight across south, pretty much. the lights are quite low. You can barely see it even from the Brightclough Way. If you look right going towards Nottingham, it is there. But you can't see it from that kind of distance, and it's not that far away.
Guest has 6. Waits for Garrett and squeezes that away. It was quite late on it, but he controlled it well enough in the end. They're going to scamper back for 2. That's good running. Stewart's throw was accurate, but it's the old adage, you run the first one quickly. And Reese just acknowledging the intent from Brooke Guest.
Well, this is interesting. This is going to be fascinating now. What time is your 11:30? Is it 11:30 or is it?
It's probably 31, I would think.
I've just been asked if I could do 11:26. So I'm going to say yes. And then I'll disappear, and then hopefully we won't end up with no commentary for any point, but we might.
Garrett in again to Guest, who wants a single, pushed up to mid-off, and he'll get it. It's a good call once again. Parkinson is the fielder coming onto the ball, but it was play the shot and go straight away. And Guest moves to 9 and Derbyshire to 21 for the loss of Harry Kame. Caught behind by Finch for a single in the second over.
Blazing sunshine, where's that come from? It was quite unpleasant yesterday, I'm told.
Left-handed Reese waits again for Garrett, and that's crunched away. That'll be 4. No need to chase that. That's gone away towards the pavilion. Pick the gap. It was there to be hit a little bit short and wide. And Reese said thanks very much. He'll feel better for feeling that one off the middle.
He certainly will. Bless him, the fielder down there is making sure he doesn't stand on the sheets with his spikes. That's beautiful cricket etiquette. I like to see that. You do see some people just trample all over the sheets, which almost renders, well, it does render them useless, doesn't it? That's Stewart down there.
Gilchrist will try again. Garrett rather, and that's clipped on the bounce to Denley. And no run at the end of Garrett's over, so Stewart's bowled 3 overs for 9, and Garrett has bowled 3 overs for 15, but he's got a wicket.
Yeah, steady start for Derbyshire. They'll be relatively pleased. I think 4 and over at this juncture is perfectly acceptable. I'd have preferred to have had Harry Kane there still, of course. But steady enough. And Brooke Guest is into his work. I've just been given a 30-second warning. I shall see you shortly.
So Grant Stewart then to continue from this racecourse end of the ground, and Guest pinches a single at the start of his over. Dave's going to go off and do his update for Radio Derby on a separate bit of technology. You joined us since the start here at Derby. 3 changes to each team from the last outing. Kent's defeat at Worcester and Derbyshire's defeat at Southampton. Reese waits for Stewart. Hits him on the pad once again, does the Kent opening bowler, but again, umpire Treadwell not interested in the appeal. There was one stronger appeal earlier than that, which appeared to have a bit more validation about it, but that wasn't upheld either. Just doing some limbering up down in front of us. His first game in the competition. And here is Stewart staying over the wicket and steered away by Reese again on the bounce. And Denley, because he's handy to have a left-handed fielder, gathers that comfortably to his left. Still the 2 slips in. Jack leaning that second slip, the tall figure of Charlie Stober at first. Stewart bowling with a towel in the back of his trousers. Comes in and bowls, and Reese will just work that into the onside, but no chance of a run there. Fielded by Everson. Derbyshire 26. without loss. Sorry, Derbyshire 26 for 1. Guest has 10. Reese has 11, including a top edge that drops safe and a rather better drive through the covers. He waits again for Stewart and defends a good length ball back up the pitch. Stewart and Stobo, the rescuers of the Kent innings up at Worcester, gave them a chance of returning to their hotel that night with the points. Didn't quite do it in the end. Stewart again staying over the wicket, and Reese again. Was that pad first? And they're going to try and run him out anyway, and he is run out. He is run out. There was an appeal for the LBW. The call was for the single, but a smart bit of work has seen Reese run out at the bowler's end, and it is 26 for 2. It was his call. The ball had gone out in front of the batter on the offside, and Kent have picked up a second early wicket in the power play here. And Reese rather disconsolately walks towards the pavilion with only 11 against his name, and Derbyshire 26 for 2. And that should bring out David Lloyd at number 4. Let's see who appears. And it is David Lloyd, former Glamorgan captain, of course. And for Kent, a bit of a bonus wicket that, because needed a smart bit of work at the bowler's end.
It's a bit careless though, wasn't it?
It was Reese's call, wasn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It just seemed a bit careless to me. O'Riordan did the right thing by holding on to the ball for as long as possible and taking aim. But yeah, that was disappointing. That was the final ball of the 7th over as well. So the final ball of the 2nd over, the final ball of the 7th over. They had an interesting run out at Southampton on Wednesday. That was involving Brooke Guest, but he was the one who was run out. Anyway, David Lloyd is the new batter, as Ian has probably already told you while I was away. 26 for 2 Derbyshire. They have been going along relatively nicely, and Lloyd turns the first ball he faces from Garrett into the leg side. Oh, and there's a slight misfield, but Stewart turns around and picks the ball up, and thankfully the 2 batters have decided that one was enough, because I think he got to the ball sufficiently quickly to make sure that they couldn't have run a second under any circumstances. And they do stick to 1. Lloyd off the mark, 27 for 2. Just been explained what a big game it is for both of these sides. Who can't win and then win their game in hand. We are starting to run out of games, of course, but they could join Derbyshire on 8 points. I'm not sure 8 points will be enough. 10 might not be. As Garrett is in, and that one is driven down the ground by Brooke Guest. That'll go all the way for 4. I fancy, will it? No, not quite. It's brilliantly kept in down at the far end by the man racing from mid-on, and they come back for 2. That was a fine piece of fielding. Guest moves to 12, 29 for 2. Jack Leaning just has a little turn around and look at the scoreboard away to our right-hand side. We get the exact same scoreboard, of course, on a screen inside the ground, because we can't see the one outside, as this one is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. And a good job he got his bat on it as well. He was right in front of his stumps. Hence the just little yelps from the fielders out there. Jack Leaning doing some stretching out there. Is it Jack Leaning who's stretching? No, it's Marcus O'Riordan. No, it isn't. It's Charlie Stobo who's doing the stretching. make a note of his trousers, and then I'll know that it's him. He's at first, Slip leaning at second as Garrett's on his way in again and bowls, and Brooke Guest cuts that straight to point where it's fielded by Denley. And there's no run. 29 for 2. The man who I didn't credit with that fine piece of fielding was Grant Stewart. Realised he'd moved up to mid-on. Looked for all money as though it was 4 off the bat. Turned out not to be. 2 right-handers, of course, now following the departure of Lewis Reese. As Garrett is in again. That one is pushed off the back foot out into the offside.
Have you seen any kind of pattern with how captains have used opening bowlers spells? Because generally speaking, if you go back to, you and I both remember the old John Player League as it was, it was very easy to work out what was going to happen with the bowlers. The 2 opening bowlers would bowl 4 overs each. You then have 8 overs each from your third and fourth bowlers, and one guy would then bowl all the 8 from the one end to conclude the game, or conclude the innings.
Garrett's next delivery is pushed into the offside by
with your other opening bowlers coming back for 4 each. Now, in this format, I've seen quite a few games where skippers have given the opening bowlers maybe 6 or even 7 overs of their allotted 10 if they're going particularly well. They're not afraid to keep rolling them.
Well, Derbyshire have had 2 skippers in this competition, of course, with Ross Wiley, the actual skipper, but he's only played twice, and Samit Patel skippering in his absence, have tended to rotate the bowlers much quicker than that. So 4, possibly 5 maximum from the opening bowlers, and just done it like that. But I think most sides that I've watched have used at least 6, which sort of gives them a bit of leeway at the end, doesn't it? So that they don't have to do those very tricky calculations as to who on earth's going to bowl the final 3 overs and that kind of thing.
Stewart in from the racecourse end of the ground, and Derbyshire just looking to re-stabilise a bit now with Lloyd having joined Brooke Guest. Leaning just doing a bit of limbering up. He hasn't bowled much in this competition. Lloyd waiting for Stewart. Very pleasant conditions now. That's pitched up a bit more, and that's gone past the fielder at cover. Will it go all the way to the boundary in the front of the pavilion? It will. Pleasantly timed shot.
It's not massively quick, the outfield at the moment, though, is it? There has been rain in these parts over the last 24 hours or so, and I imagine it will speed up if the sun stays out like this, which might benefit Kent a little bit later on.
Stewart was a bit expensive at Worcester, but he tends to bowl a length which, always will he'll encourage the drive, and the drive brings risk. Not there though. Cry of no from Lloyd straight away. It's well forward. Played it almost dead weight out on the offside. So 1 more over in the power play after this one. You mentioned the game up at Gosforth. Our good friend Martin Emerson, I think, refers to that ground as South North.
South North, indeed.
That's all it is.
It's brilliant, isn't it? You'd be enjoying sitting in a tent with Kevin James.
Lloyd, a little bit jumpy defensively, but kept the ball down. And it's fielded by Denley. Who are the left-handed throwers in the Derbyshire side?
Lewis Reese. That might be it.
That might be it.
They have a left-handed bat in Mitch Wagstaff, but he bowls right arm leg spin. Of course, Samit bowls left arm spin, but bats right-handed.
Right, yeah.
I can throw with both, I think.
Stewart in again. Lloyd again, half forward this time, but just pushes it out to Everson in the covers.
Ross Whiteley would be a left-hand. Well, he is a left-handed thrower, but he's not playing. So you're just Reese and Whiteley normally.
Handy to have though, because you mentally sometimes think that they've got to come round the ball, but Everson in particular is a tidy fielder. Stewart again bowls that full length, and it's clipped away by Lloyd. It'll go all the way up to the boundary at long on for 4. It's not the longest boundary to this side of the ground. That's the media centre end. But he found the gap. No way that Jas Singh was hauling that in. 37 for 2. Derbyshire after 9.
It was a little aerial, wasn't it, off Lloyd's bat? Just a little aerial, but it was far enough away from Singh to make sure that Jas Singh, that is, wasn't brought into the equation. Fortunately for
I suppose it is
David
a day.
Lloyd.
It is a day for fielding in the glasses, and Singh has got a pair on under that cap.
Everybody's got a pair on top of the head, though, of course. It's just what you do, and never understood it. Not quite everybody. That's an over-exaggeration. We haven't.
No.
Mark Crossland's been in touch, sitting here in the ground, enjoying the commentary, feeling positive for well, he calls them Falcons. Come on, Mark. The Derbyshire. And Rams double today. What a time to be alive, he says. Garrett begins a new over from the City end. And it's turned into the leg side. Yes. Football League season starts tonight. Derby County playing at Blackburn. All the build-up starting at 6 o'clock on Sports Scene. Burton start tomorrow. Everybody's optimistic at this time of the football season. People aren't generally this optimistic at this time of the year as a Derbyshire supporter, so it's nice that they can be optimistic about both the football and the cricket at the moment.
Kent's biggest fish to fry at the minute is at the bottom of the Championship.
Yes, quite. That one is slapped away almost dismissively by Brooke Guest out towards the cover boundary. A little bit short. Back he went and just dismissed it. Beautiful shot from Guest. 41 for 2 now. Derbyshire.
You said this was a pitch that was used for the match against Worcestershire here. So in that game, what was it?
Derbyshire made
259?
Derbyshire made 260, and Worcestershire got the runs in the 45th over for the loss of 2 wickets. And yeah, Derbyshire didn't bat brilliantly. Brooke Guest got 20 in that game. David Lloyd just 14. Harry Kane made 71, 48 late on from Zach Chappell, who's had a couple of very good contributions lower down as Guest defends the next delivery from Garrett back towards the bowler. Can't take it cleanly, so basically just chucks it away.
A good friend Dave Griffin, I think, has probably had enough material for a big winter thesis from the games at Northampton and Taunton in this competition, isn't he?
Yes, the Northampton game was ridiculous. 79 for 7. They managed to make their way to 236. Taunton was equally remarkable. I think that was probably better. This next delivery from Garrett's pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, straight to the man at point, Jaden Denley, and there's no run. I mean, there were 50 for 5. Blimey, it's a week ago, and I've already forgotten. But they were really struggling. It might have been 90 for 5, actually. Yeah, that makes more sense. 90 for 5 against Somerset and hurtling towards defeat. No question about it. David Lloyd.
That's about 5,000 Tauntonians would have thought the same.
Yeah, they weren't very quiet when the 5th wicket... Well, they were loud and then went quiet. It was a very strange atmosphere. Garrett's in bowls to Guest. Good nonetheless, though. That one's turned away down towards long leg. They'll come back for a second. It will be fielded out there in the distance by Akansh Singh. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Guest. He moves to 18, 43 for 2.
There's no middle ground, I find, with Somerset supporters.
All commentators probably, but you might be right. No, he was very graceful, was Anthony. They were low, very angry, as you can imagine. Well, they look like they're not. He didn't say they weren't trying. That would be wrong. Well, it looks like they've just become a bit blasé. Next delivery, pushed up towards mid-on by Brooke Guest. It was the final ball of the 10th over, so the fielding restrictions will be relaxed to a degree. Both of the opening bowlers have had 5 each. Guest's got 18, Lloyd's got 9, and Derbyshire 43 for 2 after 10. But yeah, it's having been there when Derbyshire conceded nearly as many runs as they conceded in 50 overs in 20 overs. It made a very pleasant. It was a pleasant surprise, especially after the defeat at home to Worcestershire. That's the one that hurts, not necessarily the one down at Hampshire, because you sort of think, well, are you going to win out Taunton and Southampton in the same? Probably not. But to lose here to Worcestershire, a team that Derbyshire play on such a regular basis, was hugely disappointing and could be the one game that really trips them up as far as qualifying for the knockout stages of the competition. Their first 50-over knockout game since 2014.
So here's Stewart continuing beyond the power play and towards Lloyd, and Lloyd again defends. So here is an example of a slightly different approach from Kent, keeping at least one of the opening bowlers on. And it might be 6, 2 and 2 for Stewart. That's what they sometimes tend to do. If you need a wicket somewhere in the middle of the innings, you've got a couple of overs to gamble with one of your opening bowlers. Stewart, and it's pitched up and caught and bowled. That's a good low catch from Stewart. Lloyd has to go, and the extra over has paid dividends for Kent, and Derbyshire are 43 for 3. I wouldn't quite say it was regulation, but it was one of the ones where if you're on your game, then you can take those. And Stewart was down by his ankles, and Lloyd trudges back to the pavilion. 43 for 3.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good catch. It was low down. The ball never really was more than about a foot off the ground, was it, the entire time? And yeah, really well taken by a medium to quick bowler in his follow through. It's a terrific effort. I was like, Anuj Dal. It is Anuj Dal coming out at 5.
Were there reasons why he didn't play in the opening few matches? Because when I was doing,
he missed about 6 weeks for personal reasons.
Right.
Yeah, and then came back and got a century down at Taunton. Yeah, he'd been.
I just looked at the fact that he played, fairly regularly in this competition last year, and yet hasn't been in the team.
Yeah, no, he didn't play much T20 cricket, but yeah, hadn't played since the last week or so in June, before coming back down at Taunton. And his century there was they played Taunton. I played Taunton. I think his previous century had been against Somerset as well. So it's funny how some players just seem to take a liking to an opposition, no matter how much they've changed. I mean, Somerset had 2 England spinners in their side. That didn't seem to worry Anuj Dal too much.
And he'd be playing more for his batting than his bowling in this format.
He will bowl in this format, though, yeah. He will bowl.
Stewart, and to Dahl, first ball, he's away straight away with a single out to a Reardon, who's away on the deep square leg boundary, with the fielding restrictions now having been relaxed, down to 1 slip.
He bowled 4 overs at Taunton and 8 at Hampshire, at Southampton.
Stewart to Brooke Guest, who is beaten by that, and then Kent are interested in a catch at the wicket. Umpire Treadwell, though, is not. That took off, didn't it?
Just beat him on the inside, and he just pointed to his thigh pad. Brooke Guest, just to suggest, I mean, the umpire wasn't going to give him out anyway, and it was after he was given not out, if you like, when he knew that the umpire wasn't going to raise the finger. He just sort of tapped, there he goes, he just tapped it again, but back thigh pad. We never had back thigh pads in my front thigh pads when I was playing. But
Stewart past umpire Treadwell again. 1 wicket in. This is 6th over. And this might be the last one. You'd be tempted to gamble one more, having taken
possibly
a wicket and Derbyshire 4 down.
One of the recognised batsmen. Well, that's it, really. Samit, Yusuf bin Naeem, who is just 18.
Stewart once again in, and this time defended by Guest back up the pitch. So it's a good opening spell, this from Grant Stewart. It's taken a while to get the wicket, but it was a good one when he got it. And Derbyshire 44 for 3. Stewart has 1 for 19 from 6. Garrett 1 for 24 from 5. And I think there may be a change coming, the first bowling change of the morning at the City end.
Yes, Snowbow's on. It is him, isn't it?
Tall and shaven-headed. You can't really mistake him.
It's almost like I'm out there. Yes, Yusuf bin Naeem has only played 3 List A games all this season, and in 2 of them he wasn't required to bat, so he's only batted once. And after him, it's Zach Chappell, clearly not in batting order. Harry Moore, Darren Dupavillon, and then Pat Brown.
So Chappell at 8.
Yes.
Yeah, Moore at 9.
Dupavillon at 10 and Pat Brown at 12. Here's Stobo from the City end. Bowls to Dan, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. And I'm not saying that in a disparaging way. He even admitted himself in a club interview that he did when they were talking about how good a fielder he is. He's a sensational fielder as well as a very, very fine bowler. And he said, well, you can't be one-dimensional anymore, so because I can't bat, I thought I'd better sort out my fielding. That was the gist of it, and he is a terrific fielder, but he can't bat. Dal White's Stobo is in, and he just turns that one into the leg side. There is no run. And Dal went out to the middle of a 90 for 5, so he's been promoted 2 since the Taunton game. David Lloyd was the man who he joined in the middle at 90 for 5.
But you know, he's been a tidy player and a loyal player for Derbyshire.
Yes, he's been very good. He's a sensational fielder. Bowls nicely, can clearly bat as this next delivery is pushed out into the offside. And there's no run.
He probably won't last longer than 10 minutes now, Dave.
No. Well, I had a chat with him after the game at Taunton. He was absolutely delighted not only for himself but with the century, but because of course he'd come back after this 5-6 week absence for personal reasons, and we didn't know what kind of form he might be in. Obviously he'd been ticking over and had trained with the side before the game. It's always tricky when you come back after an absence like that, as this one is driven, and that'll be 4 runs out towards the wide long off boundary near the bar. Nice way to get your first boundary. Anuj Dal moves on to 5, 48 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, Parkinson, I have to say, did not make the most enthusiastic effort to stop that, but once it did go past him, it fairly raced away. You need to go into how well he timed it.
I'm not sure about Matt, bless him, as a fielder or a batter. Here's Stobo in again. Oh, that's come off an inside edge, I imagine, and the ball is rolled towards the stumps by wicketkeeper Finch, and they scamper through for a single, which is a little bit cheeky. He only just got his bat down. It was excellent work by Finch, who whipped off a glove and sent the ball towards the stumps, removing the leg bail. He's a bit unfortunate to have conceded a run there. Dal moves to 6, 49 for 3. Scoreboard will catch up in a minute. We'll be all right. They're being distracted at the moment. I know it's Hassan Adnan is in the scorer's box, the umpire. Always good to see Hass. As Stobo is in again, and this one is off an edge down towards third man and to the boundary. It beats Singh down below us. He went hard at that one. Brooke Guest picks up another boundary to move to 22. 50 up for Derbyshire, 53 for 3 after 12 overs, but that was a little fortunate. Samit's warming up, look. At the top of the steps, he's just stretching out his right hamstring, and now he's stretching out his left hamstring. And
That's
Yeah,
it.
That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Each when he comes onto bowl, he swings his arms round twice. He's actually jogging on the spot, which is a little un-Samit-like. He's terrific value as well, Samit Patel.
I think we're going to see Parkinson. For the first time. I mean, obviously Derbyshire only 3 away with the 100. Donald, Madsen and now Whiteley. Kent have had 5 away, but neither of these two teams impacted as much as some of the others. I mean, Surrey, I know they're in the other group. 15 away with 100.
Your heart has to bleed for them, doesn't it? Because it's not as if they've got any money to replace the players that are leaving.
And actually, one of the players who Somerset have lost to the 100, or the Bakers played yet. Here's Parkinson in. First ball from the racecourse end of the ground. And Dahl just pushes it out on the leg side. There is a slip. But Sonny Baker, who in theory was in the Manchester original squad, is going to leave Somerset at the end of his contract, at the end of the season, going to go off to Hampshire. Parkinson wheels in, and that's cut away. Orthodox leg break. And Dahl will pick up 1 out to deep point.
The original plan was Derbyshire would only lose Madsen and Donald, and then Pat Brown got a call up to Leeds, where he hasn't yet played, and he's been back once, then went back, and now he's back again at Derby.
Parkinson over the wicket, and watched carefully by Guest out on the offside to Denley, who practices his football skills to bring the ball from foot to hand. And Parkinson's got Singh just dropping outside the circle at mid-on. It's worked into the leg side by Guest out to O'Riordan at deep mid-wicket for a single. And this will be the area of the innings where Derbyshire will just look to tick the scoreboard up with as little risk as they can. Parkinson scuttles in, and Dahl again comes forward. Looks to steer it into the onside, but it gets the outside half of the bat and dribbles out towards Jaden Denley at short cover. He's only about 3 strip widths from the bat there. And Dahl again this time goes back, and Parkinson forces him again to defend. It'll help the over 8 if nothing else. And Parkinson's no mean threat either. And Derbyshire are 55-4-3. Parkinson's through his first over, and he and Stobo will now try and, if they can't get these two out, they're trying to apply the break as best they can and perhaps force a mistake.
Yeah, they're given 3.5 hours, aren't they, to bowl these 50 overs, which is ludicrous.
3 1/4 should be plenty.
Yes, of course he should. And then any minor stop and time gets added onto the cut-off. It hasn't changed at the moment, as Stobo is into bowl to Brooke Guest. Gets one that lifts on him, takes his bottom hand off the bat, ball dribbles into the leg side. Towards George Garrett. Number 44 reminds me that Ross Whiteley wasn't at the 100, played against Northamptonshire, then he was at the 100 but didn't play. So then he came back to Derbyshire to play at Southampton, and now he is in the 100 again. So make up your own mind, everybody knows my view. This next delivery is a play and a miss from Brooke Guest. Nice delivery from Stobo. It strikes me that every single 100 franchise has an unlimited squad effectively, because you could just go to any county you want and say, oh, by the way, we'll fancy you. Surprised Zach Chappell hasn't been picked up. Pleased that he hasn't been picked up. Not for him, obviously.
Well, I think there will be a degree of frustration from some players who have been away for most of the tournament, who have played very little.
Yeah, absolutely. Stobo bowls, that one is played off the back foot with minimal foot movement really, up on his toes as much as anything. Brooke Guest out to point. Yeah, well, look, I spoke to Pat Brown when he played in the game against Lancashire. I think it was Lancashire. Yes, it was. He picked up 5 for 37 as Lancashire were bowled out for 99. Asked him when he'd found out. He said he got a tap on the shoulder on the Monday and was straight on the phone to Mickey Arthur saying, "Look, get me out. If you don't play in 2 successive matches, you can go back." Ooh, that one's one down the leg side and signalled wide. It was a strange old delivery. Again, it wasn't too much short of a length, but bounced almost like a tennis ball through to the wicketkeeper Finch. Very odd. So we think that an Aaron Donald might be available next Wednesday because he's lost his place in the Birmingham Phoenix side. Not got the number of runs he would have liked as Stobo bowls. That one beats the outside edge of Brookes bat and goes through to the keeper.
Stobo's taken wickets in 4 of the 5 games that he's bowled. The only one he didn't was the Middlesex game at Beckenham. Just the one at Worcester. But I say without his 72 and Grant Stewart's effort as well, Kent would have not been in the game for as long as they were.
Stobo in. 2 balls of this over left. This one's pushed up to mid-on. There is no run. These 2 will be quick behind between the stumps. Guest and Dull. Guest run out down at Southampton. Had been quick between the stumps and then batted with Samet.
You have to pick your 2s in there.
Well, this was a 1. They both ended up at the same end. It wouldn't have made any difference. Stobo to complete the over is pushed by Guest up towards mid-off this time. It's the end of the 14th over. 56 for 3. Derbyshire. Brookes has 23. Anish Dahl has 7.
So final of this competition is
It's at the home of cricket.
Trent Bridge.
Nonsense. Yes, sadly. What a dreadful place to have a final. What a dreadful place to watch cricket, but there we go.
And that's on.
Oh, it's late September.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they play they give you 2 days notice.
22nd, I think.
Yes, I think you're right. Sunday,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
They give you 2 days to try and sell tickets for a playoff, and then another 2 days to try and, if you win that, get yourself sorted to go somewhere and play a semi-final, and then they give you more than a month to prepare for the final. So work that one out if you can.
Parkinson to start his second over and bunted into the ground by Anish Dahl out for a single out to Everson. I mentioned that because you say about this final being at Trent Bridge, and it's great that it happens for clubs at this level. But I saw a bit of copy about the village knockout competition, which finally is at Lord's. Slipped away pleasantly into the offside by Guest. They want 2, or certainly Dahl was interested in 2, but it was a good call in the end not to take it because the throw to the bowler's end was accurate, and they've safely completed. Well, better to safely complete 1 than complete 1.5.
Another run out.
58 for 3. Dahl faces a very heavily flighted leg break from Parkinson, which again he steers out towards the pavilion for a single. But imagine what it's like for a village player
to play at Lord's.
And I think there's a team from Cambridgeshire and a team from Gloucestershire who've got to the final this year. So, my word, they're going to enjoy themselves.
Yeah.
Clipped pleasantly down the ground by Guest, and it'll only be 1.
Update coming up for Radio Derby. Yes, Wesley, it's not going perhaps as well as they might have hoped. 60 for 3, Derbyshire having been put into bat. We're in the 15th over at the moment. Harry Kane for 1, Lewis Rees run out for 11, and most recently David Lloyd caught and bowled Grant Stewart for 9. The men out. Brookes has 25, Anish Dahl has 9. Derbyshire really need to win this game if they're hoping to get through to the knockout stages. They're 60 for 3. This next delivery, we may have missed one there, but we haven't missed any runs, I'm sure, and that one is pushed out to the offside by Anish Dahl. And it's the end of 15 overs, 60 for 3. It's all a little bit chaotic. And we both have updates at the top of the hour, unfortunately. But I'm hoping it doesn't spoil your enjoyment, should there be any. 60 for 3 then after 15, 4 and over exactly. And it will be Charlie Stobo to continue from the city end. He'll be bowling to a Brooke Guest. St. Dahl has only been in the side for the last 2 matches. 115 against Somerset, 12 against Hampshire. And Stobo's on his way in. Bowls to Guest, who turns that one into the leg side. There will be a single there. I think a single's all they'll get. Yep, it is, as it's fielded by Garrett. Fielding at mid-wicket. 61 for 3. As you can get in touch, of course. You know the usual ways at FletchSport, fletchcricket@gmail.com. Any subject within reason will be considered. As Stobo bowls to Dahl, who just dabs this down into the ground, and he's called through for a quick single. That's excellent running by Brooke Guest, who was running to the danger end. This is very much Brooke Guest's MO, and Anish Dahl, with his pace, is more than happy to follow suit. 62 for 3. Down below is Jas Singh at third man. Keeps stretching out. Might see him soon. As in comes Stobo again and bowls to Guest, who pushes this straight to mid-off. There's a slight misfield. Oh dear. Matt Parkinson with the misfield. That's not great cricket, and they do scamper through for the single in the end. It went straight to him at mid-off. He'd be looking at the ground, blaming a bobble, but the outfield here at Derby is as good now as it has been all season. And the game, of course, abandoned earlier on in the campaign. The first game of the season, the championship, at Stobo bowled. That was against Gloucestershire. This one is clubbed out into the offside by Anish Dahl, who moves to 11, 64 for 3. I was talking about the outfield there, and I'm sure Matt Parkinson would point to a bobble after that misfield, but the outfield here now is probably as good as it's been all season. The first game of the season against Gloucestershire, of course, in which nothing happened. And that was the outfield. It was absolutely sodden. Stobo in and bowls. That one is off an edge. Was it? Or was it off his pad? We'll wait and see what the umpire says. I think it was off an edge, perhaps into his pad. And Phil Mustard says
there was a I think there was a little social media video. I think it was on the 3rd morning of that game, of the groundsman's Wellington.
Yes. David Griffin was out there with a camera that took moving pictures. It was just horrible.
It was extraordinary.
We knew we weren't going to play. Stobo bowls to Dahl, who plays it straight back to him. There's a shot at the stumps from Stobo, and that's going to be more overthrows. The second time it's happened. Dahl's going to rub the salt into the wounds by coming back for a second, and I'm afraid that Charlie Stobo's only got himself to blame, because there was no need to shy at the stumps. 67 for 3 at the end of the over. Dahl now moves on to 13. Guest has 28.
Impetuous indiscipline.
Well, it was pointless, wasn't it, really? Because, anyway. Yes, it was. We knew each of the 4 days we knew we weren't going to play. We did the breakfast show. There was Jack Timon, who's the breakfast show reporter, was based here for breakfast. I came down at 7 o'clock in the morning.
On the first day?
On the first day, and it was raining, and he said, what are the chances? Well, we're not going to play today. Then when we eventually managed to walk out to the middle that day, we thought, well, we're not going to play at all here.
Parkinson in from the racecourse end.
Easiest money Ed Seaborn's ever earned. As I kept telling him.
Parkinson spins himself a catch at the start of his run. Again, I don't think he's gone to the googly yet. Put Guest again out to Denley, who's been busy at short cover. Parkinson wheels in and pleasantly played down the ground, but Ikanch Singh is on the rope at long off, keep him down to a single. It's been pleasing through this competition to see the umpires just having a word with any fielders who are bouncing the ball in more than once.
They don't like it, do they?
No, absolutely not. Parkinson again, a little bit further back in the crease there when he delivered that, and didn't appear to be quite as front foot as far forward as it might have been, and that deceived Dahl a little bit, but he's still able to nudge a single out into the offside, almost bowling that from 23 yards rather than 22. Guest waits for Parkinson again, floated up and driven out towards Singh once more. There's a chase for him. He will get round to it. Good tumbling stop. And they'll come back for a couple. They won't take a further one on the arm, though. Got a good throw. Young Ikansh Singh in the team today for his 4th match in this competition. Probably bat at 6, I would have thought. Now, Guest is the key wicket for Kent at the moment. He's got himself in. He's got 31. And that's hit straight on the bounce to Denny. Second bounce, in fact, good stop. That might have been an awkward one to take. But it's fun watching a leg spinner, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
There's always...
You never quite know, do you?
No.
You never quite. It's either going to be, it could be a sensational ball or a full toss or absolutely anything.
But control so far has been there from Parkinson, 71 for 3. My board's not quite updated. He's bowled 3 overs for 10. Stewart, 6 overs, 1 for 19. Garrett, 5 overs, 1 for 24. And Stobo, 3 overs for 17, of which 2 should not have been on the analysis because he's literally threw them away with that rash shy at the stumps.
Could still be angry as he comes in for a new over from the City end. The ball is just dabbed into the offside by Dahl, and they scamper through for a quick single. Dahl moves to 15.72 for 3.
So we were talking, you mentioned earlier about sort of that sort of 190 to 220 bracket, sometimes giving you the best possible game. If Derbyshire were to get, say, somewhere to 250, 260 on this pitch, given it's a used wicket we saw what Worcestershire did, do you think that's...
Well, it gives them an opportunity, doesn't it? But as this next delivery, just skids off a thigh pad down to third man for a leg by, which
so
is signalled.
They're in the game at that.
I think they're in the game, but as proved against Worcestershire, who got home with the loss of just 2 wickets, they weren't really in the game, unfortunately. The pitch. It was interesting talking to, I can't remember who I spoke, might have been Zach Chappell that day as well. He said, as pitches do at Derby, it flattened out in the afternoon, which they do tend to do in 4-day cricket. Stobo's in and bowls to Dahl. He dabs this down and almost into his own stumps. The ball is rolled towards the wickets by Finch, and Dahl says to
least he's
guess you
hitting.
fancy one. He's hit twice now, hasn't it? Yeah, no, it's a good. What he needs to do is make sure he hits when they are out of their crease, of course. They will almost certainly miss, in my experience. So yeah, they would clearly love another couple of 100 runs from here, but whether or not these two would certainly be capable. Stobo is in and bowls to Dahl, clips this into the leg side, goes back and just turns it into the leg side. They pick up another single. It's Garrett who does the fielding there, and Dahl moves to 16.74 for 3. It's a theme of conversations in this competition has been that 50 overs is a long time. And you look at the scoreboard and you go, oh no, 74 for 3, 18 overs, but there are 32 overs to go. So these two don't need to do anything ridiculous at this stage, as that one is driven and nicely fielded. Blimey. That rocketed into the hands of Jack Leaning, that extra cover. I thought for the moment it left the bat, and I think Guest might have thought the same. He was going to pick up another boundary.
Just looked like he was picking up a tennis ball that
Just,
rolled
yeah,
to him.
I thought he absolutely middled that one, Brooke Guest. Beautiful shot, beautiful looking shot. Foot either side, he might have been in business, but Leaning, nothing to him. Nothing to him. 74 for 3. Stobo bowls and fields off his own bowling. He turns around as if he's going to throw the ball, which clearly on this occasion he wasn't. And it's the end of the over, just the 3 runs from it, a couple of singles and a leg by 74 for 3 after 18.
So Yusuf bin Naeem,
Yes.
I don't know an awful lot about him.
No, neither do I. Born in Derby, 18 years of age, been at Repton School, come through the pathway in the academy at the same time as Harry Moore. Scored a lot of runs in the second team, and obviously this is the competition that the youngsters get their chance. Mitch Wagstaff last season and Harry Moore a couple of games last season as well. He's got his opportunity.
Parkinson to He's clipped that straight down the throat of Jazz Singh. It's a good catch. It's a tumbling catch at long on. Initially, I wasn't sure whether the trajectory was going to reach the fielder, but Singh is a tall man. He stepped forward off the rope at long on, and a good low catch, and another wicket for Kent. And Guest at the moment is the pillar for Derbyshire, but Kent are chipping away at the other end, 74 for 4.
I think I might have just said they don't need to do anything silly. And yes, you have to attack when it's required, but Anuj Dal will be disappointed with himself there. 16 off 22. 74 for 4 in the 32nd over. I think the 32nd over in the 19th over. It'll be Samit Patel, who's fully stretched, as we know, coming out to join Brooke Guest. This is an interesting dynamic, given the run out that we saw on Wednesday. And then after that, Yusuf bin Naeem, Zach Chappell, Darren Dupavlon, Pat Brown and Harry Moore, not necessarily in that order, almost certainly not in that order, you wouldn't have thought.
But Samit had barely batted until Wednesday, had he? Only had the 2 games he hadn't batted at all, and he got, I think, a 2 and 2 ducks.
Yes, he got 2 and 2 ducks, then he made 35 not out down at,
Yeah.
but he hadn't batted. But see, that was, I don't know if it's a problem or if it isn't, because everybody batted, barring Sam Connors in the game at Northampton, and then in the 2 subsequent matches here, Derbyshire won by 9 wickets in both, so nobody batted apart from the top 3.
Yeah.
And then they were asked to bat against Worcestershire and down at Somerset and at Hampshire. Yes, I think Samit will prefer to face Matt Parkinson than anybody any quicker. Has been tested by the short ball by a number of bowlers.
Yeah, what was the... Somebody said to me that it might do this at the end of the over because Parkinson's going to wheel through this pretty quickly. First ball to Patel. And he defends back up the pitch. I mean, literally, he has played around the world in short form cricket. He's probably got the biggest stash of kit of anybody you could think of.
Yeah.
Waits for Parkinson again. Clips up to Singh, who is at mid-on now, inside the circle for the new batter.
You see, with if Dahl had done that, there was a single there.
Patel, very low-angled bat. And just nudged out on the offside to Grant Stewart, who's at point just inside the circle. Jaden Denley at short cover. And Patel's trying to steer this very fine on the leg side. Gets bat on it, but doesn't beat. I think that's Garrett there. Just again, he's inside the circle as well with Parkinson. But they try to really put the brake on here with the new batsman in. And Patel will find the gap this time. Singh having dropped out from mid-on to long on. Allows Patel the single, but a successful over for Parkinson. He's got that important wicket. Jazz Singh with a second good catch of the match so far for Kent. Both that one and the caught and bowled by Stewart were impressive. And Derbyshire 75 for 4.
In a spot of bother.
You'd take 250 now, would you?
Oh, I'd snap your hand off at 250. Yes. Not sure we'll get anywhere near that. Bob Ludlam's listing today says, whilst painting doors, very therapeutic. I don't know if he means the commentary or the painting.
It's great to do outside jobs when you're with cricket on.
I love painting as well. Put the radio on.
I was Sorry, it's a bit of an in-joke, but I was stripping some paint off the carport at my mother's house last week
yes.
with the cricket on the radio. Great.
Stobo bowls to Samet, who pushes that one to backward point. And there's no run.
There is no better companion, in inverted commas, for a day doing a job like that, than sunshine and cricket on the radio.
Any kind of radio, really. It's a much underrated medium. You don't get this, well, you do get it on YouTube, actually. 74 for 5. Here comes Stobo in the ball to Samet, who pushes it to mid-on this time. And there is no run.
Did he sign for 2 years?
He did, yeah.
So
He's here next year. Yeah, he's already talking about strengthening the T20 squad further. Attempt to get to the Holy Grail. Only been to finals day once. The last time they got to the quarterfinals wasn't very good. Here comes Stobo in and bowls to Samet, who goes back and then plays the ball a little bit uppishly towards the bowler, who feels in his follow-through.
And leaning is still in at slip for Stobo. I accept there's a new batter out there.
I'd have him in front of the bat. Watch, he'll nick off now, but show you that I know nothing, which I think is an established fact. From the City end, then Stobo into Samet. That one, he falls over. Blimey, almost ended up standing on his head, Stobo, and he bent his neck quite awkwardly there, and he gets back to his feet. I think he's okay. They've gone through for a single. The ball turned into to mid-wicket, but that was... you quite often see bowlers fall over.
That was untidy, wasn't it?
But you don't often see them fall over and end up doing a headstand, which is what Stobo did there. So he's just taken a few moments to compose himself. I think he should try to pull his trousers down to his boots, but they don't actually go that far.
Man who need a specially built bed, probably.
Oh, yes. I dream of that. Stobo's in and bowls to Guest, who drives. It comes up a thick edge, and he's going to come back for the second. Now, the throw will go to the bowler's end, which is the end it should go to, from Singh. But Samet had got back in time there, and that was a good 2 for Brooke Guest. Potentially surprising one. 78 for 4. Guest moves on to 33. It was only a single they were Guest was trying to take down at Southampton. Samet was in the position he's in at the moment when Guest arrived at his end, leaning on his bat as Stobo bowls. That one's whipped away into the leg side. There is only one this time. There was a very loud shout of no. Not sure which end it came from. I have my suspicions. 79 for 4 after 20 overs or so. 30 to go. Guest, as you've suggested, Ian, I think holds the key here. 34 off 49. Samet's on 2.
Yes, Jazz Singh has got the signal from Jack Lee. So Singh for Stobo, you would think. Stobo's bowled 5 overs for 23, but he's also had that tumble in the last over.
I'm surprised the physio hasn't come out just to make sure he's okay, because he seemed to be on his shoulder and neck with his head sort of underneath him for a second or two. It was most peculiar.
It was a very untidy tumble, wasn't it? So 4 down. Parkinson, who's got one of the wickets in, and he swept, but straight to George Garrett. Got fairly good contact on that. Brooke Guest, but straight to the fielder. Would have gone for 4. There's no cover behind where Garrett is at short fine leg. Parkinson's trying to keep that outside the off stump, though. And if there isn't a lot of pace in this pitch, then it's strange that may help Parkinson, because the batters have got to wait for it and generate the pace in the shot themselves. Here he is once more. He's barely bowled a bad ball so far. And that's tidily worked away this time by Guest for a single. That's to the left of Garrett, who's got to run towards Phil Mustard, the umpire at square leg to field. If you joined us since the start, Kent won the toss and decided to bowl first here, and Samet goes for a shot from the crease. Not much foot movement there. It was a quite a swish of the bat. It was quite flamboyant, but in the end all the way up to Ekansh Singh, who is at long off for 1. 81 for 4. Singles again in better cricket, one might argue, from Derbyshire in this over, just rotating the strike, picking the gap straight where Parkinson understandably has got 2 of his fielders back. That's a bit too wide in towards mid-wicket from Samet Patel as Parkinson finishes his over with a delivery that's played out to skipper leaning, and he'll be pretty pleased so far to have Derbyshire 4 down. Yes, they've scored fairly steadily, but equally he'll be conscious that there's some inexperience batting wise below this pair, but also 1 or 2 have had some good days in this competition. Zach Chappell and, to a lesser extent, Harry Moore, but he made an important contribution at Taunton to the win there. But this probably is the last really recognised pair that Derbyshire have got. So try and break this, and you've got a chance of chasing something manageable.
Big opportunity for Yusuf bin Naim. Should he get in? He'd probably be hoping he will get in. At some point, I'd be surprised if he didn't. 82 for 4, 29 overs left, so lots and lots of time. Derbyshire going to need in excess of 250. You would have thought Jas Singh on from the City end. First delivery is defended straight back to him.
Just a reminder of the maths always in this competition. 4 teams at the top on 8 points. Derbyshire have 3 teams better than them on net run rate, but that's not to say that 2 wins wouldn't get them in. Kent have only 4 points, but they've got an extra match to play. So, again, if they were to win all 3, would not be out of the shake-up.
Singh bowls, it's all flashed away into the offside, backward of square. Nicely fielded, kept his eyes on the ball there, Marcus O'Riordan, which is important when the ball is running across the used wicket ends and then comes off the square. So we did nicely. Guest moves to 37, 83 for 4. Yes, Kent would say that they are handily placed. Derbyshire today, Durham, and then Northamptonshire. 2 other teams who are in the bottom half of the group. As Singh is in, that one is pushed into the offside by Samet Patel, and there's no run. Of course, they are teams like Kent who pretty much need to win all their remaining games as well to force themselves into the reckoning. So it's going to be a fascinating few days.
Has Samet added quite a bit from his sort of experience and his worldwide cricket journey, if you like, to Derbyshire?
I think so. It's the signings that were made last summer. The Singh bowls too. Samet plays the ball a long way away from his body and pushed out into the offside. So from the end of last...
it was announced early that he was coming.
Yeah, well, all the business was done pretty early, but you look at the players that Mickey Arthur's brought in Samet and Pat Brown and Ross Whiteley and Aaron Donald, all 4 have been to finals day in T20 cricket, and there's David Lloyd as well. And you throw them into the mix with Wayne Madsen and all his T20 experience. Singh bowls to Samet, who cuts this one away nicely. He's going to get runs here. How many is he going to get? He might come back for the second. He will come back for the second after it was nicely fielded by George Garrett down below us, and O'Riordan finishes off the fielding after Garrett had put in the slide. And as the captain, I think it's fair to say he's sort of dragging the team up by the bootlaces, because it's been fairly abject in white ball cricket in recent times as far as qualifying for anything. Unfortunately, they failed to show up in the last game of the season, which a victory would have seen them go through. Singh is in and bowls to Samit, who slightly surprised by a short of a length delivery that took its time to get to him, and by the time it got to him, he just sort of flicked it into the leg side. So he sort of got away with one there.
Was a tennis ball bounce almost.
Yeah, that wasn't great. Samit on 5, Guest on 37, 85 for 4 after 22 overs.
And Derbyshire have done a deal, one signing ready for next year, did I?
Yes, they've Martin Anderson with 2 S's is
From Middlesex.
coming up from Middlesex. Yeah. He was here on loan in 17 or 18, can't remember which one, could have been 19. Played one game and Middlesex called him back. So he's made his best bowling figures were for Derbyshire in that game. So he's on his way for next year. Always enjoyed watching Martin play.
Parkinson to continue, and that's cracked away through the covers, but there is a sweeper on the pavilion boundary out in the distance to our left. Parkinson bowling from the media centre end or the racecourse end of the ground.
I think everybody else is already tied up. The other main signings, obviously David Lloyd came in as well from Glamorgan, red ball skipper.
Garrett's come inside the circle at mid-on for Patel, but he squeezed that away square of the wicket on the leg side for 1.
Lloyd might have played down when Derbyshire were at Cheltenham College last season, but I can't remember. He was certainly on loan for the List A. Might have been injured by then.
Parkinson in again and just clipped to the right this time of skipper leaning, but prevents the single. Brooke Guest trying to find the gap. I think I'm needed for Radio Kent.
Yes. I think he saw him coming there, Parkinson, and played it nicely. Bowled it where Guest was. Guest comes forward again and defends the ball out into the onside, and there's no run. He was saying Glamorgan and Warwickshire at the top of the table in Group B, both on 11 points, then Leicestershire on 8, and Notts on 6, and those top 2 look like they're through. This next delivery is pushed into the offside. Oh, it's a fine piece of fielding out in the offside by Charlie Stobo, sliding across to his right-hand side on his knees. Then rolled the ball towards the end at which Samit is standing. Next delivery, oh, that one bounces awkwardly. The fielder in the covers. I think that might be Jaden Denley. It just popped up, went past him. Brooke Guest picks up another single, and it's the end of the over. Derbyshire 88 for 4 after 23. Guest on 39, and Samit Patel on 6. So yeah, there seems to be a lot of teams battling to finish in 3rd place. They play the team that finishes 2nd in this group. Leicestershire on 8, Nottinghamshire and Gloucestershire and Yorkshire on 6. Then I think you can pretty much write off Essex, Surrey and Sussex. Remaining games, Leicestershire playing Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, Notts playing Gloucestershire, Essex and Warwickshire, and Gloucestershire, as you've just heard, play the other 2. This one is guided by Brooke Guest out towards the cover boundary, and they get through for a single. The scores elsewhere in this group, only 2 other matches taking place today. Durham and now 97 for 3 at South Northumberland. Gosforth against Hampshire and Worcestershire 110 for 4 in the 23rd over against Somerset at Taunton. They bowled 23 overs at South North as well. There is a game, a day-night game in Group B. Singh is in, bowls to Samit, who edges a no ball for 4 down to 3rd man. So that's an expensive delivery from Jazz Singh. An unusual expensive delivery so far. Derbyshire moved to 95 for 4.
Kent's out cricket, discipline-wise, been pretty good. Only 2 wides. But I think Garrett bowled a no ball earlier, and now Singh's bowled one.
Nottinghamshire are playing Gloucestershire today at Trent Bridge. They're 123 for 3 in the 24th over. Essex against Surrey is the 2 o'clock start at Chelmsford. it. This will be a free hit, won't it? And this one is launched into the sky. He might get caught, but it won't matter. It might go all the way for 6, and it does. That is a terrific hit. It's a long, long way out there. And Samit Patel got all of that. Yes, it was a free hit because it was a no ball. However, you've still got to get it in that all that way. And I'm looking around to see the flag, and he was with the wind, and I think the wind's assisted him there. So he picks up another boundary, and it means that after 2 balls of this particular over, 2 legitimate balls, it's been a little pricey, as this next one is guided backward of square on the offside. That no was from Brooke Guest, and I think he was right.
Went to Denley's left.
Don't want to be taking any chances. Don't take any chances. The 100 came up with that 6 for Derbyshire, 101 for 4. So yeah, there were 13 runs off the first 2 legitimate deliveries of the over. You don't really have to do much more in this over. As Derbyshire batters, Singh is in again and bowls to Samit. That one's clipped into the leg side. There are 2 fielders out there. They're only going to get 1. It was nicely fielded in the end by Joey Evison out there. And he does keep them down to a single. Evison and Samit will have played together at Nottinghamshire.
I know that was a free hit, but that was a swashbuckling sort of shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a big hit as well. As you said, the boundary towards the old scoreboard away to the right is just feels a lot shorter, but I think it is a lot shorter than the one to the players' pavilion. But to the players' pavilion, you have the wind behind you. And he made the most of it. 102 for 4. Singh is in again, bowls to Darley, pushes this out square on the offside, straight to Denley.
I wonder what you do if you're leaning in this situation. So Jas Singh hasn't played in this tournament. He's come in, and this is his 2nd over. He's had a bit of tap. Do you...
If you take him off, you probably can't bring him back.
Yeah,
that's the problem, isn't it? It is. I know what you're saying. It's a tricky one, isn't it? You take somebody off because they've just gone for a lot in one over. It's
particularly early in a spell.
Yeah, confidence-wise, we've bowled a wide now. So you're right. Denley will have some thinking to do here. Other bowlers, because Singh is only the 5th.
Well, he could bowl Everson or O'Riordan or Jaden Denley.
So he can mix and match a bit.
To come back to your point earlier on, a lot of sides have played certainly 6 bowlers.
I think captains like to bowl 6 by about the 35th over. Singh is in and bowls. That one is driven, but straight 2, leaning at extra cover, and the over comes to an end. 103 for 4 after 24. Samit has 17, Brooke Guest has 40. He hasn't gone to speak to his bowler, has he?
No, I think there might be. Okay, you might have it might be one at a time at the moment, just to see what the next one's like. If the next one's tighter, he might get a 4th and then start to mix it up.
Well, the next over will come after the drinks break at the halfway stage, assuming that that's a pattern that's continued, which I don't see any reason why it shouldn't. So they might be able to just get around him. And
yeah, Parkinson's whistled through 6 overs already. And here he is to start his 7th, and he's almost absolutely castle Patel. How has he not bowled him with that?
I have no idea.
That's beaten absolutely everything.
It's just a wild swing of the bat from Samit. Brilliant.
How's he got away with it? He's got down the other end as well. Guest in a rather more organised fashion steers the next delivery out to short cover. No run, and he waits again for Parkinson. That's a bit straighter. There is a man at long on who is Ekansh Singh. And they'll just take 1 run now then. What will Samit do? this time.
Who knows?
That was a real swish at the last one. Parkinson floats it up and he waits and he's clipped it straight to Jaden Denley. And Parkinson raises the left hand in celebration. Maybe it was the previous one that got Sammed out. But he's clipped that almost nonchalantly, quite low to Jaden Denley, but he's taken the catch. And Kent have a 5th wicket, and it's an important one because Sammed has the potential to hang about and score quite quickly if he does. But he's gone for 17, and Derbyshire are 105 for 5.
Yes, that was a poor shot, wasn't it? A poor shot. I think you might be right. The one before might have done him. But
In fact, psychologically, you would have felt that if Parkinson had bowled him with the ball 2 balls before, that would have felt a more meritorious. Is that a word? I've just made it up.
It's any I've ever used. I know what you mean, though. Yeah, it was,
Deserved the wicket.
it was more deserving of a wicket, wasn't it, the previous delivery? But and that was just a generally poor shot, really. And he's having a very lengthy conversation with Yusuf bin Naeem, who still hasn't made his way down the steps. I think it is a drinks break now, an official drinks break. So, which is why Brooke Guest is down on his knees, and the umpires are having a drink as well as.
He's not looked at any bother, Guest at all.
No, I don't think the pitch is full of demons necessarily, is it? There have been some poor shots. There's any doubt about that. Lewis Reese's run out was unnecessary. Anuj Dal played an aggressive shot and perished. A decent enough catch by Jazz Singh, and that was a good catch by Jaden Denley, but another poor shot really from a Derbyshire batter, which is why they find themselves in this terrible mess. 105 for 5, approaching the halfway point.
Been here before?
Oh, on a regular basis. Ian, on a regular basis. Yeah. I was trying to talk them into a decent position down at Hampshire by saying we've been there before, but at no stage did they look like they were ever going to do anything. And the game finished very quickly on a hat-trick.
So the question is how much of this is almost about ensuring you get to the end of the 50.
Yes, no question. No question. Only the second time he's batted in senior cricket, Yusuf bin Naeem. He made 4 against Worcestershire and was out before he, well, wasn't out, should have been caught before he'd got off the mark. But everybody, not everybody, the vast majority of people inside the ground will be wishing this Derbyshire product well.
So he waits for the leg spin of Matt Parkinson to bowl to him, and he goes back and appeared to have a lot of time to play that, which was a good sign.
I hope that Samit Patel said to him, just look at that board, 25 overs to go. Lots of time.
No need to hurry. Parkinson again passed on by Treadwell. Goes back and bin Naeem is off the mark. I feel a lot better about life now. A little steer to Stobo at backward square, but at the end of another successful over for Parkinson. He's taken 2 for 19 in 7 overs. That's proper white ball bowling from a spinner.
It's been a terrific effort from Matt Parkinson. I wonder on his way back.
In fact, he hasn't conceded a boundary, which is it's a really good effort.
Yeah. Calling in at Leighton Orient tomorrow on his way back to Canterbury. I assume he's as big a Bolton Wanderers fan as his brother.
I don't know actually about that.
Certainly Callum's a big Bolton Wanderers fan.
Now, having had the wicket, perhaps Leaning's got the easy decision now. He can give Jazz Singh.
Yes.
He can keep him on because he's got a new batter to bowl at.
Yes, bin Naeem is on strike. And we're going to have a slip in place by the look of it.
Yeah, Stobo's coming back across, I think.
So just a little bit of a change in the field as far as the mid-on moving a little bit wider. Here comes Jazz Singh and bowls. That one is played to Stewart. Mid-on, and there's no run.
And you mentioned the fact that he was at Repton. Of course, our good friend Frank Watson, I think, mentioned Was Ross Whiteley at Repton?
On a scholarship, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so is Harry Moore. Bin Naim waits. Singh bowls to him and he defends this one out into the offside.
The thing with not only Repton, but any kind of talent pathway, you start with a wide funnel, don't you? And the funnel gets narrower and narrower and narrower, and just a few get through to the
like a log jam.
Yeah,
absolutely.
through to the end. And the fact that young Bin Naim has got this far suggests that he is the.
Got something about it.
Yeah,
no question. As Singh is in again and bowls. That one is left alone outside the off stump by Bin Naim to go through to the keeper.
Harry Moore, I mean, he's got all the build for a fast bowler, for a boy of 17.
Well, they say he's 6'6", but he towers over me. So he's clearly 6'8" at least. And both of them, and I'm indebted to Colston Crawford, who sent me this nugget a while ago now. Works for the Burton Mail, covering Burton Albion. As Singh is in, bowls to Bin Naim, who drives into the offside pleasantly. He'll pick up one. I think that's all he'll get. Yep, it is. And he moves on to 2, 107 for 5. Both sons of Derbyshire League bowlers, in actual fact. Simon Moore at Clifton, who was briefly on Derbyshire's books, and Naeem Akhtar, who was a seamer at San Diego Town for many years. So they're both cricketing sons of cricketing fathers. Bin Naim and Harry Moore. As Singh bowls to Brooke Guest, and then comes off the shoulder of the bat and hurtles down towards Garrett down below as the third man. Didn't get all the way. He's looking at his bat now. He's picked up a single, moved to 42, 108 for 5.
Feels as if he hasn't had much of the strike in the last 4 or 5 overs.
That was he's still examining his bat now. Brooke Guest, 42 off 66, 108 for 5. Final ball of the 26th over, about to be bowled by Jazz Singh, who bowls a short delivery, and Bin Naim actually looks to get out of the way of it, leaves his bat there and picks up a single down to long leg. Didn't play that one particularly well, but he does pick up a run. He's on 3, Guest has 42, Derbyshire 109 for 5 after 26 overs.
Give you some scores from elsewhere around the country, matches being played so far. Today, Dave mentioned the fact that the match at Chelmsford is a floodlit game. Durham 117 for 4 against Hampshire up at Gosforth. Worcestershire 122 for 5 against Somerset. Those games in Group A. In Group B, Nottinghamshire 149 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Trent Bridge. Now, a long chat between skipper, keeper and bowler. This is Leaning, Finch and Parkinson for Kent. What they're going to do with young Yusuf Bin Naim on strike. Kadri's on the field as a sub at the moment for somebody. If I can work out who that is in a moment. But at the moment he's out there and he's fielding at short mid-wicket as Parkinson. First ball of his 8th over is defended by Bin Naim. Parkinson really accurate today, and that's just dropped on by Bin Naim at the last moment. It goes off the edge on the bounce to Stobo at slip, who's very close in there. Was thinking about coming in astride. Parkinson in bright sunshine. Bin Naim goes back, and that's just played with no great force up to Garrett at mid-on. He's certainly trying to have a look here at Parkinson and not do anything too silly. That's pushed again defensively. settled out, it would appear that Parkinson is going to bowl through. You wouldn't want to disrupt his rhythm at this point, I don't think.
No, he's bowling beautifully, isn't he?
About 4 steps, and not very long steps either, and then he still loses his run. That's extraordinary from that.
His feet sort of went a bit too quick for him there.
Yeah, that length of run up. Did he start off the wrong foot? It's not a long run at all. Again, wheels in, and LBW. The appeal from the bowler and the keeper, and Yusuf bin Naeem is trapped. LBW, whether that was the googly, we can't really see from our angle because we're at long on to the right-hander, but he wasn't very far forward. And James Treadwell raised, I thought he was going to raise the right finger, the right hand for the right finger, but no, it was the left hand that came up, and bin Naeem has to make his way back. So 4 in his only other appearance and 3 today before his LBW to the impressive Parkinson, and Derbyshire 109 for 6.
Yeah, Parkinson's bowled really nicely. You've got to feel for Yusuf bin Naeem. It hasn't quite worked for him so far in his 2 innings that he's had in this competition so far. And he trudges off to be replaced by possibly the man of the tournament as far as Derbyshire are concerned. It's Zach Chappell, but how many times can they keep going to Zach Chappell and saying, come on, Zach, get us out of this terrible, terrible mess that we're in. 48 of 33 against Worcestershire. He made 26 of 41 down at Southampton when they were in a hopeless position. And of course that 94 not out.
The thing about the Southampton game, though, was that Derbyshire knew what they were chasing. Here, it is more. It is about supporting Guest for 20 overs if he can. Certainly 15 overs if he can. Try and get them to a point where.
Not entirely sure that's his game.
They could have a tilt later on.
Oh, he's the perfect man for a tilt. I think it's fair to say. Is Zach Chappell.
How patient can he be though against the leg spinner?
Well. Yes, he even got runs against Worcestershire as well. I haven't written them into my book for some reason. They made it 48 off 33.
So here he is. Chappell facing Parkinson, goes back and defends back up the pitch. Break absolutely applied from this racecourse end from Parkinson. 8 overs, 3 for 19 he's taken. And that's a big reason why Derbyshire are 109 for 6. They still have 23 overs to bat. And behind this pair, Harry Moore, Darren de Pavillon and Pat Brown. And Kent are going to persist, if that's the right phrase, with Jazz Singh from the far end. The short ball appeared to cause a bit of bother in the last over.
Yes, bin Naeem didn't play it very well, did he? He was trying to leave it, and he wasn't sure whether he should or whether he shouldn't, and sort of waved his bat in the vague direction of the ball.
I wonder if he thinks that's worth going to against Guest as well. Find out.
He's on his way in now and bowls at a length ball, which is pushed up towards mid-on. Cry of no. Just flexing out his, stretching his legs. Two of Derbyshire's non-playing members of the squad. Ben Aitchison, lesser spotted, unfortunately for him, with injury this season. Ben Aitchison and Sam Connors walking around with Harry Kame. Jazz Singh bowls, and that one strikes Brooke Guest amidships. Harry Kame currently in conversation with Marcus O'Riordan. So many of these cricketers have played with or against each other at age group level as well as first team level. Derbyshire don't play Kent that often, but they'll have come across each other, I'm sure.
Well,
the Southern Circuit, those two.
They might do. They might do next season unless Kent can sort out the championship form.
Well, if they do, they certainly won't, because Derbyshire won't be troubling the top end of the second division as Jazz Singh bowls to Brooke Guest. That one is pushed out into the offside Denley Fields. Derbyshire haven't won a game of in the county championship for more than 2 years now, which is horrifying, really.
And is part of that because the pitches here are hard to take 40 wickets on?
Well, potentially, but they have lost here. So the opposition haven't found it difficult to take 20. As Singh bowls, that one is just pulled into the leg side by Brooke Guest for a single. He moves to 43, 110 for 6. Well, you see, we have this debate quite often. Are the pitches the problem? I'm not sure that you can entirely blame the pitches, because opposition bowlers
Not even sure whether blame is the right word, but it's a factor, isn't it?
Yeah, opposition bowlers have come in and they've done all right. So there are so many factors involved. As Singh bowls to Zach Chappell, who's off the mark with a single out into the deep. Joey Everson out there doing the fielding once again. 111 for 6.
I don't think...
Can I still have that 250, by the way?
Yeah. I think Derbyshire might take 210 from here.
Might take 180 at this point. Yeah, I'm not sure whether 250 is entirely realistic.
Kent wouldn't want to give them more than another 100.
So much depends on these two. As Singh bowls on his toes, is Brooke Guest pushing the ball out into the offside, where it's fielded by the skipper Jack Leaning, and he's come back nicely. Jazz Singh, he only conceded 3 off his previous over, and he only conceded a couple off that over. So well done to him. 4 overs.
And he's had
23.
the benefit of the one thing is Parkinson took a wicket at the other end, and you've had the drinks break, which has just maybe enabled him just to sort of reset his own mind. But yeah, he's responded well overall. 4 overs of 23 still doesn't look great, but there is an expensive over in there. So he has done well. And Parkinson's taken 3 wickets, but Kent have just chipped away down the order, haven't they?
Yeah.
Throughout this.
How much he'll be able to resist this, Zach Chappell?
Parkinson into his 9th over. And Chappell defends that on the offside. I mean, there's almost a case of saying, right, we'll see Parkinson off.
No question. I would hope that's the conversation that's been had out in the middle.
Because he's only got one over after ball after this. Comes in past umpire Treadwell. Pleasantly driven up to Ekansh Singh, who's been patrolling that boundary a lot today. Either at fine leg / third man early in the innings, and now chiefly at long off. Garrett's back at long on as well, in case Guest wants to go aggressive. And he plays a little clip with some bottom hand all the way along the ground up to Garrett. He'll just take 1 run. So the men out for Derbyshire. Kane for 1, Rees for 11, Lloyd for 9, Dahl for 16, Samit Patel for 17, and young Yusuf bin Naeem for 3. Guest literally the glue at the moment. At the non-striker's end, Chappell waits for Parkinson, and he gets a half a stride in and just plays it round his pad out on the onside to Jack Leaning. He's had most of the answers so far today to whatever Derbyshire might have offered. Forced off the back foot this time on the bounce by Chappell. Back to Parkinson. Now Garrett drops back again onto the rope at long on. So there is a gap for a single down the ground if Chappell wants to try and play it, but he doesn't, and he's seen Parkinson off. 9 overs for 21 runs and 3 wickets for him. And Leaning's next big decision is, what does he do at the end of Parkinson's spell at this end of the ground? And with Singh having bowled 4 overs, he might be thinking about a double change perhaps. Only 5 bowlers used so far, and debate whether Kent would go to someone like Everson, who might be seen as a sort of a hittable pace by Derbyshire, Guest in particular.
Yeah,
But
six down.
Probably keep the quicker bowlers on, I think.
Yeah. Would you target a bowler? Jazz Singh from the City End bowls to Brooke Guest, who cuts this away down towards third man, nicely stopped of a fashion by George Garrett down below us. And they come back for 2. He slid around the boundary, stuck out a right hand. Guest moves to 46, 115 for 6. Just for a moment, I didn't think he was actually going to get there, but he did. Now he moves a little bit wider as a Guest settles over his bat. We're in the 30th over. Singh bowls a short delivery, bangs it into the track. Didn't get an awful lot out of the track, and they're going to come back for a second as well. And that's really good running. And Guest moves to 48. That was excellent running. There were 2 fielders converging on the ball, Akant Singh and Joey Evison, but the ball barely reached the edge of the 30-yard circle in the leg side, and there was always going to be a couple of runs once they decided.
Yeah, long leg and a deep square, but a huge gap by where the umpire is.
Enormous amount of space out there as Singh is in again, and this one is defended on the back foot by Guest out into the offside up towards Jack Leaney. And there's no run. It's a shame for a very good crowd if Derbyshire crumble in a big heap. But they say you double the score at 30. It's more like 32 overs now. If they double it at the end of this over, not going to have anywhere near enough, I wouldn't have thought. They certainly shouldn't have anywhere near enough. That's how they're going to double it with just 4 wickets left. Singh is in, bowls to Guess. That one goes down the leg side and is signalled a wide. It's fairly routine for the umpires. 118 for 6.
Yeah, Garrett's doing some limbering up, so I wonder whether...
Well, I'd be tempted to bring back one or, if not both, of the openers. Garrett only bowled 5 overs, didn't he? Just to see if you can mop things up and
or even
get through these 2.
Yes, or even if Guest went, you really put the brake on things, wouldn't you, significantly?
Singh bowls, Guest up on his toes, plays it backward a square. Denley fields backward a square on the offside. That is, yeah, oh no, yeah. I mean, Guest is crucial. Came in at 3. 48 from 76. 2 more balls of the 30th over to go. And Guest waits as Jazz Singh is on his way in. It's a full toss. That might even be above. No, it's below waist high, according to square leg umpire Treadwell. They come back for 2, and it's a half century for Brooke Guest and something for the home fans to actually get excited about. He's played nicely. Brooke Guest, 77 deliveries. He's only hit 3 fours. It's been a solid innings from the Derbyshire wicketkeeper.
Done exactly what was necessary for his team.
I was just going to say, boy, did they need it. Hasn't got at least a century. It's his 6th half century as Singh bowls to him. They clips that little bit aerial into the leg side. They're going to run one. They'll come back comfortably for a second as Evison gets around. 2 more to the total. 52 to Guest now. 122 for 6.
I wonder if that might be it for Jazz Singh for a little bit.
Yes, it may well be, mightn't it? Because, well,
Jack Leaney's allowed him 3 overs after the expensive one because there were wickets falling at the other end. But now he might he wants to split this partnership before he gets settled.
Matt Parkinson to continue from the racecourse end. 122 for 6. It'll be his final over. 9 overs, 3 for 21. He's bowled a maiden as well in that. There have been 2 maidens. He bowls to Zach Chappell, who very much looks like he's determined to see off Matt Parkinson, which feels to me eminently sensible way of approaching things here. Parkinson bowls and he gets an inside edge up towards mid-on. There's no run. 122 for 6 it remains. Parkinson is in. This one's launched up in the air. Is it going to fall safe? I think it is. One bounce, a second bounce, and it's kept in play by Garrett. Singh will do the fielding. He's got away with one there. Zach Chappell didn't get hold of it properly. Moves on to 4. 124 for 6. Here we go with the update. Yeah, in the 31st over, Wesley Derbyshire put into about 124 for 6. They really could do with winning this game, but at the moment they're up against it. Brooke Guest is the shining light. He's on 52. He's been joined by Zach Chappell after Samit Patel and Yusuf bin Naeem were both dismissed in fairly short order by Matt Parkinson, who's bowled beautifully. Derbyshire in a bit of trouble. 124 for 6 in the 31st. No run off that delivery. 124 for 6 it remains. Garrett has to come up at mid-on. He's on his way in now to bowl to Chappell, who does indeed see off the final ball of a Matt Parkinson spell that is 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 23. Excellent work from the leg spinner. Derbyshire will be glad to see the back of him. He's managed to get the wickets of Anuj Dal for 16, Samit Patel for 17 and Yusuf bin Naeem for 3. And he has torn a big hole in the Derbyshire batting for Kent, who are going to make a change at the City end, and George Garrett, as Ian suggested, is going to come back on. But 3 for 23 from 10 overs in a 50-over game is truly remarkable. Worcestershire in trouble themselves now, I notice. They're playing... oh dear, that's all disappeared. There we go. I'll get it back in a moment. There we are. Worcestershire 147 for 6 in the 33rd over against Somerset at Taunton. And Durham 146 for 4 against Hampshire up in Gosforth. As Garrett bowls, and that's a quick single taken. No, there isn't. Well, he set off like a train there. Brooke Guest was turned back by Zach Chappell, fortunately. And no run was taken. And the other game that's ongoing in Group B, 192 for 3 now. Nottinghamshire in the 34th over against Gloucestershire. Essex Surrey's a 2 o'clock start. So around about 55 minutes' time, they will get underway at Chelmsford. Garrett bowls and just tucks Brooke Guest up. He has no idea where the ball is and asks Zach Chappell if there might be a single on offer. I think Zach Chappell, his demeanour, leaning on his bat, probably suggested that there wasn't. That's a good start to his second spell for George Garrett. 4 overs, 1 for 24 to begin with. Opening the bowling alongside Grant Stewart. 6 overs, 1 for 19. And the bowlers, the Kent have been on top for pretty much the entirety of this innings. You can't judge a pitch until you can, really. In comes Garrett and bowls. That one is clipped away down towards long leg, where Akansh Singh is fielding, and they take a single.
Question for Jack Ling, I suppose, is that Singh has bowled 5 overs. What does he do about the other 5? Does he try and effectively do the work with his remaining bowlers and leave Singh to potentially bowl at the death, or does he try and fiddle a couple of 3 overs from potentially Everson or maybe Marcus O'Riordan? Because the Parkinson bowl, the spinner bowl well from this end, so would you like to try the off spinner against this pair?
Yes,
we'll see.
It's almost a risk, isn't it, to try to bowl them out before requiring just Singh again, as Garrett bowls and bowls him. Zach Chappell's gone. He was playing a forward defensive, might have got a little inside edge. Either way, Zach Chappell goes. Derbyshire 125 for 7 now in a game they simply have to win. Chappell out for 4. That was just a straightforward dismissal. No fireworks from Zach Chappell today.
Well, that one previous shot down the ground off Parkinson was a risky one, wasn't it?
Not half.
With 2 men back, it went over the fielder's head as it was on that occasion, but as Chappell unable to repeat the heroics from earlier in the competition. I mean, Kent obviously need to win as well, and if the Derbyshire total, if they can bowl Derbyshire out, then there is an issue over run rate potentially. I mean, you win the game first, but if you can win it quickly, then it might just be a factor later into the middle of next week when the final round of games is played on the 14th. Wednesday the 14th. Yes. This will be Harry Moore.
It is very much Harry Moore. Yes, you can spot him a mile off. He's a very tall individual. The vagaries of cricket, it's great, isn't it? 36 not out against Somerset from 20 deliveries, including a big 6 straight back over the bowler's head, flat batted really, and the winning runs, a guide down to third man, and then 3 days later, first ball at Hampshire. So yeah, but he can hold a bat, Harry Moore. There is no question about it. He's going to have to hold this bat for about 18 overs.
Yeah, how long did he bat at Taunton?
Not long, just 20 deliveries.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And it was in a chase situation. So.
Yes, completely different. Garrett bowls, and that one is left alone by Moore to go through.
It's been good carry, actually, all throughout this innings.
Short balls have been dealt with, haven't they? So I think there's a lesson to be learned there, assuming that the Derbyshire bowlers are watching.
Well, 1 or 2 have taken. Grant Stewart got one to take off a bit in that opening spell. Yeah, from Garrett. I mean, Stobo's quite a long way forward of Finch in the one slip.
As Garrett comes in to complete his 6th over, it's pushed into the offside by Moore, and there is no run. So Garrett rather has 2 for 25 from his 6 overs now, to go along with the 3 wickets for Parkinson and 1 for Stewart. They account for 6 of the 7 Derbyshire wickets that have fallen. The other one was a run out.
We are going to see a spin from this racecourse end, but it's going to be Jaden Denley, not Marcus O'Riordan. So turning the ball away from these right-handers.
Yeah, the last 2 are both right-handers as well, do Pavlon and Brown. I mean, it wouldn't really matter, bless him, if Pat didn't take a bat out with him, but Pavlon can bat to a point.
What does Guest do here? Does he try and manufacture the strike still?
No, with Moore, I don't think so. I don't think so.
He's got confidence in the young man at the other end. Anyway, here is Denley, slow left arm he bowls, and that's very full and comfortably played by Guest up to Jazz Singh at long on for a 1.
I'm told by there are better judges than me out there who think that Harry Moore will be a batter at some point in his career rather than a bowler, and he's already a pretty decent bowler. He's got a good technique. Wait till he finishes growing.
Denley was quite wide of the crease and almost bowled what you might call the darts that Michael Yardy got known for in his days at Sussex. And that's well pitched up, and Moore takes a comfortable single up to Ikansh Singh at long off.
Mickey Arthur didn't pile any pressure on him at all after the Taunton game when he tweeted that this is the best 17-year-old cricketer I've ever seen. Another
little bit of bottom hand from Guest. These two just quietly taking the singles in this opening Jaden Denley over. Stobo is on the single at short cover, if that's where Harry Moore decides to play the next Denley delivery, but he's squared off a bit and he just turns it out on the onside. So they tried to stop that or plug that gap with a short straight cover and a slightly wider extra cover here. That's cut away by Moore. They'll want two, but the throw is in quickly. Oh, weird now there. They throw in briskly from in front of the pavilion. They'll just take one. But Kent certainly driving the game at the moment. Derbyshire 7 down, and aside from Guest so far, nobody really offering him any huge amount of support. Dahl and Samit Patel got into the teens, but that's all.
Yeah, it's been hugely disappointing from a Derbyshire perspective so far today. Let's put it like that for now. I'll let you know what I feel at the end of it as well. 129 for 7. 17 overs to go. Even 3 and over from here, get up to 180, 190, but still a big ask. That's a nice shot from Harry Moore, just chopping the ball down to a wide third man where Jas Singh does the fielding, and Moore moves on to 3, 130 for 7.
We might be wrong, but it doesn't feel like the sort of innings, because of the time that's left, that we're going to see fireworks, maybe at all, and certainly not yet.
I'd be staggered if we saw any fireworks. They're just not leaving themselves enough wickets, are they? 130 for 7. As Garrett's in again and bowls to Guest, who turns this into the leg side. They run the first one quickly, but they'll settle for a single. You can see how much Brooke Guest trusts Harry Moore. The fact that he's happy to take the single. He wasn't urging him to get back for a risky second. And he's shown enough to suggest that he can hold a bat.
Yeah, and the short ball to him, because of his height, is by no means not. It's not the same as a short ball to Harry Pilling. Those of us remember Harry Pilling.
Yeah. You can get one on his toes, though. That might test him out. Here's Garrett in and bowls. That one is guided very nicely again by Moore, down to third man. Jas Singh again does the fielding. Ball moves to 4, 132 for 7. It's not particularly exciting to watch the 8th wicket pair just taking singles, but if they do that between now and the end of the innings, at least the Derbyshire bowlers, who, let's not forget, Harry Moore is one of, might give themselves something to bowl at.
Well, depends on the start when you've got a kind of a sort of a under 200 total.
I think 2 or 3 wickets very early, just to sow the seeds of doubt. Here's Garrett halfway through his 7th over, bowls to Guest, who's edged this one over the keeper and down towards a very fine third man for 4. Not entirely in control of that one, Guest, as he moves to 60, 136 for 7. That was an early throw of the bat at the ball, earlier than we'd anticipated, certainly.
It wasn't quite a ramp, was it?
It was a top edge. It's only his 5th boundary in this innings of 60. Fact, I always like doing this, counting the number of boundaries. Samit Patel hit a 6 off a free hit. There have been 10 boundaries in addition to that 6. Here comes Garrett in bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside nicely by Brooke Guest. There might be 2 here. Yes, they're going to come back for the second. Brooke Guest started the negotiations and then had to get a move on as the ball went to the end. He was running to. Moore was more than willing to run 2 to what ostensibly appeared to be the danger end. The ball eventually thrown in to the end that Guest was running to. He moves on to 62, and Derbyshire up to 138 for 7. I've seen them score this many runs in first-class cricket, though, so it's not a major surprise. Final ball of the Garrett over. Guest turns it into the leg side, and the fielder at mid-wicket dives over the top of it, rather. That's Charlie Stobo, and they do go through for a single. It means that Guest keeps the strike as he moves on to 63. Moore has 4, and Derbyshire, after 34 overs, are 139 for 7.
biggest stand has been 31, which perhaps tells you, and that's happened twice actually. So the fourth biggest stand was 31, the fifth biggest stand was 31, but it's not very solid really in a long form game like this.
No.
Partnerships have not been built with any great foundation. Chopped away by Guest for a 1 run. Out to Everson in front of the pavilion. Very pleasant day for watching. I'm surprised that some spectators are actually in the stand with the roof on the far side. It's pleasant to be out in the open. Moore plays that pleasantly from Denley all the way up to Jazz. Sorry, he can't sing as you were. Long off. And Denley wheels in once more. That's outside the off stump. It's very full and repeat. Guess this time. Same shot, same fielder, same outcome of a single. Kent don't want to be too loose here. They don't want to just give Derbyshire too many cheap runs. Whilst they might be, in general terms, content that they're not hitting boundaries, they don't want to get these two settled, or more too settled as a foil for Guest. Stobo was just doing some limbering up there, so I wonder whether a couple of overs of Denley and then you might see a change at this end. No run there for Guest as he tries to force the ball to the left of Stobo, but there's a fielder behind him on the edge of the circle. That is, in fact, Garrett. And Stobo is going to, in fact, return from the fire. And so Garrett's bowled 7 overs, 2 for 35. Stobo 5 overs for 23. Stewart 6 overs for 19. Parkinson's through his spell, 3 for 23. Denley's 2 overs have cost 8, and then Just Singh 5 overs for 32. So you would probably say that Kent, if Derbyshire were to bat all the way through, have got to find 3 overs from somewhere. But Jack Nealing's thought might be that can they get by without using the 5th bowler again? And Stobo's return is to try and give Moore a bit of the hurry up, I suspect.
Garrett 2 overs, 1 for 11 has been replaced. Stobo 5 overs for 23 is back and bowls to Moore, who turns this one into the leg side. And there's no run. Ice cream van, I heard. There is one on the ground next to the grandstand away to our left-hand side. I'm sure it'd be welcome. He would welcome another on the ground. That might just be waiting outside or outside the health club. People who go to health clubs have ice cream? I'm never sure. 143 for 7. Stobo bowls. That one is squaring Moore up a little bit, gets a leading edge back towards the bowler. But survives. Goes for a little walk into the leg side. 14 overs and 4 balls to go.
Now the one successful chase for Kent in this competition, they won at Blackpool batting first. The chase against Hampshire was 169.
Derby should get that many. Moore defends the next Stobo delivery.
It's only 26 from here.
Yeah. I know you've seen a lot of Derbyshire. Some of us have seen an awful lot of Derbyshire.
Oh,
over the last 9
well,
years.
I think what you meant to say, Dave, or perhaps you didn't. A lot of Derbyshire being awful.
Well,
that's a bit unkind.
There's been a certain amount of that as well, as Stobo bowls a slower delivery, and Moore spots it, guides it down to third man, picks up a single, moves to 7, 144 for 7.
Have you had conversations with Richard Rayett, who covers Leicestershire, about that long stint where they didn't win a game in the Championship? Because it almost becomes a bit of a bit of a mental block, isn't it?
Yes, no question.
Where you get into promising positions and you can't finish them off.
Stobo bowls to Guest, who gets tucked up by that one. Asks if he can pick the
So
ball up.
since that win at Worcester, has there been a standout one where you thought they could but didn't?
No, not really. Not when you thought, yeah, they're on top here. There might have been one game, but for the most part, not. And they've done something strange in Red Ball cricket. They've gone from having bad sessions, which have taken the game away from them, to having bad hours. So it's sort of speeded things up as this next delivery from Stobo is down the leg side, helped away by Brooke Guest for 4 down to fine leg. Not a great delivery from Stobo, in all honesty, to finish his 6th over. 6 overs for, it says 28. I thought it might be 32. Guest on 69. Moore has 7. Derbyshire won 48 for 7. So now 2 full calendar years by the time we play Glamorgan here, and the championship gets back underway in the middle of winter.
Because it was it June 22?
Yes,
at Worcester?
at New Road. Yeah, they haven't won here forever. Well, no, that's not quite true. They have won here, clearly. I've seen them win here, but they haven't won here for a long, long time.
Denley to bowl his 3rd over with his slow left arm. Another single for Harry Moore. Up to Kent Singh at long off. Derbyshire up to 149 for 7. Denley doesn't hang about, gets through his overs quickly, and a sharp single gets them to 150. And there is some applause. It's a little
Yes, it should be.
muted.
Should be muted. It should be.
Guest, though, has nearly half the total. He needs someone to stick around with him. Moore will force that off the back foot. It was quite wide from Denley. Out to Everson. Sweeper on the cover boundary just for one more.
He's got a good reach. Harry Moore.
Denley again. Fires it. I'm not sure how much he turns it. Once more, Everson does the fielding, but the singles from Denley are ticking up for Derbyshire. Not off that ball, as that's fired a bit straighter, and more defends out to Stobo at short cover. Denley for about 3 paces. In once more goes back this time, and he will get one past the dive of skipper leaning up to Jazz Singh at long on. But another of those overs that Kent have got a find from a 5th bowler have been used up. So only 2 left now to that end. And Stobo, who, when he took his jumper at the end of the last over, managed to knock Phil Mustard's sun hat off, is a bit more careful when he hands umpire Mustard his sweater at the start of this next over.
Be careful how you treat umpires as a bowler, I always think. Talk nicely to them, have a bit of a laugh, tell them how good they are.
It went about 20 yards across the square.
You know, be knocking their hats off. So more on strike for the new Charlie Stobo over from the City end. He's on his way in now. More waits, taps his back. It's a short delivery, doesn't deal with it particularly well, but gets 4 runs for it. He was sort of halfway down towards being on one knee. Waved the bat at the ball, really. There was enough on it to get it down to fine leg, but the fielder out there.
It was very fine, actually, because
Singh, yeah.
Singh is not that far around, but...
So he moves on to 14, 157 for 7. There are runs out there, though, which is a worry for Derbyshire. Stobo in and bowls. That one is driven but not timed by Moore. Kicks at the ground. Slight frustration. He doesn't need to be frustrated. He's now Faced as many balls as he did for his 36 not out at Taunton. These 14 runs and any other runs that he adds could be equally valuable for Derbyshire, with still more than 12 and a half overs of their innings remaining. Stobo's in. Bowls a full toss to Moore, who rather misses out there. Turns it straight into the leg side, where it's fielded by George Garrett, and there's no room. Jazz Singh just has a look up to the scoreboard, which is to our right. The actual electronic scoreboard, well, they're both electronic, clearly, but the one that's replicated on our screen in here sees it says 157 for 7 as Stobo bowls a short delivery, and this time when he gets the thumbs up from Brooke Guest, interestingly, he pulls out of playing a short delivery. I think that's probably wise. Interesting to see the thumbs up come up from the wicketkeeper at the other end as well, who appreciated his ability.
So does the Yorker follow the short one? That's the...
Well, it should. Or is it another short one? I could never bat. Could have bowled anything at me, really. Stobo bowls. That's another short one. He doesn't deal with that particularly well either. He's called through for a quick single by Brooke Guest. The throw goes to the non-striker's end from Finch, but it gets there. It's a leg by. 158 for 7. I think they may have found his major weakness, because he's been discomforted by a couple of short deliveries from Stobo now. Harry Moore leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end as Stobo's in. That's a terrific delivery that goes past the edge of Brooke Guest's bat. Wow. Fortunately, it did go past the edge of Brooke Guest's bat. And it's the end of the over, 12 to go, 158 for 7. Derbyshire. Guest has 71 and Moore has 14.
I probably need to talk to our colleagues at Radio Kent. I know you were doing an update for Radio Derby shortly.
No, my half-hour ones are very much a thing of the past. I'm delighted to say, on the hour only for Radio Derby. But from 2 o'clock, they're timed at 20 seconds, which terrifies me. Just got to hope for the best, really. That's interesting. Elliot Watt has been named the Burton Albion skipper on field, and the club captain is Ryan Sweeney. There's a question that Mark Robinson sort of swerved yesterday. Not that it has a huge bearing on what happens, but they will have 2 skippers out on the field, clearly with Elliot Watt skippering the side from the start of matches, and if he makes way, Ryan Sweeney taking over. 158 for 7 then, 12 overs to go. Harry Moore on strike, and Grant Stewart returning to bowl, having bowled 6 overs, 1 for 19 at the top. He's bowling from the racecourse end. 2 more, full delivery that is driven up towards Jazz Singh. Good stop by him, and he gets rid of the ball quickly, but Moore picks up another single. He moves to 15, the partnership up to 34 from 39 deliveries at 159 for 7. Moore doing a good job for his team here with the bat. May well have to do a pretty good job, an exceptional job with the ball. Stewart is in and bowls. That's driven by Guest up to Jazz Singh, but there's no room. A quick cursory look at those 2 other games in the North Group. Durham are now 159 for 6 after 37 overs and 1 ball. Again, it is in a remarkably similar position to this. They're playing Hampshire at South Northumberland. As Stewart's in on his toes, played nicely by Brooke Guest, no run. And Worcestershire are 189 for 7 in the 39th over against Somerset at Taunton. And not too far away from here at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire are 238 for 4 against Gloucestershire. They're at the end of the 39th over there. Hasib Hamid unbeaten on 82. The Stewart bowls to Guest, who crashes this ball out towards the cover boundary. There's a fielder out there, does well. Joey Everson keeps them down to a single with 2 balls of the over to go. Guest moves on to 72, 160 for 7. They're definitely having a much better time of it, Nottinghamshire, in the one-day cup, and a victory there would take them above Leicestershire into 3rd place, the 3rd and final qualifying place. It looks as though Glamorgan and Warwickshire will go through. He's trying to pull that, Harry Moore, and he's pulled it very straight to Jazz Singh at mid-on. Grant Stewart with an enormous smile on his face as he walks back to his mark. Like Wayne Manson, an Italy international. 160 for 7. And Stewart is in again and bowls a short delivery. That'll be a no ball, of course it will. It was a long, long way over the head of Harry Moore, which automatically makes it a no ball. But Guest just, as if to emphasise, gets on his tiptoes and just waves his bat in the air. 162 for 7. See why they might test him with the short ball, but that was far too short from Stewart. He's on his way in again. Balls, better length, defended out into the offside, backward of square, Denley fields. And the over comes to an end. We have 11 to go. Important that Derbyshire bat out these 11 overs. Can they eke their way to 200? Would that be enough? Who knows? But we have had 39 overs. 162 for 7, 72 off 99 deliveries to Brooke Guest. And 15 of 27 for Harry Moore. The partnership already up to 37 for the 8th wicket, which is pretty much as much as Derbyshire could have hoped for, really. It's almost, in fact, when I say almost, it is. It's time to have a look at the highest 8th wicket stand. I won't tell you what it was, but I will tell you that I might be telling you what it was fairly shortly. Here comes Stobo, 8th over, bowls to Brooke Guest. That one is pushed out into the offside for a single. 163 for 7. Partnership, like I said, it will take a few deliveries of singles, certainly. But it's not a huge... 8th wicket record against Kent in List A cricket. As this Stobo bowls, and it's a very full delivery that Moore deals with nicely. Drives it out into the offside towards leaning. There is no run. Say a very decent crowd as we've had for pretty much every game in the one-day cup here at Derby. Been good crowds. Stobo in and bowls a short delivery. Moore just goes down on one knee. Allows the ball to go through to the keeper.
This is the biggest partnership of the innings now.
That's the bit sad, really, isn't it? So it's not flattened out. Not that it was particularly spicy anyway. But they've just got to bat these 10.5 overs, these two. You never know, another 40 runs. Who knows? It's a short, slower delivery rather, not a short one. A slower delivery that Moore drives at, gets a thick edge down to third man. Jazz Singh does the fielding, and Moore picks up another single, moves to 16. He didn't spot that one at all. Probably did well to get bat on it in the end. 164 for 7. They came together at 125. So he's done a decent job for his side here, Harry Moore. This next delivery from Stobo is pushed into the offside by Brooke Guest, but it's fielded again by Leaning.
Stobo's got 2 left. Stewart 3, Garrett 3, and then somebody else too.
Jazz Singh getting back on. Actually, he's come back really nicely when you consider, I think, I'm right in saying it was something like 13 off or two legitimate deliveries of that over where he bowled a no ball. So he has come back nicely, and Brooke Guest is beaten by Stobo. That was a really good delivery. Look, he's warming up. 8 overs for 34 now for Charlie Stobo. Moore has 16, Guest has 73. They're 164 for 7. Derbyshire with 10 to go.
Yes, I would think they might leave Stewart and Garrett to bowl at the death, but at the moment, Leaning wants another wicket quickly, so he's going to give Stewart at least one more now, and then, well, we'll see.
I think given such a low total, which undoubtedly it would be certainly below par total, you will see Samit Patel rotating his bowlers, not quite in the same style as they would for a T20, but it'd be sort of 3-4 over bursts, unless one bowler really starts to make inroads.
Here's Stewart then to Harry Moore, who again uses the bottom hand to get it up to Jazz Singh at long on. They've made the point about the number of boundaries in the innings overall, and the fact that 50 over cricket can feel a long game compared to the T20 that is now so prevalent in the calendar. And therefore we have this, well, in this case, an extended session of the batters just trying to milk the bowling as best they can with as little risk as possible, particularly Guest now that he's found somebody at the other end who he feels can give him a little bit of late order support here.
Ian Crooks has just sent me the longest email I think I've ever received on air. Thank you, Ian. I shall make my way through that in the next over.
Stewart to Moore, who plays the dab shot down to towards third man. And not many runs have gone down there today. And he'll get, I think it's Parkinson down there, who's been out in the distance since a very good spell. 3 for 23. Didn't concede a boundary. And did two things at once. He applied the brake and he chipped away at the middle order. Guest waits again for Stewart. That's a slower ball outside the off stump, and Leaning comes across some short mid wicket to prevent a single. Yes, 125 for 7 when Moore walked out to join Brooke Guest. So 42 they've added. It might just give, I'd say, 210 might give Derbyshire an outside chance, more than an outside chance if they start bowling well. Stewart again, back of a length. Guest wants 2, but you don't take 2 to Everson's throwing by general terms. And they'll content themselves with a single.
Well, having been happy to snap your hand off at 250 earlier in the match, I'll take 210 now. If it's on the table. I think that would be a decent recovery from 109 for 6.
Stewart got a spring-heeled approach and tries to bounce Harry Moore, but he ducks the shoulder out of the way, and it goes through to Finch. So 1 for 27 for Grant Stewart. There are 9 overs to go, and Singh, I think he's going to come back and bowl potentially 2 of them from the far end, from the city end.
So Ian Crooks was suggesting that Derbyshire were flattered to deceive in this competition. A couple of remarkable individual performances aside, and he says he did very much enjoy beating Somerset, as their supporters seem to think they have a divine right to win every game. It's been a depressing set of team performances. Appreciates that Derbyshire losing senior players to the competition that shall not be named might affect them more than other teams, but they have been poor in large parts of this tournament. They've been pretty Yes, they've been poor in large parts of games as well and still managed to find a way to win. Positives, he asks, not many. Brooke Guest has always impressed me as a cricketer, and Moore has looked a decent find, but there have been repeated failures from more experienced players with the bat in particular. All too familiar, he says, and have been a problem over all formats of the game for too long. For the county, no team should go 2 years without a win in the county championship. Just Singh, there's a couple more paragraphs. On his way in from the city end to bowl to Brooke Guest, who guides this one. Actually, I thought he guided it out square on the offside, but he's pushed it up to mid-off. And there's no room. Where did Derbyshire go from here? I really don't know. The all-star approach in T20 hasn't worked. Brackets, don't start me. And more aside, there doesn't seem too much coming through the pathway that is up to this standard. And I don't know, I'm not going to read the last paragraph out. He's a Derby County fan as well, so he didn't half suffer. I say that in jest, of course. Here comes Just Sing, in case anybody else is listening. That one is turned into the leg side, backward of square by Brooke Guest. He's thinking about coming back for the sec, but again, it's Joey Everson who gets the ball. He gets there quickly. And it's just a single to Guest, who moves to 76, 169 for 7. So, although he says he enjoys it, Ian also has to put up with hearing me in the winter as well as the summer.
It's the sort of email that you love to get on a commentary because it's well thought through. There will be perhaps a slight counter to that, and that is that some clubs have spent quite a bit of money and still not achieved. And as I'm aware, Derbyshire don't have any debt.
No, they don't. Absolutely not. Just Sing bowls. That one is driven down the ground. I'm not sure about that shot from Harry Moore. Brooke Guest is going to go back for the second and get there as well. That's good running by Brooke Guest. It was sort of spooned straight back towards the bowler, perhaps over his head. So safe in that respect, but not sure. Moore moves to 20, 171 for 7. It is something that I asked Ryan Duckett, the chief executive, when he came into the studio to talk to me a couple of weeks ago now. It's almost the Derbyshire dilemma, because they have no debt, but they haven't won anything. Do they risk throwing more money at it without the guarantee of winning anything and then put themselves into a precarious position? As Just Sing bowls a short delivery, Moore tries to flick this one away, very much in the Taunton style, but misses. And he absolutely correctly said, no, been around since 1870 and would like to be around for another 154 years at least, which for me makes perfect sense. I mean, quite how many counties will be around for another 154 years, given the way things are going, I'm not entirely sure, but not in their current form necessarily.
Looks like Moore's batting on off stump there, doesn't it?
It was an interesting shot that he tried to play there. He played it a couple of times down at Taunton to good effect. We're not quite into Taunton territory here with 8 overs and 2 balls still to go, but he's got a couple of aggressive shots in him. We know that as Just Sing bowls, and this time it's turned nicely into the leg side as he takes a step into the offside to play that one. Ball goes out to Joey Everson.
He didn't need to go very far, bearing in mind where he's taking care.
Yes. Moore moves to 21. Derbyshire to 172 for 7. The partnership 47 now. Potentially valuable runs, let's call them that. And no more at this stage. We'll only know how valuable they are come the final reckoning as Singh completes his over with a ball to Brooke Guest that's turned around the corner. It goes down towards Ekansh Singh. And just a single.
He's fielding well down there today, actually.
He's been there most of the day as well, hasn't he? Bless him.
I'm not conscious of any misfield at all from the young man.
No, he's done well. 77 to Guest, 21 to Moore, 173 for 7 with 8 to go.
And he will probably, I think he'll bat at 6. Stobo, Stewart, and then Parkinson, Singh and Garrett. 9, 10, they wouldn't not be confident about 9, 10, 11. There. And then you might say the same.
I'm relatively confident in 9, but 10 and 11. Well, 10's not bad, Darren de Pavel, and he can hold a bat.
Another change. So Stewart's been removed from the attack with 2 overs up his sleeve from Jack leading, and Garrett is coming back. But a change of ends for him from the racecourse end for the first time, and worked away by Guest deep square. That's where O'Riordan's patrolled for much of the Derbyshire innings. And looks like we are going to be quite a bit inside the allocated time for the overs. And Parkinson and Denley have helped that, because we've had 13 overs of spin from bowlers who bowl off about 3 paces. Now then, Garrett to Moore is leaning, just talking to his bowler at some distance here about whether he wants to change the field. 3 on the offside, saving 1, and leaning on the leg side, but Moore goes straight down the ground. And once again, Akash Singh makes good ground, and they'll take 2. But that's about the safest place you can play it for Harry Moore. 50 partnership between these two is up with that shot. And they've done well to pull this Derbyshire innings round from a point where it might have been 150 all out. With a lot of overs unused. Now, you'd probably say there's a good chance they're going to get, if not to the end, very close to the end. Moore waits again for Garrett. Again, he bangs it in short, and this time it is uppish, but it's on the bounce again to Akash Singh. So he's playing pretty straight, Harry Moore. Just a single.
That might have been nice.
Sorry?
A bit straighter than that might have been nice. That it was.
Or a bit more powerful, it would have gone all the way.
Yes, quite. He does. He's a big lad. Long levers, as they say, but he hit a 6 at Taunton, straight back over the bowler's head with a flat bat.
Guest on 78. Waits for Garrett, slightly slower ball, and Guest at least picked it, but he couldn't put it away.
I managed to grab a word with him, even though there was nothing wrong with it, but we need written permission, of course, because of his age. And he said, I decided to hit that ball for 6 no matter what. Blimey. And it was just flat batted straight down the ground. It was remarkable.
So this is the 43rd over, 7 after this. Garrett bustles in, and Guest will again work a single down to Jazz Singh at deep backward square. So Garrett has 2 left after this. Stewart has 2 left. Stover has 2 left. And in all probability, Singh will bowl the 1 other over. Garrett obviously was at Warwickshire before going to Kent. Joined the club during the 23-24 winter. Quite long striding, comes in, and I thought Moore would edge that, but Finch took it, tried to throw the stumps down. There was no edge, and Finch's throw didn't hit the stumps either. So these two have stitched together a good partnership here for Derbyshire. 125 for 7 to 178 for 7. Moore 24 not out, and Guest 79. His highest score in this format is 88.
Which is a bit of a surprise to me, I have to say. But such a good cricketer. If he's there at the end, he'll almost certainly have gone past his bet, well, you'd hope so. With 7 overs to go. That last delivery, given the pace on the ball from the bowler and the speed at which the bat was sent towards the ball, that would have gone a mile. Jazz Singh begins a new over. It's to Brooke Guest, who drives it out into the offside. They only get a single. A neat piece of fielding out there by O'Riordan. Keeps them down to 1. Guest moves to 80, 179 for 7.
What would Derbyshires cherry on the cake be from here? 230?
Oh, blimey, yes. 230 with a half century for Moore and a century for Guest. We're going to have our sandwiches feeling a little bit better with a lot about life. Just Singh bowls. He's gone for the scoop shot, and it's gone for a 1 bounce 4. out towards a very fine leg. Harry Moore moves to 28. Nice shot. I'm not a big fan. 183 for 7. But that's the kind of shot that these 17-year-olds are playing. These are 17-year-olds are playing these days.
Ultra confident.
Yeah. I said it before on commentary. I've got a 24-year-old who plays it, and I can't be doing with it, but it's what they do. 183 for 7. Not at this level, of course. As Jazz Singh is in, Moore moves around, and he clubs this just over the top of the man at point, and it's going to go to the... Oh, it is going to go to the boundary for 4. It was an interesting piece of fielding attempted by O'Riordan, and Moore moves to 32 now, 187 for 7. It's also a record for the 8th wicket for Derbyshire against Kent. And now, the previous highest was 55. That one's happened really quickly with those back-to-back boundaries between Simon Bass and Matt Vandrow, who I don't think I've ever heard of. Oh, he's flicked this one away for a 1-bounce 4 over the wicketkeeper's head this time as Harry Moore, and he moves on to 36. Wow, that was decent. He equals his highest score in List A cricket. Still with 2 balls of the over to come.
This is a big over
for 7, isn't it? Just a very big over. 13 off the first 4 deliveries of it. And now there's a meeting of the Brains Trust. Stewart and Leaning having a chat with Jazz Singh, who's 6 overs and 4 balls have cost 50 runs. Had a difficult start.
Pulled it back and is
Yeah,
now
that was
had a bit of tap at the end here. But he's persisted with the having gone with the scoop once. He's persisted with the short ball to Moore.
We just hope that Brooke Guest just had a word with Moore for 3 successive boundaries. Jazz Singh is in and bowls again. He's moving around in his crease and he just sends it up to mid-off. There's no run. 192 for 7, and that is now Harry Moore's highest score in List A cricket. What's he taking his gloves off for?
I think he's
just doing his shoelaces up. Thank goodness for that. The last thing we want to do is see him injured in any way. I thought for a minute he was going to have a look at something on one of his hands, but he's just doing his laces up. But Guest has a little glance over his right shoulder at the scoreboard, which says 192 for 7 with 6 overs and 1 ball to go. And again, Derbyshire just keep digging themselves out of holes, and quite frankly, I have no idea how they keep doing it. 67 off 74, this partnership. Guest has batted really nicely for his 80. Harry Moore has got 37 off 43 and isn't hanging about. Final ball of the Jazz Singh over then, bowled to Brooke Guest, who gives that everything out towards the cover boundary, but O'Riordan is there. And they pick up a single. Guest moves to 81. Moore has 37. We have 6 overs to go. Derbyshire 193 for 7. And you can keep your 230. I'll take it. I'll take it. I think 230 from here. It's 5 and a bit and over. And I think that's asking a lot. But you just never know. Funny old game, cricket, apparently.
Yes, it's been a spirited rally, you'd say, from Derbyshire. Kent would have had the game right where they wanted it at 7 down. Just about every bowling change seemed to bring a wicket up to that point. Parkinson had bowled really well. And now Garrett to Guest, who works into O'Riordan. They're going to come back for 2. That's good running. O'Riordan's on the deep square leg boundaries. Onto the ball quickly. Pick up and throw. And Guest is herring back to the striker's end.
He's quick. Guest.
And you might say that has the hard work actually been done by these two now? They've got themselves, obviously Brooke Guest has batted for a lot longer, but Moore's got himself in.
It's a worry, isn't it?
Don't throw it away. But frustrating from a Kent perspective that they've not been able to split these two up, because it didn't look to be much beyond those two. Guest thought about a second run there. a slight fumble from Everson out in front of the pavilion, but
4 down, that's worth taking on, isn't it? I suppose a quick single
Yeah.
or whatever, but not 7 down with these two going nicely.
yeah, 2 wickets to Garrett, 1 to Stewart, 3 to Parkinson, 3 for 23. He took from 10 overs, bowled really well. 1 maiden, didn't concede a boundary, but it's been a little bit loose from 1 or 2 of the others. Garrett wants third man to go finer, just on the edge of the circle. Third man up, fine leg back to Moore, and he goes for the scoop again, and
Didn't go over the stumps by much, that one, did it?
didn't. No, that's quite true. He thinks that's the safest place to play the ball because there's no fielder down there.
The fine leg's gone a bit finer, but not massively fine. Down in the distance in front of the permanent temporary stand.
The permanent temporary stand.
Yeah. It's permanently there, but it's only a temporary stand, so it used to be here. Moves around when you're not watching.
Garrett past umpire Treadwell. A chop away, a chase for Everson to the deep point boundary. They're going to come back for 2, and the Moore of about 6 strides gets down the other end. And Derbyshire getting close to 200, and that was, well, that would have been
It was a long way for 109 for 6, wasn't
Yeah.
it? 200.
125 for 7, 200. Phil's got a long way, but these two have done a really good job, and Moore increasingly has shown confidence to play some unorthodox strokes. Character bowled again to him, and backs away this time and gets a squeezed single out on the leg side. Not quite. He didn't know where the ball had gone. Finch had to run about 10 yards to his left. The ball was running at no pace, so with a good call from Brooke Guest, they actually completed the single comfortably.
Well, Garrett tried to kick the ball towards the stumps and missed it, went past them. A little bit of frustration from Finch behind the stumps, who then just came up to the ball and kicked it. Not in any particular direction. Harry Moore wants a drink now. James Treadwell.
I think I said that the applause was muted at 150 for 7. It'll be a bit more enthusiastic at 200 for
Yes,
7.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Garrett in bright sunshine comes and bowls to Guest again, who scores so many of his runs square with the wicket. He'll take another single, and that will bring up the Derbyshire 200 from 45 overs. 200 for 7. They have scored 36 in the last 5.
Another 36 would be useful.
They take that from what remains.
Another 36 would almost certainly see more to a half century, and the partnership would go beyond 100, which would be a fantastic effort by these two. Some good news to tell Radio Derby in the 2 o'clock news. Thank goodness for that. Sometimes I go on and think, what am I going to say in 20 seconds? Which is
I'll go and talk to our colleagues at Radio Kent as well.
all I have, of course, from 2 o'clock onwards. I don't just keep it down to 20 seconds because I'm lazy. Although, we're going to see Charlie Stobo come back. He's got 2 overs left. He's on his way in from the City end to bowl to Brooke Guest, and Guest lifts this into the leg side, has been caught. And Brooke Guest goes, Charlie Stobo brought back into the attack. That is a real shame for Brooke Guest, who perishes for 85 off 118, 17 deliveries. And Derbyshire are 200 for 8, but he's helped no end in Derbyshire's efforts to set a relatively challenging total. He looks disappointed. Darren Dupavalon will come out, and the update is coming up. Yes, Derbyshire have just past 200 here, Sally, and the applause, unfortunately, is for Brooke Guest, who got out the moment after they did it. He made 85. They're 200 for 8 with just 4 overs and 5 balls of their innings remaining. But Guest and Harry Moore, the 17-year-old who's on 40, have helped them get out of a terrible, terrible hole. Derbyshire 200 for 8 with 4.5 overs to go. As Darren Dupavilon comes out to bat. Now, whether they get to the end of their overs now remains to be seen. It was a terrific knock from Brooke Guest, just the 5 fours, and he fell 3 runs short of his high score in this form of the game. His previous high score was 88. This is Harry Moore's highest score in List A cricket, and they put on, that hasn't disappeared, which it hasn't, 75 off 82 balls. Game's changed a little bit now, though, as Stobo is in to bowl to Dupavilon, who pushes this one up to mid-on, and there is no run. Cut off at 14:34, but with 4 overs to go, we should be comfortably done and dusted by around about 20 past 2 at the very latest, you would expect. Stobo, third ball of his 9th over, in and bowls to Dupavilon, who's got an inside edge on that one. It's gone down to flying leg for 4. Well, he's got a bit of good luck there as Darren Dupavilon, who I think, well, do you deserve luck? I don't know, but he wasn't out on Wednesday down at Southampton when he was the final victim of a hat-trick. He clearly hit the cover off the ball. Umpire didn't see it that way, unfortunately. And he was fired off as the 3rd man in a hat-trick. 204 for 8, the score moves on to 27 balls to go. This one's a slower delivery that is driven by Dupavilon up to mid-off. 4 overs and 2 balls left at 204 for 8. I am indebted, as I often am, to Mark Beecroft at Stratton. I said, what a long email I just received. He's put an alternative to the long email you received earlier. Below is my collection of all my intellectual thoughts. As this one is a full toss, and it's pushed down the ground by Dupavilon just for a single. He moves to 5, 205 for 8. Then there's a large blank, and he says, I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you, Mark. Always amusing, sometimes scary, Mark's emails.
Need to be proofread by a producer.
Very much need to be read. Get yourself in a terrible tangle. 204 for 8. Final, 2 balls left of the 46th over. Stobo 1 for 38. His figures at the moment. The man at long off has gone back, so we've got a long on and a long off out. They would be out, wouldn't they? The square leg has come inside the circle. Stobo bowls. Oof, that's a huge swing to a ball that was of Yorker length. He went over the top of it. It was the last ball of the over. I thought it was. And through to the keeper. So Moore remains on 40. Dupavilon has 4. Although that wasn't him who was facing that delivery. That was definitely Moore. And it's 204 for 8.
Derbyshire are in the game with this. They're not out of it. Certainly not out of it. Yeah. But it does put the focus on the power play at the start of the Kent innings for sure.
I was thinking that before, and I looked down and saw that the first 3 overs, first 3 wickets came in 10 overs and 2 balls. So 1 in the second over, 1 in the 7th, and 1 at the very start of the 11th. With the ball only 5 overs old at each end and that kind of, they've got to make the most of the 2 new balls, haven't they, really?
Yeah.
And it's going to be fascinating to see who actually bowls, because Sam Connors has consistently opened the bowling in this competition, isn't playing in this game because he's been rested. Darren Dupavilon and Pat Brown generally don't take the new ball. It's always Zach Chappell at the other end. And Harry Moore's 17. So Samit's got some thinking to do as to who takes the new ball, because Anuj Dal, in the 2 games he's played, has been first change. Anyway, all that for the future.
Here's Grant Stewart, because he has to come back at this end because otherwise the maths doesn't work, and that's a wide down the leg side. Although Harry Finch tried to appeal for a catch off. Well, whether he thought it went off to Pavillon's glove or
Stewart
bat.
appealed as well, but
Yeah.
he wasn't moving anywhere, was he? Pavillon. He was just saying there when you were doing your update, he was the third victim of a hat-trick to end the game down at Southampton. He was given out leg before wicket despite clearly hitting the cover off the ball. And wasn't enormously happy, so I don't think he's going to be walking anywhere.
So Stewart will try again and steered into by Pavillon into the offside. And he's gone. That's a very good throw from Jack Leaning, and Harry Moore is run out with a direct hit at the non-striker's end. Nothing he could do about that. Whether there was a call, I don't know. But Moore looking for a single, keen to get on strike, and Leaning with probably a stump and a half to aim at. Hit it from probably four pitches away, and Moore has to drag himself off. He's made 40, and he's been a big factor in Derbyshire getting something that just might be defendable.
Yeah,
He'll get a good hand when he walks off.
It'd be hugely disappointing. I think the only good thing about Harry Moore being run out at the non-strikers end is that Pat Brown won't have to face a ball as soon as he comes in. Although having said that, where was he? He made. Has he batted in this company? Yeah, he made 5 not outs against Worcestershire. Hit a boundary in that 5 not out as well off just 2 deliveries. Coming in a very similar position, really. Although Derbyshire had a few more runs on the board. It was him and Sam Connors, I think, at that stage. Harry Moore,
he obviously
was just backing up, wasn't he? Just simply
really
backing
made his name playing T20 at Worcestershire.
Yeah, absolutely. Helped them win the blast. Got a call up for England, and his body rather let him down. He's been fairly sturdy since he arrived at Derbyshire at the start of the season.
So he's at the non-strikers end. Pavillon again on strike. Can Derbyshire get to the end of these 50 overs? We had dot in the scorebook. Scorers to our right, Jane and Lorne.
I fear they may not. That would be my guess.
I'm sure they both do manual books as well as...
Jane's got a bit of paper.
As well as
Yeah.
computer. Stewart into De Pavillon, who clips that straight to Leaning, and it's all over. Derbyshire are all out. Stewart finishes with 2 wickets in an over, and Derbyshire are all out for 206 in the 47th over. And I think, although Kent would not have been happy at 206 when they were 125 for 7, if you'd offered them 206 at the outset, I think they will feel that is definitely chaseable. Stewart has, with a couple of cheap wickets at the end of his stint, he's finished with 3. Matt Parkinson finishes with 3, and that the Derbyshire card ends with a very lopsided look. Guest, Moore, and not a lot of support elsewhere. 206 all out, Dave.
Yeah, disappointing. Brooke Guest 85. Obviously, the outstanding innings. 75 run partnership between Guest and Harry Moore. The highlight elsewhere, and everybody else relatively disappointing in a game that Derbyshire need to win. We've been here before in the T20 Blast this season when they had to beat Durham and couldn't. I wonder whether we're going to see a repeat here against Kent, who will be chasing 207 to win this one in around about half an hour's time, which by my reckoning is going to be around about 20 to 3, and we will be back then.
please welcome the umpires Phil Mustard and James Treadwell and Derbyshire team led by Captain Sam Spitfire.
And welcome back to the county ground in Derby for the Kent innings of this game between Derbyshire and Kent in the one-day cup. They require 207 to beat Derbyshire. After Derbyshire were bowled out for 206, it all makes perfect sense, you see. 85 from Brooke Guest, 40 from Harry Moore, nothing from anybody else of any note. Some really good bowling, especially from Matt Parkinson, 3 for 23. I thought he bowled really nicely and helped his side into a very strong position indeed. It's going to be Zach Chappell from the racecourse end to open the bowling. Still not entirely sure who'll open the bowling from the other end because normally it's Sam Connors. He's been rested, and Darren Dupavel on Pat Brown and Harry Moore have never opened the bowling for Derbyshire as far as I'm aware.
But two of those three at least were off almost full runs during the lunch break. Moore was the one who wasn't, so that probably means it'll be him.
Yes, he's been conserving his energy. We'll find out in the fullness of time.
So, Samet at first slip?
No, Samet at extra cover or mid-off. David Lloyd at first slip and Lewis Rees at second.
Oh, yeah, Samet is at mid-off.
Yeah. And it's Darl at backward point. Pat Brown in the covers. Harry Kame at mid-on. Third man is Harry Moore. Yusuf Bin Naeem at square leg on the boundary, and Darren Dupavel at short fine leg. As Zach Chappell is on his way in to bowl the first ball of the Kent innings, and it's defended of a fashion by O'Riordan back towards Chappell. Bit of a leading edge kind of defensive shot.
There's a little movement of amusement about Zach Chappell. He had a loan spell, didn't he, away at Gloucestershire.
He did, yes.
And when they came to put his shirt, put the spelling on his shirt, he only spelled it with 1P. So he was known as Zach Chappell. Somebody changed it, I think.
He's a good man. Zach is on his way in again to bowl to O'Riordan, who's playing and missing at that one. Goes through to the keeper. The first few overs are going to be crucial, as we said before. I should really say, Ian said it more than me. Ian Randall and Dave Fletcher, incidentally, with you. Just in case you were wondering, that's who it is. What on earth is that?
Chappell's right arm is from this angle is not as high as the textbook would like. It's a bit more Colin Croft-esque, isn't it?
Oh, I don't mind that. He's in and bowls, and that one is driven in a defensive kind of way up towards Samet by O'Riordan.
He's sort of slightly leaning away.
Over. Yeah, leans over, doesn't he? Yeah. There was a great photograph in the back in the day of Colin Croft's snarling face and covered in. He really did lean a long way across, didn't he?
Yeah.
Colin Croft. Now, a commercial airline pilot was. I was probably retired from that by now. Former Lancashire man, of course. There's Chappell. Fourth ball of the over is in and bowls. That one is defended by O'Riordan up towards Harry Kame. Of course, the other thing is that while Kent aren't scoring any runs at the moment, they don't really have to because they need to chase 207 to win. So it's hardly...
You say only.
Well,
one thing I did think, it's not the sort of score where you can think about run rate first alongside result. I think it's definitely result first if the run rate.
It's get to the win, isn't it? Yeah. So Chappell bowls. Is an edge through to the keeper, is there? No. O'Riordan's going nowhere. I don't think Zach Chappell was 100% committed to the appeal. Brooke Guest was, and Pat Brown was quite interested coming in from cover. And I was looking at them rather than Zach Chappell, and as a result, got as fooled as everybody, but not the umpire, James Treadwell, who is standing at the race course end, Phil Mustard at square leg. We're standing at the city end. Here comes Chappell to complete the first over of the Kent innings. And that one goes past the edge of the bat as well, through to the keeper. Really good start by Zach Chappell. It's a maiden over, no wickets though. And Kent are yet to get off the mark.
No, in terms of beating the bat, encouraging for the home crowd that are in today. I mean, my visits to Derby, as has been mentioned, have been sporadic.
It was a tone-setting over, wasn't it?
Yeah.
See who's coming on to bowl? Harry Moore.
Harry Moore, there we are. Just proves that although he was only running in off about 5 paces just to limber up, he was the obvious choice. It looks a reasonable crowd in today, but against that, the capacity here would be smaller than at some other grounds.
Yeah,
so what looks a good crowd here, actually in physical number terms, may not be that many, but it creates an atmosphere around the place.
Yeah, no, I don't mind that. I think it's another decent crowd. 3 decent crowds in a row.
So here is Moore from the city end, running in towards us in the commentary box, and it's pushed back by Everson up to Samit Patel at mid-off.
I think it's a good move, this. Give Harry Moore the new ball. After scoring a career best 40. Unfortunately, run out. He was backing up, and it wasn't one of those that came back off the bowler. It was pushed out into the offside by whoever it was, DePavalon, possibly. And a very good throw at the stumps by Jack Leaning.
2 slips in for Moore. Comes past umpire Mustard over the wicket, and Everson finds the gap. Just picks a gap that's square of the wicket on the offside. There's a chase for Pat Brown. They'll come back for a comfortable 2. And Kent on their way. 207 is the target. So within a smidgen of 4 and over. As near as makes little or no odds. And they'll know that a good base is essential. I mean, the numbers batting-wise for Kent in this competition, there haven't been that many big scores. More. It's Everson combination of bat and pad, and O'Riordan's halfway down. Fortunately, he scuttles back, and Kame's throw, I think, may have hit him on the boot as it ricocheted away. No addition to the total there. Of the what you might call the leading batters, Everson, O'Riordan and Finch have each made a 50, but that's it. Stewart's made 2, batting down the order, and Stober obviously made 1 at Worcester. But the top order have not always gone in and batted big, so to speak. More with a ball that Everson leaves. Let's go, and the carry takes it through to Brooke Guest. Obviously, Everson, you might say, got his move to Kent, really, off the back of that loan spell from Notts when he made 90-odd in the One Day Cup final, saw them win it. And it's another story, I think, really, of a player looking at the queue of people in front of him and deciding that he needs to step out of that queue. More in. Everson defends out on the offside, no run. And you do get that from bigger counties, staff at bigger counties. They have to.
It doesn't stop them going out and mopping up even more players the following summer, though, does it? Which is what they do on a regular basis. Notts, Warwickshire. Those are the 2 main.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see too much of the Surrey mopping up here, but we definitely see players going to Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire because they've got that financial clout.
Moore in his first over. Everson clips that past mid-wicket. It's a chase for Kame out towards the boundary. He should haul it in. They'll probably take 3. And they're going to settle for 2 only. And that's all it'll be. End of the second over. And Kent have 4 without loss. I mean, I suppose the most striking example from Derbyshire's point of view was Mark Foote.
Yes.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, who went to Surrey. Well, Ben Slater has gone to Nottinghamshire. It's a very decent opening bat. especially in this form of the game. He's a terrific 50-over cricketer. They come by every so often and have a little look. 4 without loss after 2. In goes Zach Chappell, the ball to O'Riordan, who's edged this one down to third man for a single. There's a man down there. It's Harry Moore in the far distance in front of the members' pavilion, rather. Clearly not the players' pavilion.
So those are hospitality boxes on the top floor.
But no, the top floor is the members' lounge, and behind it is the members' lounge where they can get something to eat and have a drink and all that kind of stuff.
The full length of that building, top floor, almost.
Almost, until the bit that juts out as Chappell is in and bowls. That strikes the pad. There's an appeal for level 4 when I thought there were 2 noises. Either way, it's not been given. The bit at the right-hand end with the doors, the sliding doors that are open, that's the chairman's box.
Right.
That far end.
That was definitely here when I was last here in.
It's been there a while now.
1900 and something.
Just about a story that's in the Cricketer magazine that I'm hoping I can find out a bit more about, because it sounded really exciting. Here comes Chappell and bowls. That one is pushed out nicely into the offside, and Samit Patel's got a chase on here, and he is giving chase as well. The ball won't have enough to get all the way to the boundary. They've come back for 2, and they'll turn it into 3. As Samit eventually gets there before the ball goes to the boundary rope.
I think one of the biggest talking points county-wise over the next few weeks, maybe over this winter, will be whether streaming services remain free or not. Because one or two teams are starting to say, well, we might make a notional charge.
It's going to cost them. Next delivery from Chappell. Again, he's pushed out into the offside. That's a glorious shot by O'Riordan. Again, I'm not entirely sure it's got the legs to get all the way to the boundary. Has it? Samit's hoping it does, and it does.
Just.
Yes, it only just managed to nestle into the boundary rope. And now they're up and running properly. 12 without loss in the 3rd over. Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I know that county not a million miles away from here is trialling behind a paywall for the last 2 championship matches, and indeed the final 50-over competition. Game in the 50-over competition. You've got to have a good product if you're going to charge people money, though. Is Chappell in and bowls. That one is going past the edge of the bat. O'Riordan beaten by that one from Zach Chappell. 1 ball of the 3rd over still.
Oh, I mean, I think some counties, chiefly test match based ones, one might argue, it is a proper, almost a TV level production with, half a dozen people involved.
Yes, they all need commentators, though, as in comes Chappell and bowls and beats O'Riordan. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over. 3 gone, 12 without loss, 194 more runs to win. Here's one for you then. I'm sorry, I don't want to change the subject necessarily. I'm happy to talk about TV, but Lancashire County Cricket Club and the Manchester Originals have been charged with breaches of regulation 4.6 of the... I have no idea what that is. Governing the qualification and registration of cricketers for competitive county cricket. These breaches relate to the release of a player from Manchester Originals to Lancashire County Cricket Club to participate in the Metro Bank One Day Cup without meeting the relevant requirements. The player involved has also been charged with an offence relating to this matter.
More to continue. 2nd over for him, and a single squeezed by Everson down to long legs. So my understanding is the regulation is if a player is not selected for 2 matches, he where is the onus then?
Can
the player ask to be released, or is it up to the 100 franchise to allow him to be released?
Or is it like an automatic release? I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure. And that's all that particular statement says, which is on the cricket regulator's website.
More in once again. Oh, it's high on the pad of O'Riordan. Moore puts his hand over his face, perhaps in angst at not getting the decision, but he walks away. No evidence of any dissent, I'm pleased to say. Disappointment, yes, but dissent, no. And Kent Rimmer chasing 207 to win this game and keep some semblance of chance alive. Elsewhere, that in the 2 matches in this group, Durham 257 all out against Hampshire, and Worcestershire 263 all out against Somerset, who are 10 for 1 in reply. So prospect of good finishes in both those two. That's down the leg side from Moore, taken by Brooke Guest, but not given as a wide by umpire Mustard. Still the 2 slips in for Derbyshire here at the moment. Lloyd.
He's giving him out.
Oh.
He's giving him out. That is the lowest of low-key dismissals I think I've ever seen. He started walking, did O'Riordan. He was walking as if he was walking towards square leg. And he sort of hesitated and then walked a bit more. I don't remember seeing umpire Mustard put his finger up, but
no.
he must have done. And they're 13 for 1. That is a bizarre. We've seen some bizarre dismissals this season in this competition.
And O'Riordan's looking round as well with some confusion almost as he walks off.
Gave himself up, I think, in the end, but a catch down the leg side by Brooke Guest. I was just going to tell you that Nick Potts in 26 with the white floppy sun hat is on as a 12th man. It looks like Harry Kame's struggling and has disappeared for the time being.
But the key point is O'Riordan is out. How odd was that?
I've just had a message from somebody who's watching the stream, says it looks like he's just given himself up, and that's the impression that I got when he started walking. Anyway.
If he walked, fair play.
Good for him, but perhaps more fool him at the same time.
To O'Riordan for accepting that there was contact. He didn't wait for
You don't see that very often, do
you don't. The umpire's decision. And Jack Leaning, the Kent captain, is in number 3. There's a brief word from Joey Everson. Almost felt like a bonus wicket for Derbyshire, that, because
Oh, very much.
you know it was not evident, and there was no appeal from behind the stumps.
Not really. Not really. Very, very strange.
Certainly not from the keeper. So, if O'Riordan has effectively made the decision himself, then that's very honourable. So Moore from the far end. City end comes in and bowls to Leaning, who first balls gets a single away out to deep point and a good throw from out there, but they come back for the second run. And Kent 15 for 1, chasing 207.
At least now 2 slips and a gully.
We said opening 10 overs will be key for Derbyshire. Probably 2 wickets minimum.
Oh, yeah.
Moore, and again to Leaning, who defends. Out on the onside, fielded by Samit Patel. End of a successful over from Harry Moore. Not that we think the umpire had too much to do with the dismissal of O'Riordan. It was almost as if the batter walked without the umpire raising the finger.
Very strange. I don't know what else coming to. So 15 for 1 after 4 overs. Samit Patel having a word with Zach Chappell. I'd be at all surprised if Samit wasn't saying to each of his bowlers, not only sorting out where the fielders should go, but we want 4 overs of your best stuff here, quickest, most accurate. Don't worry about anything else because we need to take wickets. That's exactly what Derbyshire need to do. It'll be Interesting to see if they get the 3 slips. Blimey, when was the last time you saw 3 slips in a one-day game in over number 5? I can't remember it. And as Dahl is now patrolling much of the offside by himself. And in comes Zach Chappell and bowls. That one is driven back towards Chappell, who stops it with his right hand. Nice piece of fielding by the big man.
Yeah, Dahl's out at deep point with a massive gap in front of him.
Just the rest of the offside. There is a mid-off now. Then Harry Moore is now it's just a little low 5 with Pat Brown, who you must be enjoying working alongside, either in matches or in training. 3 slips go down. And Chappell is in to bowl to Everson, who clips this away down fine towards fine leg. There is a fine leg. It's not David Lloyd at all, is it? They come back for 2. It is Dupavillon, yeah. Top of the wristband on his right arm. Was his left arm? Is his left arm. He always wears that wristband. So Dupavillon down there. Moore at short third man. Samet at mid-on. Bin Naeem at mid-wicket. Potts at mid-off. And Chappell goes in and bowls. That one's left alone by Everson outside the off stump to go through to the keeper.
It's quite a tense start, this, isn't it? Because of the nature of the chase and the number of runs involved.
I like it. And again, a wicket just gives me something hopeful to tell them on the
In the 3 o'clock.
in the 3 o'clock. It's always good to have something to tell somebody. Here comes Chappell again. He's only halfway through his over. He's in and bowls to Everson, who defends this out into the offside. And there is the issue that you just push one out into the offside, and there's a single because there were 3 slips and nobody in at extra cover.
Derbyshire would have been encouraged by that first wicket. You kind of need something for the bowlers to feed off, don't you?
Yes, you do. You do. Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
When you're not defending a huge score.
What a very inadequate score, certainly a below par score. Just settling himself here, Jack Leaning. Stands very upright in his stance. Oh, and struck on the pad. That's going down the leg side. And no run. 18 for 1. Needing 207 to win. The Derbyshire were bowled out for just 206. In 46 and a half overs. There are 45 overs and 1 ball left in the reply. The required rate is around about 4. As Chappell is in and bowls, that one's left alone by Leaning to go through to the keeper. And we've now had 5 overs, 18 for 1. Leaning has 2, Everson 11. Marcus O'Riordan the man out. Here we go. They're going to have to bowl well, Sally, if they're going to win this one, because they were bowled out for 206 in 46 and a half overs, but they've already taken a wicket, that of Marcus O'Riordan, caught by Brookcast, the wicket-keeper, off the bowling of Harry Moore for 5 down the leg side. Jack Leaning has 2, Joey Everson is on 11, and Kent at 18 for 1, they need another 188. And here's Harry Moore. City end. Bowls to Everson, who just guides this one down to backward point. Right in off the boundary comes Yusuf bin Naeem. Single taken. Everson moves to 12. 19 for 1. Duckworth Lewis, well, they should already be on 25. I've seen Derbyshire more than 100 behind Duckworth Lewis this season on a number of occasions. Certainly 2. Once at Northampton where they won, once at Southampton where they lost. Mixed fortunes in the Hamptons. As Moore bowls, that's defended by Leaning back towards the bowler, but Nick Potts comes in and does the fielding in his white floppy sun hat and sunglasses. 19 for 1. It's fascinating to see a man walk in a tense game like this. I mean, he just kept looking back. It was most bizarre. There's more turns at the top of his mark. He's on his way in now. Bowls, and that one is defended by leaning up towards Samet at mid-on. Just having a look at the replay of that one now. It starts the replay quite early, so how much of the end of it we'll get, I'm not sure. But Moore went in, bowled. Oh, no, that's not the one. We've got the wrong clip up on online for the wicket, which is a real shame because it would have been nice to have seen it again. that's a 2 runs. Here's Moore into bowl to Jack leaning. It goes back and defends it towards Moore again. Blimey, even Ian's down to hourly now. Everybody gets fed up with cricket in the afternoon. I don't think that's necessarily true, by the way. I just think it's a perception. Pavilon already starting to warm up. 2 balls left of Harry Moore's 3rd over. 1 for 8 his figures at the moment. He's into bowl to Jack leaning, who gets a Yorker length delivery, drives it into the ground, and then back towards the bowler, who sticks out a right hand and half stops it.
So on the basis there is a glut of cricket in various competitions at the moment. Do you remember there was a sketch? You'll remember the one. I can't think of the comedian who did it. About the football will never stop.
I did something quite similar, I'm afraid. Yes, it was Mitchell and Webb.
Oh, was it? Right, there we
Yeah,
are.
all the football, all the time. In comes Moore. That was driven into the ground and nicely fielded by Pat Brown, a backward point, crowd catch. And the over comes to an end. Another decent over from Harry Moore. Just a 1 run from it. 3 overs, 1 for 8. His figures 19 for 1. Kent was leaning on 2.
So can there be too much cricket? No.
Well,
And is there ever such a thing as a bad game of cricket?
I think there is. Quite often one-day games that you know the result with about 30 overs to go. They're the worst. But yeah, all the football, all the time. Big match.
Chappell to continue. Quite a lively spell this from the racecourse again, but having said that, he gets clipped away to deep square. De Pavilon slides round, makes a good stop in front of that stand with the roof.
He can chuck it as well, De Pavilon.
And they'll pick up a couple.
Not when he's bowling, obviously, just when he's fielding. Samet's just windmilled his arms. It's a bit early for him to be warming up.
Well, let's see. I mean, he saw Parkinson introduced after 10 overs. So he might feel that if the ball still has a bit of hardness about it, that may benefit him at that point. Chappell, lovely bright sunshine. Balls to Everson. He'll steer that again behind square for 1. Bin Naeem does the fielding, and they'll only take a single. Just to give you some kind of comparison, at the end of the power play, the opening power play, Derbyshire were 43 for 2. So Kent, they're sort of creeping along at the moment.
If they keep wickets intact, they're going to win the game, aren't they? I think it's fairly safe to say.
Would think so, but this is but in a sense, both these teams have shown a little bit of brittleness in the batting through this tournament, and therefore you talk about Derbyshire getting dug out of holes. Stobo and Stewart did a similar thing on Wednesday at Worcester to get Kent to what looked like a manageable total, and then Jake Libby, who's got a stack of runs in all formats at Worcestershire, made a 70-odd that not quite got them home, but it did the bulk of the work. Another pleasant shot, but again straight to mid-off, where Potts is on as a sub-fielder. Pleasantly played by Leaning. He's had some starts in this tournament, but hasn't really gone on. So 17, 24, 14, 28 and 15 his scores. But as skipper out there early today, and conscious that he and Everson need to try and build the platform that's down the leg side and given as a wide.
Just managed to find the recording that Derbyshire put out with the message, well, this is really odd. And this is the wicket of O'Riordan. So the ball goes down. Look at the umpire. That's a no, isn't it, from the umpire? And then he bows his head. O'Riordan's on his way. And even at that point, Derbyshire's fielders don't think it's going to be given. Harry Moore's walking back to his mark. And then as O'Riordan continues to walk off, they suddenly realise that they've got themselves a wicket. That is bizarre.
Chappell. Again to Leaning, who plays the same shot to the same fielder. Potts at mid-off. No run. Was it just literally from Phil Mustard, just a nod? Nothing else than that?
It was a shake of the head for me. It wasn't even a nod. I think I have to find it now. I will get there, don't worry.
Samit Patel
Wait
organise it.
till this ball's gone. That'll be better, won't it?
He's going to have another look.
That'll
Dave.
work.
Fletcher past umpire Treadwell. Slower ball picked by Leaning. And just again straight to Samit Patel. So Chappell's been really economical and accurate in this opening spell. He's bowled 4 overs for 15. But that doesn't tell you how much he's beaten the bat. He doesn't have a wicket yet. But the question will be, as the power play gets towards the back end, what does Samit do in terms of other bowling options? He's had a chat with Pat Brown.
Pat will be keen to bowl. Always is.
2 steps in the gully, staying on for more.
Oh, yes, it's me, Harry Moore. It's turned into the leg side by Joey Everson for a single. I was just enjoying the cricket.
Yeah, it does happen on occasion.
Oh, it happens a lot, don't worry about that. I've got it here. Here we go, look, watch. Oh dear, no, I need to open my phone now. So watch the umpire shake his head. He shakes his head, doesn't he, and then looks down. I think the umpire's saying he's not out, but by that time O'Riordan's already on his way to the pavilion. Very strange.
Very honourable.
Well, both, as this next one is, an attempt to pull it into the leg side by Leaning off a bottom edge straight to the ground. Harry Moore's bowling nicely here. They look like they want to target him, but he's not allowing them to do so. 1 for 8 from 3 overs and 2 balls. Greg Watts has been on pretty much... Harry Moore is one of the high spots in a largely disappointing season. We don't say Falcons, Greg. Yeah, you're right. It's just Derbyshire in this competition. I think it's a minor point, though. I think we get away with either. Here comes Moore again, and balls to Leaning, who goes back, push it out into the offside. There'll be a shot that stumps from Manoj Dal that misses, and the ball then comes off Everson's bat, so they can't run an overthrow. Well, they could have done, but I think there would have been some unpleasantness. And it's 25 for 1 here in the 8th over.
De Pavillon he's not limbering up, he's going through that sort of 2 or 3 strides before the delivery stride kind of motion. So I don't think he thinks he's going to be long before he's going to be asked to come into the attack.
Coach is down with his hands on his knees as Moore is in. Bowls and edged and dropped. That was a chance. David Lloyd couldn't cling on to it. Everson has a life on 15. He takes a single as well, and they move to 26 for 1. Kent, but that is a drop. Everson put down. They've had all sorts of problems in the slips this season, Derbyshire. I've got a list as long as my arm of dropped catches in first-class cricket.
It went quite quickly. It was high to Lloyd's left. Probably wasn't a keeper's ball. Would have been I think that would be in the column of good catch if he takes it. It wasn't a straightforward one.
Here comes Moore again. 2 balls left of the 8th over. He leaves this one alone outside the off stump, leaning. Allows it to go through to Guest, to Pavillon. Stretching out his thighs by the look. I don't know what he could be stretching anything really. He's doing something that I would never do, which is stretching something. Occasionally stretch my hamstrings when my back's hurting, but that's about it. 26 for 1. Just behind Duckworth Lewis, but nothing in it. So
I don't see that being involved today. It's a
no.
glorious afternoon.
There's more bowls, and there's a swing and a miss, and as he got the edge of that one, he says no, and this time Leaning is not going to walk. Pat Brown is standing there looking straight into his eyes, and he's now put his hand over his face. They're convinced that was a more convincing appeal than the one that eventually dismissed Marcus O'Riordan when the umpire said not out. Well, umpire Phil Mustard has said not out again, and it's 26 for 1 at the end of 8.
Like you, I was expecting...
I thought it was a dead cert given the appeal, but
we're not behind the bowler's arm, but the movement of the ball and of Everson towards the ball suggested that there was an edge there, and Derbyshire were convinced. Umpire Mustard was not.
Pat Brown is a good man to have in these situations because he will not hold back out there. He will be giving the batters all sorts. And he'll be coming on to bowl soon as well, but for the time being, it's Du Pavillon.
Yeah, Du Pavillon into the attack from the racecourse end. Those familiar long strides and the big leap as he bowls. And it's turned away by Everson down towards Potts, who's on as a sub-fielder for Harry Kane, and they'll come back for 2. So Derbyshire, from their point of view, creating chances. Making the batters play and miss, forcing one edge, which was put down, and then another that they thought was an edge, not given. De Pavillon in again, and Everson plays that with a dead weight bat straight back up the pitch. He has 18. The man out, O'Riordan, adjudged. In the book it says Court Guest bowled more 5.
But yeah, he wasn't given out, but he gave himself out, didn't he? So fair play to him, but interesting. I'm sure the coach will agree with him.
2 slips still for De Pavillon. We're still in the power play, of course, and that's on the leg stump, and it's whipped away for 4. That's the first time we've really seen what you might call a freebie, and Everson onto it quickly and clipped it away past the fielder at square leg, who's Bin Naeem towards the scoreboard for a boundary.
You can't bowl there. Well, you can, but that's what will happen to you. Don't bowl there. Perhaps a bit more accurate.
I was having a chat at another game, actually earlier this week, about the bowlers where you think there is genuine pace, but then you're not always sure about the levels of accuracy and control. Here is De Pavillon. And once more, that's punched straight down the ground, but not with any force. And it's fielded by Samit Patel coming around behind the bowler, and there's no run. I wonder whether De Pavillon and Brown are both in that bracket of, yes, pace, but you would not be absolutely sure about accuracy all of the time. I mean, clearly they have spells when they are accurate and take wickets at no great cost, but you kind of got to accept that there are days when it doesn't happen for them. De Pavillon in and well pitched up, and that's driven for 4. It's a good shot. No chance of the fielder at mid-off cutting that off, and pleasantly played by Everson, who certainly the impression I've got when he's batted further down the order than this, he doesn't always open in white ball cricket. He does put bats away. If he stays in, he will score quite briskly. 2 boundaries in this over. He's got the vast majority of Kent's 36 for 1. 26 of those he has. And he defends once more out on the offside.
the thing that Pat Brown has, and we may well see him fairly shortly, but if not necessarily from the next over, is a lot of variation. His variations are incredible.
And that comes from his success in T20
Yes,
cricket.
yeah, and he when he got 5 for 37 in 6 overs against Lancashire. If he could reproduce that kind of spell, well, I think he's going to almost have to reproduce that kind of spell if Derbyshire are going to get across the line. Basically keep
Yes,
alive their hopes.
You wouldn't think that Kent would bat their overs and not be bowled out and lose. And end up,
no.
204 for 8 or something.
Absolutely
You
not.
wouldn't think that was likely.
Comes Moore continuing from the city end. Good first ball of his 5th over to Jack Leaning, who defends it straight back to him. He's Andy Leaning's son, isn't he? Jack Leaning, is that right? The goalkeeper?
Yes, I
York
think
City
that's right.
goalkeeper, I think he is. And then they called him Andy Leaning then.
Correct.
He's more
Yeah.
my era.
Yeah, played at
Andy.
York,
Yeah,
amongst other places.
I remember him playing at York.
Recently signed a new deal at Kent through for till 2026.
As Moore is in again to bowl to him. That one is pushed up to Samit Patel at mid-on. And there's no run. 36 for 1 then. This is the final over of the first 10. And the fielding restrictions will be a little bit more relaxed. Whether they'll want to relax them too much. They've got 2 slips and a gully in at the moment. Might want 1 or 2 boundary riders just to make sure that the runs don't flow too freely. But then, of course, you allow singles to be taken. There's more. He's in again, bowls. That one is driven gloriously by Leaning out towards the extra cover boundary. It's being chased by Dupavlon, but the ball will win that particular race to the boundary rope. A first 4 for Leaning. He moves on to 7 and 40 for 1 now. Oh, Kent, Derbyshire after 10 overs. We're 3 balls away from 10 overs. Derbyshire were 43 for 2. Kent 40 for 1.
Chase between Dupavlon on the ball there was a bit... I was going to say, it wasn't quite as tight as the Olympic 100-metre finish, was it?
No, or as quick. Here's Moore in bowls, and that one is cut away this time off the back foot for 4 more. Went past Anuj Dal. If anybody can chase a ball down to the boundary, it's Anuj Dal, but that was always going to make it as well. Back-to-back boundaries by Jack Leaning have taken him to 11, and Kent to 44 for 1 with 2 balls of the 10th over still to be bowled. Was it an over too far for young Harry Moore? Well, he's still only conceded 18 runs, so you'd probably say not.
I wouldn't say so.
As he's in again, balls to Leaning. That one's clipped into the leg side this time. Nick Potts will give chase, but I think he can give that one up as well. And that's 3 successive boundaries off the over. All of them, well, as you might expect, to Leaning, who has now moved on to 15, and Kent to 48 for 1. So 1 ball of the first 10 to go. Kent already ahead. Run rate 5, required rate 4. In comes Moore again and bowls a full-length delivery that's clipped away for 4 more by Leaning. That is a very expensive over. Very expensive over indeed. 4 fours off the last 4 deliveries. Pat Brown goes up and gives him a little pat on the back, but I think that might be the end of Harry Moore for now. 5 overs, 1 for 26, and the half century for Kent is up as well. After 10 overs, Kent are 52 for 1.
Yeah, that didn't look likely that to be arriving at that point, that over. I didn't think. A couple of good shots through the offside, and then perhaps a little bit of overcompensation from Moore, and Leaning taking full advantage of that. Umpire's just having a chat about something, not sure what. Whether it was the condition of one of the balls, I don't know.
I got mixed up.
But anyway, that's the end of the opening power play. And now, so Derbyshire have got a delicate balance to strike here, because they don't want to give away the boundaries, but if they set the field back, Kent can pinch or take the singles with much less risk. As it is, they've got 5 saving 1, 3 on the offside and 2 on the leg for De Pavillon, who forces Everson to play that out to, I think that's Brown at short cover.
Yeah.
Chappell's at mid-off. A bit of a chat between Samit Patel, who's at mid-on, and Lewis Rees, I think that's it. Yes, it is Rees, who's at a straightish mid-wicket. Square leg is back on the boundary. Also third man and fine leg, also back for De Pavillon. Worked away for, I say a single. He's going to get more than one. He's going to get 4 for that. Everson, that little more than a push. But because the fielder was so square, it went once it went past Lewis Rees, it raced away over this outfield, which has quickened up a little bit during the day, and for a little more than what looked a flick, Everson's picked up 4 more. De Pavillon running away from us. Again, Everson off the back foot this time to the left of Brown. It's a good stop, but they'll still get 1 because he had ground to make. That throw was slung in with a little bit of venom about it.
I think he's an angry man. Well, he's quite an angry man on the cricket field anyway, Pat Brown. One of the nicest people you could speak to off it, but I won't cross him on a cricket pitch. So that for nothing.
So yes, he may be winding himself up for a stint at the far end, city end of the ground.
Samit's been warming up as well.
Yep. Very attentive crowd here at Derby today. Conscious that this is a finely balanced game. It's not a run feast, but it's one of those teasing kind of games. You're not sure which way it's going to go. Derbyshire, though, from their point of view, probably need a wicket quite quickly. Kent have got to 50. So that one big over from Harry, pardon it, with the 4 boundaries off Morse, just changed the emphasis of things a little bit.
There's been 3 4s off De Pavillon as well in his 10 deliveries.
Leaning, Kent captain waits and defends. De Pavillon lets Brown come in and do the fielding. Target number 206, very well put together, 85 from Brooke Guest, 117 balls, only 5 fours, shows how hard he grafted for those runs today. Not much support around him until he joined forces with Harry Moore. Moore made 40. Career best for him in this format. They put together a stand of 75, and then the last 3 wickets went pretty quickly late on. 3 wickets for Parkinson, 2 for Stewart, 2 for Garrett for Kent. There's De Pavillon in, and another single here to Leaning work to the right of Lewis Rees. And the end of De Pavillon's 2nd over. So he's bowled 2 overs for 16. And now will come. So 2 overs for 16 for him. And that expensive last over from Moore has just given the Kent innings a bit of a catalyst. They would hope. The early wicket, that of O'Riordan, who was in the book, caught gas bowled Moore 5, effectively walked, given strangled down the leg side. Pat Brown is going to come into the attack now, as Dave suggested.
O'Riordan, it appeared that he'd been given not out by Phil Mustard. He just walked anyway. Bizarre. 58 for 1. We have seen Joey Everson, who was on 31 from 27, put down by David Lloyd at first slip, diving to his left, which is diving towards the hand on which he had a broken finger. It's still heavily strapped, his little finger on his left hand. Here's Pat Brown then. This could be important. Bowling to Jack Leaning, a short delivery, possibly a slower ball bouncer to begin with, and Leaning's through the shot quite early as he plays the ball into the ground. Doesn't mind playing the, bringing the variations, that's the word I'm trying to get out, early in his overs. Samit's leaping up and down now. Look, if he doesn't come on soon, he'll lie down. 58 for 1. He's at mid-on. Pat Brown is in again. That's a full speed delivery, and it's out towards Samet, who tries at the stumps. There's a big appeal, and umpire Mustard says not out. Samet's got his hand over his face. Pat Brown can't quite believe it. I'd like to see it again, and it's 59 for 1.
I'm not sure
That he was in position to give
no,
it out or not.
he was almost looking over his right shoulder at an angle for that. Umpire Mustard. He was confident in his own mind that there was no decision to give, but
Comes Brown again. That one is clipped away down towards fine leg. There is a fielder down there. It's Zach Chappell. A single of some description is taken. It's off the
you're
bat.
good at seeing through walls.
No, just went line up. I just got that run up out. The run out attempt up. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'll have a look at that. There's a sharp piece of work by Samet. They will have multiple angles on it as well, as Pat Brown's at the top of his mark now, which is disappointing, which means I'll just stop that. And Brown is in to bowl to Leaning, who pushes this one out into the offside, where it's fielded by Yusuf bin Naeem. So I think he was probably in, actually. Looking at it.
And
first glance, I think he's in.
yeah, and it is. I do find it, and obviously there are some umpires on the circuit who have not played first-class cricket, but both these two have.
Yes, and recently, relatively recently.
Yeah, and you've got to say that they probably have a better feel for the game and a better chance of getting those decisions right.
Brown bowls. That's cut away just to the left of the diving Anuj Dal by Jack Leaning for 4 runs. That was a quick delivery that was dealt with summarily by Jack Leaning just to the left of Anuj Dal, who's a fine fielder but couldn't get there. Leaning moves to 25. 64 for 142 more runs. 143 more runs to win. Always remember to add one on, because the board for some reason says trail by.
That was the 9th boundary already.
But Derbyshire didn't get many more than that, did they? That might be the 10th. No, there's a fielder out there. It's Nick Potts on the mid-wicket boundary to the short delivery. Pat Brown collects his cap. He's not a happy man, but he rarely is on a cricket field. He went for 7 runs in his first over. Leaning has 26. Everton has 32. The partnership beyond 50 now. It's worth 52 already. After just 12 overs, Kent has 65 for 1. He's done another 142 to win.
Do you think that is a fair point, that having ex-players out there?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I
mean, I've only watched it once, and I think he was probably in. It might have been tight, but if it's tight, you can't give it. I don't think either of the 2 run-outs in the Derbyshire batting innings were tight. They both looked out from here, and nobody seemed to complain. So, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Here we go. Here we go. It's Samet.
Samet Patel then, skipper into the attack from the racecourse end, and floats up his first delivery, and it's steered away for a single by Leaning to Lewis Rees.
We were talking about it earlier, but batters are really clever, aren't they? Twice they've picked out Lewis Rees in the last couple of overs, and both times it's been to his right hand. They know there's a single there.
Yeah. So then Everson, how patient can he be? Batted in the nets a few times against Samet when he was up the road, up the A52, and works that into the onside, but no run. Anuj Dal is at short mid-wicket on the single, and to Pavillon at mid-on the single. That goes towards him. It's brilliantly caught. Brilliantly caught.
He's hurt himself, I think.
To his left, he's fallen on his shoulder. Well, that's an outstanding catch. And Everson has to go. It's a wicket for Derbyshire. It's 66 for 2. The Pavillon's on his feet. But that is a really good catch. And Everson is out for 32. And from a Derbyshire point of view, that was desperately needed.
Not half, and what a catch it was. Diving away to his left, took it in one hand. Brilliant from Darren Du Pavillon. who might have been forgiven for thinking, oh, I've just bowled 2 overs for 16, it's not going well, but he's kept his concentration there. Taken a blinding catch. 30 deliveries as well, Joey Everson, for his 32, so going along really nicely. And Samit Patel brings himself into the attack and makes things happen. As a replay of that catch on the big screen. Almost, lads, well done. I'm not blaming you for missing it. This might be better. No, you see, that's going to be, yeah, he almost gets into vision. I thought he'd hurt his back at that point as he started rolling around on the floor. It turns out, I think he's grazed his elbow or his side, but he's just had a little bit of treatment from the physio, who was busy on Wednesday, mainly coming on to treat Derbyshire players who'd been hit in the most painful place of all. Happened to both Sam Connors and Zach Chappell. Sam Connors, while he was fielding at mid-on, no, backward point, which is remarkable. I thought he'd broken a finger and he was led off, but his fingers were fine. I'm not sure the rest of him
Everson
was.
might feel a touch unlucky there because it was a good shot. Anyway, Jaden Denley is the new batter. He's left-handed and he gets a single straight away off Patel out to mid-off. So the right and left-hand combination. Now for Kent. Harry Finch would be due in next. But they've got to not be. They've got a fritter wickets away here, Kent. 207 is a target that needs to be carefully chased. It's not a massive score. Patel goes around the wicket to Leaning, who defends on the onside. So still the same field. De Pavillon still in that same position for the right-hander. Not on the edge of the circle at mid-on. Patel trots in. And again, Leaning defends. End of the over. Successful over for Samit Patel into the attack. And an immediate impact for him. Just his 233rd List A wicket of his career.
Yes, he's played a few games.
He has played.
252 of them.
That's right. That's right. He's almost at 1 wicket per match, but you've got to think about how many overs he's bowled in that time as well.
The applause down below us was for Darren de Pavillon, who's come down the field at long leg. Pat Brown continuing from the city end, 7 off his first over, bowling to Denley, short delivery. Denley just ducks underneath. That's 1 for the over, whatever that means.
That was quite sharp too.
No, he is seriously quick at full pace. Likes it when batsmen come at him. That gives him more of an opportunity to bring out all the variations of the back of the hand slower ball, the ordinary slower ball. There's all sorts going on with Pat Brown. I can't pick them. We had Tom Wood with us for the T20 as Brown is in again. That one's edged just where second slip would have been and down to the boundary at third man for 4 runs. It's a fine balance, but they need to take wickets. Now, would it be better to have a second slip? Well, it's too late now, but Stanley moves on to 5, 71 for 2.
Chappell is quite fine at third man as well. Even he wasn't going to haul that in. In fact, he may even have moved 3 or 4 strides finer after that shot.
Yes, he is fine, isn't he, down there? Away to our left, behind the pillar, that's quite important because it holds the building up. 71 for 2. Brown in, bowls to Denley, who guides this straight to Anuj Dal, who's a fine fielder.
As a what would I call you? A specialist of lower league football grounds. I know you won't go there this year.
Good.
But talking of pillars,
Grimsby.
I noticed that our friends at Grimsby have removed 11 wooden pillars and they've now only got 4 steel pillars supporting a stand that previously had 11 wooden ones. So that's going to improve the view for many.
Still faces the pitch, though.
Yeah.
She's no.
Faces the sea otherwise.
Yeah. It's been a while since I have been there with Burton in the last last few years of an FA Cup tie. 71 for 2.
There is a second slip in now. Reese has gone in.
He has. Brown in and bowls. That one is driven square on the offside out towards Nick Potts. And they go through for a single.
I don't have in my head the date that Gillingham go there. I should know. But Gills are home to Carlisle tomorrow, and commentary, of course, on that game on BBC Radio Kent on the Sports Hub tomorrow.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Derbyshire fans will be switching straight from this to Derby County's coverage at 6 o'clock on Radio Derby. But fans have to wait till 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, although, as Pat Brown is in and bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside by leaning for a single. Harry Moore does the fielding. Leaning moves to 28.73 for 2. Kickoff is at 5:30. Sports scene starts at 4, but here's a bonus for you Burton fans. If you get there nice and early, Jack Timon presenting from 2 till 4 from the Pirelli Stadium car park. And as if that wasn't enough excitement, I'll be there with him in a voluntary capacity. Come and say hello. Here's Pat Brown in and bowls short and fast and bounces over the head of Denley, and then he offers him a bit of advice, as he often does, and it's at the end of the over. So he's bowled 2 overs for 13 now, Pat Brown. 73 for 2, Kent. They need a further 134 to win from 36 overs. Derbyshire just need to keep picking up wickets. They've got 2 already, 1 each for Harry Moore and Samit Patel. Can Samit strike? Having struck in his first over, can he strike again in his second?
Denley leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, looking at his captain, leaning, who is by name and nature doing that out on the offside with a defensive bat fielded by Brown. So Samet's got a backward point, an orthodox straightish cover and a mid-off. And I wonder if, a bit like perhaps Derbyshire were with Parkinson, you're almost seeing Patel as a key bowler, and right, mustn't take too many risks against him, particularly if he's accurate. That was a little bit leg side, so Leaning can pick up a single out to Yusuf bin Naeem at deep mid wicket. He's going to go right back on the rope now for Denley, the left-hander. Anush Dahl is the short cover on the offside, and Patel tries to York Denley, who attempts to use his feet. In a sense, it was the irresistible force against the immovable object, because there was a defensive block in the end from Denley, having seen Patel try to go a bit wider. That's straight down the ground. That will be 4. He's picked that. It's in the slot for the left-hander, and with mid-on and mid-off up, Jaden Denny felt that was a safe shot to play, and he's picked up a boundary for it.
And for 68 in his 10 overs at Hampshire, 52 in his 10 overs at Taunton.
Long on is now 3 parts of the way back, not all the way back, but he might catch this. Zach Chappell, Denny's got a hole out here, and Chappell's caught it. So the move to put him deeper was a good one, and Denley, did he keep his head? Did he just not middle the shot? It was to the left of Chappell, but Chappell didn't have much ground to make up. Didn't need an awful lot of setting to take the catch. And it's another wicket for Derbyshire, 78 for 3. They're just chipping their way back into this.
It was an interesting way to catch that ball. I mean, he's caught it, so everything's fine. But at all times, he was never completely catching it with it coming down. He was always covering over his right shoulder. It was a very interesting way of catching it. In fact, I thought, of course, that was proved entirely wrong. I thought he'd misjudged it. It was another good catch, comfortable enough.
To me, he never looked like dropping it.
No, he didn't to me either, but it's just the way you think, well, you don't catch catch the ball like that. I've just shown it again on the big screen as it's coming over your shoulder. You sort of get into position and then catch it. But Zach Chappell, buckets for hands. And loves to be in the thick of it. And Samet, well, he loves to be in the thick of it. 2 overs, 2 for 7.
This will be Harry Finch coming in at number 5.
Still need 129 to win. And I wonder.
He's got 1/2 century and a 48 in this competition. The game is moving on quickly, isn't it? One way or another.
Yes, well, they're going along at 5s, which is more than enough. They only need 3.7. However, they've now lost 3 wickets, Kent.
And you know, clearly Derbyshire need to take wickets, and so they will keep pushing.
Pat Brown to continue from the City end, but not until the field has been sorted. The leaning will be on strike, 'cause it was the final ball of the Samit Patel over, who he went on a little run to celebrate the wicket, as he often does, well, always does. Pat Brown is in bowls to leaning, who plays at that one, and it's gone through to broadcast. Pat Brown had his right arm aloft, or was it his left? Either way, it was one of them, obviously. 78 for 3 at a moment on, I can't remember which game it was. It was the game at Taunton. Went down to take the ball with one of his left hands. He's only got the one left hand, obviously. One of his many left hands. That'd be a useful fielder. 78 for 3. Probably be outlawed by the ECB. In comes Brown again. It's a full delivery. Strikes the bat. No, it strikes the pad. It was going down leg side then, clearly, because Pat Brown didn't appear. It's going to be given as leg byes. There we go. At 79 for 3. It brings Finch on to strike for the first time. The only person who raised his arms was David Lloyd at slip. Pat Brown didn't appeal at all, so therefore would have been fairly confident the ball was slipping down leg side. And it's 79 for 3. We're in the 16th over.
This game is continuing to tease us, isn't it?
Very much so. As in comes Brown and bowls. That one is a short delivery. He deals well with it. Finch turns it a long way in front of square in the leg side. Around goes Potts. They'll be happy with 2 runs as Potts throws it in on the bounce from the mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket boundary.
You look at you catch Singh, the youngster, due in at 6, and then you're into sort of the bowling all-rounders. So that stand of 75 between Guest and Moore might
could yet be important, couldn't
yeah.
it? Yeah. Here's Brown again, bowling to Finch, full delivery, pushed out into the offside, fielded by Yusuf bin Naeem.
I mean, Finch is absolutely no mug. You know, it's a long time ago, but he got a century for Sussex in this competition against Hampshire. He's got 13 50s in 63 matches, which is a
decent rate.
That's a good ratio.
1 every 4.
If he gets another one here, and Leaning can stick around with him for a while, you would have thought they would probably break the back of this total.
Pat Brown, next delivery, turned into the leg side by Finch, fielded by Lewis Rees. There's a bit more energy out there now amongst the Derbyshire fielders. Remember, they were 77 for 4 at one point, 105 for 5, 109 for 6 Derbyshire, 125 for 7 before making 206. Kent at 81 for 3 in the 16th over, 1 ball of the 16th over, still to be bowled. Pat Brown will bowl it. Still got a slip in place. That's David Lloyd. Brown bowls. This one's pushed out back of the square on the offside by Finch. Fielded by Anuj Dal. 3 runs off the over, including 1 leg by. Pat Brown has now bowled 3 overs for 15. And Kent at 81 for 3 with 29 to Leaning and 2 to Finch.
So that was his tidiest over so far.
The destroyers on at the racecourse, and 2 overs, 2 wickets.
Well, that's been the story of his career, hasn't it?
Madness. He's got 3 for 41, which is his best bowling this season. That was in the opening game against Northamptonshire.
Here is Summit. Trots in, left arm round the wicket, comes between the umpire and the stumps. And there'll be no run there. Ball goes straight up to Chappell at mid-off. Potts is no longer fielding in his hat, which doesn't make him as distinctive as he was earlier. He's on as a sub
He's got his cap on now.
for Harry Kane. One run there, all the way out to deep point from leaning, takes him to 30. That's his, well, this is his highest score in the competition this season. And he want to make sure he gets plenty more to help his team to what Kent will hope will be a third win. So now 4 saving 1 on the offside for Finch, who just pushes that quietly out to Pat Brown. No run, so they've got a... Brown is in probably 1, 2, 3 pitches away at short cover. They've got an orthodox cover, a mid-off and a backward point. Clipped pleasantly past Chappell. That will probably go for 4. You won't be able to haul that in. That's well placed by Finch. All the way along the ground. It went past the right hand of Brown and the left hand of Chappell. Like a threading a needle. And away for 4. 86 for 3. Kent target 207. Patel still has a slip in. Staying around the wicket. Finch goes back. And Brown's gone in even closer there now. It's almost a catch, a short cover catching, probably 15 yards from the bat, no more than that. Or tossed right up, almost a full toss. Finch wasn't tempted by that though. His eyes may have lit up, but he took the calm option, bunted it down the ground, took the single. Was it Graham Gooch who used to say that the thing to do mentally after you've hit a boundary is just take the single and rotate.
Yes, I think it was.
And rotate the strike. Don't get too much exuberance into you, having just played a shot that's, even if it's a glorious stroke, just calm down, take the one, rotate the strike.
However, I think the modern way is just if you hit one, hit another, and if you hit 2, go for a third.
Well, Leaning took 4 boundaries off Moores over, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Here's Pat Brown bowling to Finch, who defends the ball into the offside, Harry Finch, and there is no run. Hampshire in a spot of bother against Durham, chasing 258 to win there, 45 for 3 in the 12th over. And Somerset moving serenely, Worcestershire out for 263, then 94 for 1. As was pointed out to me yesterday. Well, no, Wednesday, whenever I was in Southampton, it was sometime in the last few weeks. I have no idea what day of the week. I know it's Friday. In comes Brown and bowls. That one is almost gets past Finch's bat, turning to the leg side. It was that Hampshire and Derbyshire had both beaten. They both lost to Worcester. Oh, I can't remember what it was now. I wish I hadn't started. If I'm honest, I genuinely wish I hadn't started.
So the game against Durham on Wednesday, where is that being played?
Chesterley Street.
Right. And where are you for football on Tuesday?
Burton.
Oh, right. Does that work?
I get to Durham at 1 o'clock.
Right.
So not really, no, but, next delivery is, next Pat Brown delivery is defended by...
You mean 1 a.m., do you?
Harry Finch. Yes, to the hotel. Which is barely going to be used. Yes, Burton at home to Blackpool in the League Cup. Tuesday night. Start with 2 home games. The first away game is not particularly onerous. It's at Mansfield. So a nice gentle start to the football season. Miss a couple.
Yes, a lot of the Championship cricket is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the rest of August.
Yeah, as Brown bowls, Finch defends up towards Samet at mid-on. Yeah, I miss a couple of games for a couple of Burton games, but whilst watching Derbyshire take on Glamorgan, and then I can't not go to Sussex, can I? You can't not go to Hove.
No.
The Northants game doesn't coincide with any football, nor does the Middlesex game. So it's
Did you see that planning story about Hove? They're going to build a new stand at the Cromwell Road end and a new stand to the right of the media centre.
there's been an objection, hasn't there? Apparently, perhaps unsurprisingly, it's quite hemmed in. Beautiful ground. Here comes Brown and balls to Finch, who drives. Samet gets around to do the fielding.
I think the club stance is. I think it will put 800 extra seats in, which is quite a lot on a limited capacity. But as you say, it's a very tight site.
There's a sort of those cubicles to the right of the commentary box, which are for corporate guests. They want to put a stand there with presumably some corporate facilities underneath it. Went to the top of the stand on top of the media centre there. Last time we were there, as Brown bowls edged and caught this time by David Lloyd, and Finch has gone for 7. Pat Brown celebrates, and Kent are 4 down now, 87 for 4. David Lloyd holds on. Pat Brown has his first wicket, and this game, well, it isn't over yet.
No, it very much is not. And Lloyd, having spilled a chance earlier, a more difficult one than that. Once he clings on, he took that relatively comfortably, as comfortably as first catches ever are. Went quite quickly, but it was into a very good area for him. And Finch goes now then. Leaning's got to get some support from somewhere. Young Ekansh Singh coming out. The young 18-year-old at number 6. This is going to be a tense situation for him. And I would almost say Derbyshire are actually on top at the moment.
Oh, no, I'm not having that. I'm not having that at all. Come on, Ian. Don't make me say that. I've just seen that we it's ridiculous how they keep digging themselves out of holes. We were talking in the written media room down the bottom end at the interval. The bowlers are actually now going to have to dig them out in the same way that the bowlers have dug them out with the help of 1 or 2 batters in a couple of matches already this season. They will have to bowl well even from this point, but they still need another 120 to win to Kent, and they're already 4 down.
Stobo and Stewart might be asked to pull things round for the second time in 3 days. Certainly Leaning has an important job out there. Ekansh Singh has no number on the back of his jumper. His fielding shirt had a 5 on the back. That must be a sleeveless top he's wearing. Leaning in, and he squeezes that onto the onside as a throw at the striker's end. Doesn't hit from Anuj Dal. And Derbyshire will give a single away, but they will have the new batter to bowl at. So this is just Ekansh Singh's 4th game. His other scores 16, 15 and 6. But as you said at times in the Derbyshire innings, the overs are not the problem here. It's
Come on, young man, just go out there and bat.
yeah. You've got time, and he gets a full toss first up, which he just defends, perhaps understandably, not expecting it, from Samet Patel, up to Pat Brown, who is still in that straight, short cover position. Patel wheels in once more, and Singh works it out on the side to Anuj Dal, no run.
And he can even do this and defend a few overs as long as it doesn't get into his mind that he's not scoring runs. That's where it becomes complicated, isn't it? And it's a white ball game, got to be scoring runs. You don't really.
In, that's short and forced off the back foot by Ekansh Singh up to Pavillon, who took an excellent catch to get rid of Joey Everson. It was a potentially pivotal moment at that. Everson was going well at the time. Bright hazy sunshine. Patel in once more, and again Ekansh Singh defends. So Samet Patel has bowled 4 overs, 2 for 14.
Remarkable. He's a remarkable cricketer, though. Defies all sorts of logic. Samet.
Just keeps making things happen.
Of course, that's Jordan Thompson. We wouldn't want to take that crown off Jordan Thompson, would we? The man who makes things happen. Sam Connors is on now as Harry Moore goes off for a moment. So Derbyshire with 2 substitute fielders. Sam Connors has gone in at... It's almost extra cover for Pat Brown.
He's not going to bowl anything in Leaning's half here, is he?
You wouldn't have thought
With
so.
no mid-off.
No, you wouldn't have thought so. Not unless he's going to dive away to his left. Here he comes then, Pat Brown from the city end, into bowl to Leaning, who turns that one into the leg side. He's thinking about 2 straight away. They're not going to get them, though, because it's good work from Nick Potts coming in off the boundary to do the fielding. 89 for 4. Leaning moves on to 32. It brings Akash Singh back on to strike. Has a word with his skipper. Takes his guard.
Well, this is very much. I mean, you made the point about, you know, this is a. I don't want to be unkind and say it's a development competition. It is the third of 3, but it is the place where young players like Ekant Singh learn their trade.
Brown bowls to him, short delivery, ducks underneath it. Well done.
You know, Harry Moore ditto.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They're exposed to the first team cricket. They're exposed to the standard, the pace of it.
Yeah. Just being in and around it as
yeah.
well. I mean, Yusuf bin Naeem hasn't played every game, but he's been around the first team squad for every single game. So, yeah, no, it's great for them. Absolutely brilliant for them.
And you get sort of limited exposure and you're taken out of it again and you learn from that and then you go back in a better player, hopefully.
Brown is in. That's a short ball as well. This one's outside the off stump. It didn't get up perhaps as much as Singh thought it was going to. But he dealt pretty well with it.
20 overs, Derbyshire was 79 for 4. This is the 20th.
There's not much in it, is there? Not much in it. It's remarkable. Brown just taking his time. He's still got 2 hours and 9 minutes in which to bowl 30 overs. They ought to be able to do that. As Brown is in, bowls another short delivery. What's the umpire going to say? No, nothing wrong with that. Apparently, I have no idea. It's not above head height. Certainly, it's sort of going past his nose.
I suppose if Leaning at either to Singh or Singh himself has decided, like, watch the ball, sway out of the way.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be tempted by the short stuff. Reese has moved a bit straighter at mid-wicket, maybe for the miscue.
Update coming up here. Pat Brown on his way in and bowls another short one. That's a nasty delivery. That is nasty, by the way. And he's done pretty well to get out of the way of that one. As Ekant Singh. 89 for 4 it remains. Here we go. Derbyshire's bowlers just about keeping them in this game, Sally. Kent at 89 for 4. They're chasing 207 to win. We're in the 20th over. 2 wickets for Samit Patel, 1 each for Harry Moore and Pat Brown. And each wicket is greeted with big cheers by a very decent crowd inside the county ground. Kent require a further 118 to win. They're 89 for 4. You really can't give everybody all the details inside 20 seconds. That was a good over from Pat Brown. The final ball was a dot ball as well, I think. Or did it go for a single? It went for a single. So 2 off it. And Ekant Singh off the mark at the 9th time of asking. 90 for 4 then after 20. Required rate just 4 and over. There were 7 down after 31 overs. That this period is the period that Derbyshire really lost it, as Samit Patel begins a new over, bowling 2-sing. Defended back towards the Derbyshire skipper. Pat Brown wants a drink. Zach Chappell warming up. It's all going on out there as Samit in around the wicket to bowl to Singh, takes 2 steps forward and then just guides it up towards Chappell for a single. He moves to 2, 91 for 4. Samit 4 overs and 2 balls, 2 for 15, 1 for 17 off 5 overs for Pat Brown, 1 for 26 off 5 for Harry Moore. 4 overs for 15, Zach Chappell, 2 overs for 16, Darren Dupavalon, who's also taken a blinding catch. And Samit is on his way in to bowl, to leading. That was a little bit quicker, that round arm of Samit's, just pushing it through a little sharper. Pushed out into the offside, and Samit fields off his own bowling. James Treadwell, the umpire at the racecourse, and that's got a bit of loop on it, and it's pushed straight back to Samit by Leaning. He doesn't stop it cleanly, and Leaning threatens to take a single, then decides against it as Samit catches up with the ball. 1 run off the first 4 deliveries of the over. 91 for 4 in the 21st. 207 the target. 116 more runs to win, and Darren Dupavalon is called up to mid-on the edge of the circle. Leaning's on 32 from 47. Samit in and bowls. This one is wide, and it's a cut away by Leaning out towards Nick Potts, who's been a busy man out there on the boundary in front of the players' pavilion. Away to our left-hand side. Leaning moves to 33, 92 for 4, with 1 ball of the 21st over to go.
Next update's at 5 o'clock. I think we'll probably know which way it's heading
Yes,
by
I think
then.
you might be right. I think you might be right. Samit's in again. That's a flatter delivery, and it's easily played off the back foot out towards Nick Potts by Singh, who moves to 3 and pinches the strike. Leaning has 33. And after 21 overs, Kent are 93 for 4. They need another 114 to win, and Zach Chappell is returning to the attack, but this time from the City end.
Does he have a preferred end to bowl from?
In most forms of cricket, he bowls from the City end, but I'm not sure that he does really.
Brown 1 for 17 from 5. I wonder if there's just a thought that, I mean, he did bowl some short stuff at Singh in that last over. I wonder if this is just it's changing the picture for the batsman, isn't it? Potentially, because I don't think from what we saw earlier, Chappell is likely to go short.
No. He's he's too quick for me, but I don't think he's quick enough. He's not as quick as Brown.
So here is Chappell from the City end coming towards us in the commentary position. That's wide outside the off stump, but not given as a wide, even though it looked as though it might have been. In fact, the out cricket from both sides has been good today. We haven't seen lots of extras. I think what was the tally in the Derbyshire innings? 15, which is not that much in terms of extras in a white ball game. And then in this innings so far,
Just 3.
only 3. So good to that effect. He can't sing. Waits for Chappell. That's back of a length, but he's able to punch it out into the offside. So clearly Samit could wheel away for another 5 overs at this end if the skipper chose to.
I think he should, personally.
That's what Parkinson did.
Yeah, I think he should.
You know, effectively, you're stemming the runs at one end of the ground, building up the dots. You know, people talk about that in the T20 in particular, but it can also apply in this format. Chappell in, Singh over the wicket. Again, Singh defends. And given that the run rate at the moment is 4.3 and the required run rate is only 4, Kent are, they're not behind the clock. What's the DLS score? It's 101. So, yeah, they're there or thereabouts. And they've got, if they did soak up overs, get behind the clock, people like Stowe and Stewart can put back to ball with a bit of venom. They need to make that up. That's a nice shot. That'll go for 4. It can't Singh. Punch that off the back foot. Pretty straight, actually, away past where the straightest extra cover would have been. And he'll should get a bit of confidence from that.
Too short.
And a bit too wide as well. But pleasant stroke.
No, good shot by the young man.
Connors unable to haul it in.
Connor's in a sweater, for goodness sake.
Very high backlift from Ikant Singh. Chappell bowls again. That's a good length, and Singh pushes it out on the offside. If you've joined us conscious, it's after 4 o'clock. Some people may be finishing work for the day on this Friday afternoon, joining us and unsure what's happened so far. Kent won the toss, put Derbyshire in. 206 they made, all out in 46.3 overs. They were 125 for 7 at one stage, so to pull it round to the extent they did was a spirited effort. Chappell into Singh, who slipped it in the air and he's caught by Rees, I think, at mid-wicket. And Kent lose a 5th wicket. Pat Brown, in fact, with a catch. And young Ikant Singh, having hit that boundary, clips a ball straight into the hands of Brown at mid-wicket. And Kent are 97 for 5. And I go back to what I said after the 4th wicket fell. Derbyshire on top, and I think it still feels that way. Dave might deny it. But
Well, it was a comfortable catch as well, wasn't it,
Yeah.
for Pat Brown in the end? I mean, the ball went straight to him. We have seen a number of interesting shots. You just wonder if it might just have stuck in the pitch a little bit, as one or two seem to have done over the course of the day. From the very start, really, the pitch, which, as I mentioned this morning, they often flatten out a little bit over the course of a red ball day, and of course we play 100 overs in this, so it's sort of the equivalent. But 97 for 5, this is interesting, very interesting indeed.
good bowling change.
Yeah, still need 109 to win. I mean, that was straight to him, wasn't it? He barely had to move.
It's almost like catching practice. He didn't. I'm sure Singh would not have thought of that. And it was canny, you might argue, that Brown had bowled all that short stuff and he'd shown the patience to sway out of the way. There was the one loose delivery that he put away, and then almost maybe having felt a little bit better in having played the shot, suddenly you play a shot that's just a bit loose.
It is a nice little half volley on your legs.
Bump.
Do what you want with it. Samit Patel to continue from the racecourse end. 5 overs, 2 for 17.
That's at least the 3rd time a wicket's fallen off the last ball of
Yes.
the over as well.
Yeah, so the new batter isn't on strike. It is Charlie Stobo. Bowled quite nicely earlier on today. Now he's got a bat for his side as well. In goes Samit. First ball pushed out into the offside. Second ball pushed out into the offside. This time it's thrown back to the wicketkeeper by Pat Brown. 2 dot balls to begin the over. 97 for 5. Wickets affected with Lewis quite alarmingly at this stage of an innings. 23 behind Kent. They won't be worried about that. They only need 4 and over from here on in. Samit bowls a loopy delivery that's driven down the ground by leaning up towards Harry Moore, who finds himself at long off, mainly because Zach Chappell, having bowled the previous over from the city end, is at short, fine leg on the edge of the circle. There's all sorts of fielders up now, though. There's hardly anybody out. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The only man out of square leg and somewhere else that I can't see, as that one is defended into the offside.
That 72 that Stobo got up at Worcester was almost at a runner ball in the end. But he's got to show some application here.
He waits and the Summit bowls him, turned into the leg side for a single. In off the boundary comes Sam Connors. Just trying to squeeze Stobo there. 1 ball of Sammit's 6th over, 2 for 19. His figures 99 for 5. Samit micromanaging the field here. He's got a man out on either side sweeping. Everybody else is pretty much on the edge of the circle, if not inside. And Samit bowls, and that one is pushed out to Pat Brown, who picks up an extra cover. It's the end of the over. 2 runs from it. 99 for 5 after 23. Kent need 108 more runs to win. Leaning has 34, Stobo has 1.
I think it's going to be I think it's going to be a slow crawl towards the target here. Unless Stobo really puts back the ball, but I think
It's one of those targets where you're almost in two minds, though, aren't you?
Chappell into Stobo, who bounces that into the ground, and it's fielded by Yusuf bin Naeem. The overs are not the issue.
No.
If it was, it's almost easier tactically to play it if it was 13 overs to go or 17 overs to go, because you'd know that you'd have to play a few shots. Here, you could almost think about waiting for the bad ball at the moment. Chappell in, Stobo steers that down to De Pavillon, who's only bowled 2 overs so far, but has taken a very important catch. The Kent card, it looks a little bit like the Derbyshire one. It's a bit unbalanced.
Yes.
Everson, yes, 32 at the top, very well caught by De Pavillon off Samit Patel in his first over. Then leaning, 34 not out, nothing else yet of substance alongside him. Chappell in 2 leaning, who doesn't time that, and it goes out to Lewis Rees at mid-off. De Pavillon just limbering up again.
Someone's going to keep 4 back. We'll wait and find out. Hampshire in all sorts now, 69 for 5 in the 17th over. They need 189 more runs to beat Durham at South Northumberland, and Somerset 129 for 2 in the 24. Halfway through, 25 overs gone, 135 more to beat Worcestershire.
Pacing that quite well then.
Yeah.
Chappell is a high backlift from leaning, who chops that away from a position where there wasn't much foot movement. He gets a single out to Bin Naeem, who's the boundary rider on the main scoreboard side of the ground. Is there a smaller board over in this corner that
No,
we can't
well
see?
there is, but there's also this. See the blue through the window at the end?
Yes.
That's a big electronic screen
okay.
scoreboard which has got this on it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's the sort of main scoreboard.
Chappell in, balls to Stobo, who bounces that to Dahl, who got ball and finger together there as he made the stop. So 1 ball to go in the over, I'm guessing, because they're putting man out now at deep point. There's a massive gap on the offside. Trying to say to Stobo, go on then, you've got to slip in. Do you fancy attacking that gap? He's got a man out also at 3rd man in case it was a really streaky edge, but Stobo does find the gap, but without any great force. Therefore, he'll just pick up 1 to the left of Lewis Rees. Chappell's bowled 6 overs for 22. More, 5 overs for 26, including 1 expensive one at the end. That doesn't really do his figures justice. Brown 1 for 17 from 5. Patel 2 for 19 from 6. And De Pavillon's bowled 2 overs for 16. He clearly wants to get himself ready to bowl, but at the moment, it's a finely balanced old game. Not a big score, but a bit of a slow burner.
Often the best, as we said a long time ago. Almost feels like yesterday. Pat Brown's just had a conversation with Samit Patel, and now he's gone in at short extra cover. And Samit begins another over. That's a cross-batted shot. Ugly looking thing out into the leg side from Stobo, who moves on to 4.
Not much patience there.
No. It looked like he just wanted to launch him into next week and might even have shut his eyes. 103 for 5. Brings leaning back onto strike. There'll be a bit more decorum now.
That was almost a "you're not just going to bowl at me" kind of approach, wasn't it?
I'm not sure that's a good idea to Samit, but there we are. That one is pushed out. That's how you do it. Pushes him out into the offside. He's only got 3 overs and 4 balls left, Samit Patel. The required rate still 4, which it has been from the start, so that's never going to be an issue. As we approach the halfway mark, 103 for 5. Next delivery pushed out into the offside by leaning. Derbyshire at the halfway point, 105 for 5. But that was after 24 overs and 4 balls when they had a drink. As Sammett's in again. That one's a little bit flatter, and it's cut away out into the offside by Leaning. They're going to think about coming back for two. It's nicely done by Nick Potts. Gets the ball in quickly, but loses a bit of accuracy with the throw. They do get back for two. Leaning moves to 37, 105 for 5 after 24 overs and 4 balls, which is exactly where Derbyshire were after 24 overs and 4 balls. Sammett's in again, balls to Leaning. It's a full toss, which he misses. Oh, and it's a misfield by, of all people, Anuj Dal is probably the best fielder in this Derbyshire side. And they go through for a single. He's fielding on an old wicket end, but he'd be disappointed there, Sammet. Standards, 106 for 5. 1 ball to go until we're exactly halfway. And that one is edged and caught by David Lloyd. Sammett's got another. It's 3 for the skipper. And Stobo, well, he was showing no patience at all. Trying to flick that one into the leg side. A very full delivery. Just took the edge, and David Lloyd, diving to his right, takes the catch. And at the halfway stage, 25 overs gone. Well, Kent are 106 for 6 now. They need 101 to win.
Maybe 39, but doesn't stop him being competitive, does it, Samit Patel?
No, absolutely.
And well, in fact, we said earlier in that over, there was almost a lack of patience, it appeared, from Charlie Stobo, trying to work the ball into the leg side where he got a single, but he has to trudge off, and that will bring Grant Stewart out into the middle. And Derbyshire clearly, for me, now favourites to win this.
I'm not having it, Ian. I'm not having it. I think you're probably right, actually, but I'm not having it. It's a game they have to win. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And if they
Kent have to win as well. Now the question is,
yes.
how will Stewart go about this now? Does he feel that his best chance of getting Kent close to this target is to play a few shots, or is it to occupy the crease with his captain?
I'm not sure it's a pitch for playing shots, though. Nobody's been able to play many shots, have they? Really? We saw the 4 falls off the
1 over.
Off the 1 over by Leaning, but other than that, nobody's really middled the ball on a regular basis. It feels like, to me anyway. Hampshire 77 for 6 against Durham makes this game huge for these two sides. Hampshire, one of those teams who have only played 5 matches going into this round. Derbyshire have played 6, Worcestershire 5, Somerset 6. And of course, Kent have only played 5. This is their 6th game, so a huge, huge game unfolding in front of our eyes here at the county ground in Derby.
But really, Stewart, almost last chance saloon, you would have thought, for Kent. Chappell from the city end into Leaning, who's watched the carnage at the other end while accumulating 38. Now from 60 balls. He's playing the Brook Guest innings. Can Grant Stewart play the innings that Moore played? If he could, Kent might get quite close to winning, but it feels a long way off at the moment. That's very short from Chappell. That Leaning sways out of the way. Yeah, the run rate is now about level in terms of where Kent would need to be. But because of the wickets down, the Duckworth Lewis, they are considerably behind. A couple of instances actually earlier in the week where there was rain at certain venues, and the DL actually impacted the total by reducing it by 1, which was very strange. Chappell in, and Leaning works that off his legs. There's a chase for Chappell, and indeed for Potts, I think was the other fielder out there. Going to come back for 2 on the deep square leg boundary, and they make it comfortably. So wickets to fall in this chase of 207. O'Riordan caught behind, walked off Moore for 5. Everson very well caught by De Pavalon at mid-on off Patel for 32. Jaden Denley having just hit a boundary, caught by Chappell running back at mid-on for 10. Finch caught in the slips off Brown for 7. And Leaning defends Chappell's next delivery, and then a further catch for David Lloyd at slip off the this time off Patel to get rid of Charlie Stobo, and in between young Ikant Singh having again hit a very pleasant boundary, clipped the next ball straight to Pat Brown at mid-wicket. So a bit like the Derbyshire innings, there has not been, other than the stand of 53 for the second wicket, a substantial partnership. Chappell in bright sunshine, shaven-headed, comes in and forced away by leaning off the back foot out to Bin Naeem, who's on the point boundary. And they'll just take one. Can't remember Durham at home on Sunday. And then the last match is at home to Northants on Wednesday, both those games at Canterbury. Those who've given up their Friday to watch here at Derby have had a tense old match to watch. But no less engrossing for that. Chappell finishes with a ball that's just played up to mid-on by Grant Stewart. And Chappell now 1 for 25 from his 7. 3 more available. And Samit Patel is going to wheel away again for an 8th over on the trot, and you can't believe he's not going to bowl straight through here.
No, I think he's got to, hasn't he now? I would say. And then he can think about what he does with the rest of them after that, but he's already picked up 3 for 23 from 7 overs. He'd love another one. And he's in now and bowls to Leaning, who defends the first ball straight back to him.
Parkinson took 3 for 23 also from this end earlier in the day. So it's been a pitch which is maybe because of its pace or lack of has offered something for the slower bowlers. We've now got 2 catchers.
It looked like they were going to attack him now.
Yeah, two catchers in at short cover on the offside.
And his darling Pat Brown, as Samit Patel bowls it as well. He clips it into the leg side. They're going to just take the one. That's good work from Yusuf Bin Naeem coming off the boundary to keep them down to a single. Will they stay there? No, they won't. Alajdal comes out of catching extra cover and goes into catching mid-wicket. Bin Naeem goes back out onto the boundary, mid-on and mid-off or on the edge of the circle. And Grant Stewart just keeps everybody waiting, and quite right too. Surveys the scene. It's only the second ball he's faced. Samit bowls to him and he pushes it back to the bowler. Does Stewart? There is no run.
Barry Moore just doing some limbering up at mid-off.
Yes, he didn't come back particularly well at Taunton last week. Samit bowl, that's a bit loopier. Oh, I tell you what, that wasn't too far away from the edge of the bat as he goes out backward a square on the offside for Stewart's first run of his 3rd delivery, 111 for 6.
Didn't look like he played that with an awful lot of security,
No,
did it?
not at all. Leaning's just got an issue with the lace by the look of it. Yeah, shoelace right boot. He's having to do that. Oh, they need another 96 to win. They've got 23 overs and 2 balls in which to get them.
It's the wicket.
The problem.
It's the wicket's gone.
It's the 6 down. The only way Derbyshire can win is to bowl Kent out. If Kent are not bowled out, they win the game.
You would think.
It just feels like that.
Yeah. I suppose that it's possible they might get to 202 for 9 or something, but unlikely.
Can you imagine? Samit in a bowl that's got quicker delivery, that's pushed down the ground, down towards Harry Moore at long off for a single.
It strikes you that Leaning's kind of approach here is, can we bat as long as we can? Because if we bat all the way, we should win.
Yeah. Those 2 extra covers are back for Stewart.
But the problem is the support at the other end.
Samit in and bowls. He goes back and punches this out into the offside. Stewart for another single out towards Nick Potts. Stewart moves to 204, 13 for 6 at the end of 27 overs. So 23 to go. 94 more runs required. Stewart has 2. Leaning has 43. Samit's only got 2 more overs left. And what are we seeing here? We're going to see the reintroduction, we are, of Harry Moore. Look at the meeting going on. It's Pat Brown, David Lloyd and Samit Patel, 3 of the winter signings. There's a clear shift in control of this Derbyshire side as Zach Chappell just leaves the field momentarily.
Is this the sort of pitch you think that Dahl might bowl economically on? Pace off?
Dahl bowls economically most of the time. It's one of the things you look for, isn't it? The economy rate this season. He hasn't bowled an awful lot. So, yeah, Harry Moore bowls at 4.55, which I think is terrific. Anuj Dahl, who hasn't taken any wickets, only goes at 5 and over. So, yes, Sam Connors, who's not playing, goes at 5. Samit the same. Zach Chappell at 5. Pat Brown and Dupavalon go at just over 6. So they're the 2 expensive ones, but that's because of that extra pace that you were talking about, I think, before. When you've got that bit of extra pace, a little nick might go all the way to the boundary for 4. And Harry Moore, that'd be a good bowler, Harry Brown. Yeah, it's got a bit of pace about him now. Oh, is it me?
I think it is you.
Okay, well, I'm happy. There, that one is pushed out into the offside. There's no run. I've no idea.
I wonder if Stewart might prefer the ball coming on to the bat.
That's the other thing, of course, isn't it? Yeah, the quicker the bowler, the further it travels. We saw 1 or 2 shots from both Moore and from Brooke Guest coming off edges and flying down to the boundary down below as Moore is in, pitches this one up and is cut away for 4 runs. There we go. A little bit of width for Stewart, and he enjoyed that. Just slapped it away out towards the tractor that's in front of the covers away to our right-hand side. He moves to 6, 117 for 6.
That's where the outdoor nets are too, isn't it, that side of the ground?
Yes, they're sort of behind us to the right, yeah. That's where...
saw 1 or 2 of the Kent boys walking back from the nets this morning.
That's where the football ground where Derby County first played, in that kind of area. To our right. England internationals, FA Cup replays, final replays, that kind of thing. Here comes Moore again, bowls, and this one is turned into the leg side by Stewart. Just for a single on this occasion. Pat Brown picks up and shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Backing up is Lewis Rees. They do go through for a single. Stewart moves to 718 for 6, 89 to win. Dupavalon continues to warm up down below us. Of course, not all the bowlers need to bowl 10 overs. I think that's another thing that needs to be taken into consideration. As Moore is in, bowls to leaning, turns into the leg side. Pat Brown fields. There's no run, because if they do get to the 50th over, then almost certainly Kent will have won. So
at the moment, Derbyshire have only used 5, but
yeah,
you've still got Dahl available.
Rees
potentially.
David Lloyd has bowled in this competition this season. No,
those in the pavilion have probably got to have a sun hat on at the moment, haven't they? Because they're looking right into it.
Really warm and really bright. As Moore is in, that struck the pad. There's a half an appeal. Yeah, absolutely too high, but there was half an appeal from Harry Moore. A bit more from behind the stumps. Moore gave up quite early. Phil Mustard. We know he's a not out umpire because he gave Marcus O'Riordan not out and he still walked. Rather bizarrely earlier on. Douglas Lewis Stern says 144 as a guide. The longer these two stay together, Leaning and Stewart, the closer that will get to the actual score, of course. As Moore is in again and bowls to Leaning, who guides that down to third man for a single and moves to 44, 119 for 6 after 28 overs. 22 to go, 88 to win. I'll let you do the maths at home. 119 for 6.
I was just going to say that if you're out in the middle, given the number of overs to go, they're probably saying, right, let's take these in blocks of 10 runs. Keep it in a short form target, right? 10 runs and next 10 runs and next 10 runs, and then see where we get to. Interesting. Patel's taking himself off with 2 overs
to
in hand.
Darren Dupavalon is back. His 2 overs cost 16.
Sabit's laying down the law to De Pavillon as well.
Yeah, do not bowl short
Down the leg side.
or wide of the off stump. He is renowned, not quite renowned, but he's known for his Yorkers, Darren De Pavillon, fast Yorkers.
Well, will we see one in this over? Pushes off and sprints in and worked away by Leaning, who has been picking up the singles. So he hit four boundaries in that one over from Harry Moore.
He's only got 5 in total.
And apart from that, he's been dealing extensively in singles. But he would have seen how Brooke Guest batted. And if he can get some support from Stewart, then Kent are still not without a chance in this game. Middle order has let them down a bit, but can these two dig them out of a hole? De Pavillon in short, pulled by Stewart, didn't middle it, but kept it down. It's gone all the way down to Rees, who is at long leg for a single. I did say earlier on, they're a very attentive crowd here today, and I don't think he's going to be leaving anytime soon. It's too close, too close for that.
They might have thought about it at halfway. I think those who stayed will be pretty pleased they have. Even 1 or 2 I know coming after work as well, they'll be quite happy.
De Pavillon runs away from us at the racecourse end, short, and Leaning, surprisingly, goes for the pull, gets underneath it. Lloyd half appealed from first slip. Brooke Guest didn't. Bowler didn't. Suggests it was a hopeful expression of...
Pat Brown is acting as the vice-captain here. Quite often an Aaron Donald, who obviously isn't here at the moment, has been that in the white ball game.
Lloyd at first slip crouches once more, Leaning goes off the back foot this time, a shortish ball outside the off stump. Is that Dahl at backward point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did the fielding no run?
If in doubt, it's usually Dahl there. Backward point. That's his area.
There is a man out on the point boundary. If Leaning finds the gap on that side of the ground between Dahl and a straightish cover, there is a sweeper. That's too straight for him though, and Samet just tried to throw the stumps down at the non-striker's end. He misses. Grant Stewart was home anyway.
Good job he missed, really. That hits the stumps. It's overthrows potentially.
Could have ricocheted anywhere.
He won't see it like that, of course. He'll see it as and quite correctly, the aggressive thing to do.
Big gap at mid-wicket. If Leaning wants to play across the line. Only 3 men on the leg side for De Pavillon. That's very short, and Leaning gets out of the way. Sways underneath it. And Derbyshire haven't been afraid to bowl the aggressive short ball, and sometimes the line has been really troublesome, and Kent's rule of thumb, by and large, has been to sway out of the way. That over from De Pavillon cost only 2 runs.
Yeah, good over from him.
121 for 6. There are 21 overs left. Give you a guide at 30 overs. Derbyshire were 120 for 6. So you could not get it much.
You couldn't make it up, really. Everyone,
the innings have been a mirror of each other. Basically, one batter getting in, and then nobody in the middle order doing much, and it being left to the tail.
The number 3. Harry Moore begins a new over. He goes for the big pull shot there. Grant Stewart misses. Might have hit his body. Dribbles out into the leg side. So both number 3s pivotal. Guest went on to make 85 off 117. Leaning currently on 45 off 74. Just Parkinson, Jas Singh and George Garrett to come. In comes Moore and bowls. Oh, bottom edge, and it misses the stumps, and it's well taken by Brooke Guest, diving to his left behind the stumps.
It's a bit of a swish with not much foot movement from Stewart.
He's had 2 goes now at the first 2 deliveries. If he can get one up in the block hole here, Harry Moore, I think he might have some success. 1 for 32 from his 6 overs and 2 balls so far. The 17-year-old who is at the top of his mark again now. What a slip in place. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket inside the circle. More balls. That's short and down the leg side, is it? No, it's not down the leg side. Difficult for us to tell from here. It's just a sort of feeling you get. He, of course, wearing a Derbyshire top without the sponsor's name on the front due to his age. Yusuf bin Naim also not having the sponsor's name on his shirt front. Out at cover on the boundary. In comes Moore and bowls. That's a ball that is beaten out to bin Naim in the far distance. Away to our right. Single taken. Stewart moves to 9. 122 for 6. 85 to win.
Is it the Pentagon Island roundabout?
It is, very much, yeah.
Getting pretty busy in the distance.
Yeah.
As you might expect this time on a Friday.
Yes, it'll be unpleasant for an hour or two, I would have thought, at this stage of the evening on a Friday. Fridays seem to be a little bit quieter than they used to be. Lots of people working from home still. As Moore is in and leaning, pushes this up to mid-off where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, and there's no run. 122 for 6. Dave Bradley's favourite road, the Sir Frank Whittle Road. Not one to try if you haven't got your teeth in. Unfortunately, Bradders did try it without his teeth in and paid the price. It's on just about everybody's computer in the ground, I think. Bless him. Here comes Moore again to complete his 7th over. That one is driven. Big chase on here for bin Naim and Lewis Rees. Rees gets there first. They come back for 2. Leaning moves to 47. Moore's now bowled 7 overs, 1 for 35. Stewart has 9. He'll be on strike at the start of the next over. 30 overs gone, 20 to go. 124 for 6.
Photo finish on here.
I think so. Oh dear, just what we wanted. A nail biter.
Pitch does not look as green now as it did at
No.
11 o'clock this morning.
No.
You know, if that's not as green and the ball is a bit softer.
Yes, well, it might have been nipping a bit, but it would have come
Yeah.
on a bit better, wouldn't it? And
Yeah.
now it's not nipping, but it's not coming on.
Stewart waits for De Pavillon to start a new over. That's short, and he's hit that in the safest place possible. It's gone off a top edge, and it's gone, I think, all the way for 6 onto the covers at the far end of the ground at the City, and it's gone for 4. I thought that had gone all the way for a moment. I think the 6 that Samet hit might be the only one of the day, actually.
Yes, no, I think you're right.
That was off a free hit,
Yeah.
and indeed it is
Which Wagstaff's on the field as well now. They've got all sorts of
the only one.
12th men out there.
Stewart on 13. Waits another short ball this time, almost a tennis bally short ball. Bounces high over the batsman, and the signalled as 1 for the over by James Treadwell, umpire at the racecourse end of the ground.
Boundary's just starting to dry up.
Yeah, that was a streaky one from Stewart. Could have literally gone vertically up in the air and given the keeper an easy catch.
A few of those off Derbyshire with Moore and Guest, though.
De Pavillon in, all back over length, and he skewed that off a thickish edge. He didn't know where that had gone, and it's into the gap down towards Moore at 3rd man on the first bounce. Stewart riding his luck in this over.
So the 2 men off now, Zach Chapel off and Harry Kane, but Zach Chappell is sitting on the chairs at the bottom of the steps away to our left-hand side. I'm sure that's him. It looks like him, just telling everybody how he's bowling, what he's going to do.
He's still got 3 overs left, so Derbyshire will hope that he's not off the field permanently. Again, short from de Pavillon, pulled but safely by leaning out to deep square. And Youssef Ben Naeem does the fielding. He'll just take one, leaning to 48. 130 for 6. The target is 207. And this is the 31st over. So it is finely balanced. I still say Derbyshire are probably favourites because Kent are 6 down. They have the time to pull it round. Do they have the batting to pull it round? Stewart takes a single quietly out to Samit Patel. Big area to patrol on the side. He's at mid-on. There's nobody at mid-wicket, and there's a deep square. So, in a sense, if Kent get into line and play the ball safely, then there are singles on the onside. Less so on the offside. There are 3 men inside the circle and a slip. Lloyd has had 2 catches there today and spilled one. Leaning waits for de Pavillon. Slow ball. Leaning picked it, fortunately from a Kent point of view, and just played it out quietly to Pat Brown. End of de Pavillon's over. He's bowled 4 overs for 25. He's 2 overs for 16 at the start, then 2 overs for 9 since he's come back. Another chat between the Kent batters, and the conversation shouldn't be a difficult one. It's just surely to be a little bit watchful, but we're going to have Samit Patel, are we, from the other end? No, we're going to have Pat Brown.
Pat Brown. Pat Brown's back, and Zach Chappell, I think, is back out on the field. Down at long leg, away to our left-hand side, Zach Chappell. Certainly, Mitch Wagstaff has left the field. Pat Brown still got 5 overs left, 1 for 17, including a maiden. And he's on his way in to bowl to Grant Stewart. Stewart drives this out into the offside. He's thinking about 2. Bin Naeem, fumbles it, but they had already settled on 1. 132 for 6, 75 to win. It doesn't sound like many, but 207 didn't sound like many at the start. 18 overs and 5 balls to go.
I think we said I said after our 4 o'clock update, we'd know where this was going by the time of the 5 o'clock update.
I don't think we will.
No, not a hope. Unless Leaning is out in the next 15 minutes.
Leaning seems to be the key, doesn't he, really? I think that's a fair point. In fact, when I nipped down the corridor earlier, somebody said to me, get Leaning out, Derbyshire win. I'm not entirely sure it's that easy, but it's turned this one into the leg side as Leaning. There's going to be runs here. Around goes Nick Potts. They come back for a second. He initially beat the dive of Lewis Rees. 2 more to him, and it's a half century for Jack Leaning, and well batted him. His half century comes off 79 balls and includes just 5 fours. Brooke Guest's 50 came off 77 balls and included just 3 fours, just to prove that the 2 innings bear remarkable resemblance to each other. 134 for 6. Brown is in and bowls to Leaning, who pushes this up to, out towards extra cover, where the mid-off Harry Moore goes around to do the fielding. He moves to 51 now, Leaning. 135 for 6, halfway through the 32nd over.
I wonder where Patel thinks his other 2 overs should go.
Well, he isn't going to use, by the look of it, 5 bowlers now. He's the one geeing
Too late for
everybody on.
Dahl, do you think?
Yes, I think so. It would be harsh, wouldn't it, to bring somebody on in case they went for a few. As Brown is in and bowls a short ball to Stewart. He's hooked it into the leg side. Is somebody going to get round? No, it's gone for 6. That is only the second 6 of the match. It's gone to the same place that Samit Patel's 6 went to. There were 2 fielders moving towards it. Neither of them could get there. That is a big, big hit from Stewart. He moves to 22, 141 for 6.
But when you hit it that far, when you've got 2 men back in the air, there's an element of risk there. Leaning wants a drink.
We all do. I'll have a pint of... It was in the air for a long, long time, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wonder what Stewart's approach will be now.
Brown in bowls. He's done again. He's gone again. And this one's huge. Absolutely huge. I have no idea where that's gone. I think it's gone into the car park, possibly. That is massive from Grant Stewart. Back-to-back 6s. That's just changed the complexion a little bit. 147 for 6 now. They've managed to catch up on Duckworth Lewis straight away. That one's still going up, I think. He's moved to 28. The partnership worth 41 to run a ball. Samit Patel's just asked Darren Dupavalon if he can come and replace Pat Brown at the City end the following over, I think. Or has he told him, no, yeah, he could have done. Or is he asking him to carry on? Either way, they're going to need a new ball here, which will just give me the opportunity to tell you that elsewhere, Hampshire are 106 for 8 after 25 overs. They need 152 in the second half of their innings with only 2 wickets. That's against Durham at South Northumberland, Gosforth. So it looks as though Hampshire are heading for defeat. It looks as though Somerset are heading for victory. They need a further 61 off 94 balls with 8 wickets in hand to beat Worcestershire at Taunton. Nottinghamshire, well, on a good pitch at Trent Bridge, or on a pitch near the boundary, which is as likely. They made 332 and Gloucestershire 192 for 1. And Surrey 189 for 4 against Essex. They're in the 40th of the 50 overs there at Chelmsford in that day-night match. They've got a new ball, and Pat Brown is going to bowl the final ball of the over with it, and that one is he's reaching for it rather there. Stewart and Pat Brown collects it on the follow-through. But that was a damaging over from a Derbyshire perspective. 16 runs from it, 147 for 6. Now, with 18 overs to go, they need another 60 to win off those 18 off with a required rate of 3.3. It's amazing what 2 6s can do.
And Patel,
he's bringing himself on, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's. So I can't give myself too small a buffer of runs to bowl with, and therefore he's going to take responsibility. Leaning's asked for a drink, and Matt Cole at Radio Kent's just sent me a text and said this is getting tense.
Well, it was up until the 2 6s, Matt.
Which it is. It is. It's still...
It's a good game of cricket.
Yeah, it's still in the balance. On our tactic of taking it in blocks of 10, Stewart's eradicated 1 block of 10 in 2 balls.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
But he's probably not going to continue doing that all the way through. Samit back in for his 9th over, and Leaning squeezes that out on the offside to Pat Brown. Derbyshire got to be a little bit careful with how much they attack and what field they set. It's got to be accurate. To that end, you've got to ask the bowler to bowl to the field.
Yes.
That's the scenario from here. Just to put the squeeze on Kent a little bit. Samit in, and the crowd catch off the court and bowled. Went into the ground first. Samit threw the ball up, but...
Didn't fool anybody.
No. Leaning. Waits again for Patel. Goes back into his crease and defends. And he knows that this is Patel's penultimate over.
Yeah.
Right, can we see Samit out of the attack? However well he's bowled, he's only got 8 more balls to go, even though I have to play defensive shots to all of them. And he will defend that, and he may well defend the last ball of this over as well, and that would give Patel a first maiden of his allocation today. Only Chappell and Brown have bowled maidens other than that. A quick over from Samit Patel. Certainly 5 defensive shots from Leaning. And Kent stay on 147 for 6. The target is 207.60 to get, and there are 16 overs left. Is that right?
17.
17.
17
They
overs.
started from this end, didn't they?
Yeah,
That's right.
17 overs left. Pat Brown's going to continue. What will he do after that last over that was very expensive indeed with those 2 sixes? Ended up going for 16 off 5 balls. Managed to bowl a dot ball to finish it off, and he's bowling to the man who hit him for successive sixes here, Grant Stewart.
Stewart's got to keep a calm head here.
Will he take Brown on again? 147 for 6, 60 to win. Brown is in full delivery, strikes the pad, big appeal for leg before wicket. Umpire Mustard's already moving away by the time Pat Brown turned around. He may well have got some bat on that, who knows. Wasn't height.
Going down the leg side, I think. It was fired in, wasn't it?
Now Brooke Guest is joining in. There were that many captains out there. Brooke Guest was the captain of the 50-over side last season. He's standing next to the red ball skipper David Lloyd. Samit is the T20 captain, taking over the captaincy of this side. There are a lot of captains out there. As Pat Brown is in, bowls to Stewart, who cuts straight to, I say straight to Anuj Dal. He's done well to field that, but it was straight to him, but it was straight to him like a rocket. He gets down quickly, hobbles away. Back-to-back dot balls to start the over, which means 9 successive dot balls have been sent down since those 2 sixes were hit.
Can hit the ball really hard,
Oh,
Stewart.
yeah.
You can just the physique suggests that if he comes out of the middle, it
I
will.
have a recollection of him doing something similar here a few years ago. Brown is in and bowls. That's driven out into the offside for a single out to bin Naeem. 148 for 6.
Again, you can see the variations in the pace coming out now, can't you?
He doesn't mind people coming at him, Pat Brown. It's a bizarre concept. The harder the batters come, the more he seems to like it. Duckworth Lewis, absolutely level. 48 for 6. This is bizarre. 148 for 6. 59 to win from 16 and a half overs. Kent in the driving seat as far as that's concerned, but they are 6 down. And nobody has left their seat inside the county ground in a must-win game for both of these sides, really. Hampshire heading for defeat. In comes Brown and bowls. That one is pushed up to mid-on by Leaning to Samit, who's fielding at mid-on. And there is no run. Hampshire have been bowled out for 113 and Durham have beaten them by 144 runs. 113 all out in 26 overs. Hampshire. So they suffer defeat.
It's going to affect their run rate, isn't it?
Durham move up to 7 points, the same as Middlesex. As in comes Pat Brown and bowls. That was pushed out into the offside by Leaning, fielded by Lewis Rees on this occasion. No run. Hampshire remain on 8 points, having played 6 matches now.
I think Leaning may well have to have a word with Grant Stewart at the end of this over, because you could have, one ball to go clearly, but if Stewart is left on strike against Samit, he has got to quell any attacking instinct he might have in his body for about 3 minutes.
I think he's got a lot of attacking instincts in his body. 148 for 6. Pat Brown to complete the over. Bowls to Leaning, who pushes this out to Anuj Dal at backward point. And the over comes to an end. A good one from Pat Brown. Just 1 run from it, 1 run from the last 2 overs. Required rate's just gone up to 3.7. That's not a problem. 148 for 6. 16 overs left. 51 to Leaning, 29 to Stewart. And Kent need 59 more runs to win. And Samit Patel is about to bowl his 10th and final over of the innings.
Yeah, wherever you're joining us from on this sunny Friday in Derby, I hope you're enjoying the coverage of what is developing into a proper old-fashioned game.
It's an absolute classic.
Of long-form list A cricket. Patel to bowl his last over into Stewart, who does play a very sensible shot up to Chappell, who's away at mid-off, but he's 3 parts of the way to the boundary, halfway between the circle and the rope. And Stewart can take one, and I think we know what's going to happen for the rest of the over. I think Leaning
just defend it,
will defend. I think there's no issue about that, and that's why they've got 2 catchers in close on the offside in front of the wicket. In fact, Leaning has picked the gap between the bowler and the straighter of those, who's Anush Dal, and picked up a single. They're going to keep the 2 in there for Stewart. They are.
Swapped round.
Brown is straight and Dal about 3 yards to his left, and they're about 12 yards from the bat, short cover. Stewart pushes the ball past Brown up to Chappell, who's now inside the circle.
I think that's good to cut off that single. Just keep Stewart pushing the ball out into the offside.
Kent's 150 is up. Patel round the wicket. In Stewart again, defends what's gone through Brown. They're not interested in a run, or they might have taken one because there was a fumble by Chappell, but
slightly shambolic fielding there.
Stewart was not interested. 2 balls to go of Patel's spell.
2 misfields off the same delivery.
Stewart waits. Goes back. Well, that was risky, and he's going to get a run off the final ball of the overs. Having said they would just defend, they've managed to squeeze 3 singles out of this over. And now Patel, unless he bowls a no ball, will trot between the umpire and the stumps for the last time. In, and Leaning defends out on the onside. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30 from Sumit Patel. He got a good round of applause when scorer Jane announces his figures over the public address. 151 for 6.
Then you look at Matt Parkinson, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 23. The similarities between the 2 innings are
uncanny,
perplexing. What it means is that Stewart's got another 9 runs that he can score before he's run out. That will be after Leaning gets to 85 and gets caught. If that happens, I'm going to buy a lottery ticket or something, I've no idea. So it's Darren Dupavalon for the first time from the City end, and he'll be bowling initially to Grant Stewart, 31 off 27. He's hit 2 4s and 2 6s, Grant Stewart. And Darren Dupavalon is in, and that one is, attempting to heave it into the leg side, gets a bottom edge on it, hits his pad and dribbles out into the offside. It looks like he's going to have a go at just about anything that's bowled at him now.
He didn't wait for a sighter there, did he?
No, he just wants to get this over and done with, Grant Stewart. I'm trying to remember the game. I wonder if I can find it. It might take me a moment or two. 3 or 4 years ago, it must have been a List A game, was it? Was it a championship match? I can't remember. I've got poor recollection, really. There's Dupavalon's on his way back. In again, bowls, and Stewart goes back and pushes it out into the offside. Dal can't quite get it as he reaches down with his right hand, so Bin Naeem comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. Single.
Psychologically, Kent get the runs needed down below 50. It's not clear, it's not done there, but Derbyshire don't have much wriggle room then, do they?
No.
That's the difficulty. I probably need to be on radio, Kent. Excuse me.
Yeah, you're right. Good spot. $152 for 6. 55 to win. In comes Dupavalon and bowls. That's whipped into the leg side. That will only be a single. That's juggled with a little bit down there by Nick Potts. He must have had his heart in his mouth momentarily, but he's kept them down to a single. 153 for 6. 54 to win. 14 and a half overs. Dupavalon to the top of his mark. David Lloyd still in at slip. Has been for the entirety of the innings. Dupavalon is in and bowls. That's whipped into the leg side. That'll be 4. Goes past Pat Brown to no applause whatsoever inside the ground. Stewart moves to 36 6, 157 for 6. 50 to win. He'll keep swinging, Grant Stewart, and he'll either get Kent over the line or get himself out. That's the feeling he's giving at the moment. Pavilon's on his way in. 6 runs off the over so far. 2 balls to go. He bowls to Stewart full, and it gets a little inside edge onto his pad. Update coming up. Getting tense here, Sally, because Derbyshire need another 4 wickets to secure a victory. Kent only need 50 runs now. At the moment, it depends on Jack Leaning, who's on 53, and Grant Stewart, who's on 36. Samit Patel bowled beautifully, took 3 for 30. Going to go all the way down to the wire, 157 for 6. In comes Dupapel on a short delivery, pulled into the leg side in front of square, 4 runs. It bounced about a yard inside the boundary rope. And that's not a good over for Derbyshire. 10 runs coming off it, 161 for 6. So, what is he, Dupapel on 5 overs for 35 now. Stewart moves on to 40 off 32. Leaning has 53. Samit Patel in deep discussion with Brooke Guest, the wicket-keeper. David Lloyd is sort of following behind to offer his opinion. Darren Dupapel, who's picked up 3 wickets on 2 separate occasions, I think, this season. 3 for 47 and 3 for 52. Well, at the moment, he's 0 for 35 off 5 as Zach Chappell returns. Kent need 46 to win. They've got 14 overs. If they bat another 12, they'll get there. Harry Moore keeping his shoulders going. Are they going to bring somebody on who hasn't bowled? It seems unlikely. 161 for 6. Zach Chappell, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. Can he find the breakthrough? 4 for 39, 3 for 54. A couple of twofers as well this season. And Chappell is in to bowl to Leaning, who goes back and pushes this one out into the offside. When it's fielded by Nick Potts, single is taken. Leaning moves to 54, 162 for 6. Already told you about Hampshire's win. Somerset 45 required from 70 balls. They're still, they're 5 down now. That could be exciting as well. But Derbyshire only got 1 game after this. 162 for 6. In goes Zach Chappell, second ball of the 37th over. He bowls to Stewart, who chops this down towards the point boundary. Nick Potts does the fielding. And it's 163 for 6 as Stewart moves to 41. Leaning on 54, back on strike. The slipper's gone. David Lloyd now fielding at mid-wicket. 2 men out on the leg side boundary, backward of square. Man out on the cover boundary as well as Leaning waits. In goes Chappell, bowls. That one is pushed into the offside, fielded by Pat Brown. Brown's still got 3 overs to go. Moore still got 3. Dupapel has got 5, and he's gone for 35 runs, by far the most expensive of the Derbyshire bowlers, despite Pat Brown being hit for 2 sixes. 163 for 6, 44 to win. 4 wickets Derbyshire need now. Slowly moving back into Kent's favour as Chappell bowls. That one is defended by Leaning up to Moore at mid-off.
Stewart's got to be careful though, because there is, Jazz Singh, George Garrett, Matt Parkinson. Could they hang around long enough with Leaning? We saw what happened at the end of the Derbyshire innings when Moore was out. It all collapsed rather quickly.
Yes.
Stewart's, in a sense, he's done the hard, but he's kind of got himself in. But he's played a few big shots. He's got to be really careful.
Leaning waits. That one is whipped down the leg side. It goes. He tried to whip it away down the leg side. He missed it, and it's signalled wide. 164 for 6, 43 to win. Well, he's got 41 off 33. Harry Moore got 40 off 47. He was the penultimate man out. Brooke Guest went at 200. 200 for, they went from 200 for 7 to 206 all out. So
And you might find that would happen
yeah,
here
absolutely.
if Stewart or Leaning got out.
Chappell's on his way in again, bowls to Leaning, clips it nicely out towards the square leg boundary. They run the first one quickly. Yusuf bin Naim is there, and they only take one run. 165 for 6, 42 to win. Stewart Leaning moves on to 55 off 96. 13 overs and 1 ball remain.
You know, Kent, it'll be a happy bus going back to Canterbury if they can see this over the line, knowing they've got 2 home games to come.
Absolutely. Derbyshire, despite
Chance
Hampshire
still alive.
losing, it's going to be a cruel blow. You would have thought. One more game for them.
So there's still a big gap on the leg side for the single if Stewart tries to play the ball there. A 4 saving one on the offside.
Chappell in and bowls a Yorker, and it's an attempt to whip it into the leg side by Stewart. I think he must have got a bit of bat on it, did he? Yes. Umpire Treadwell says, we didn't say anything, which suggested it was off bat. Stewart moves to 42 and keeps the strike. The partnership's worth 60. Leaning's got 55 of them. Kent is 166 for 6. There are 13 overs to go. I think that's immaterial now. Kent need 41 to win.
More from the far end. To Pavlon, he's kind of a problem, isn't he, for Samit?
He's the Jazz Singh problem. But they haven't bowled anybody else in the middle, so he does probably have to bowl his full allocation. How's his ticker, I wonder?
So Chappell 2 left, Brown 3 left, Moore 3 left. In a sense, what Samit's got to do, he's got to go to his bowlers who think can break the partnership, and then leave the pressure on the batters against arguably the most expensive bowler so far. Here is Moore back into the attack from the City end, and Stewart pulls that, and that might be 4 more, and it will run away in the end past Samet and up in front of the members' pavilion for 4. And Grant Stewart is prepared to it, as we kind of indicated. You wondered if he might be bamboozled by the spinners, but the quicker bowlers with the ball coming on at a pace that he prefers, he's happy to take the shots on. 170 for 6, 37 more. But he must know that there is a degree of unpredictability about the batting beneath him. He's got to be careful. 46 he has at the moment, more to bowl to him outside the off stump, and he lets that go.
Hampshire's defeat today has dropped them below Worcestershire on net run rate. They were almost 0.25 ahead.
Obviously, the later it goes into the competition, the harder it is to really influence it, unless you have a 99 all-out, plays a 100 in 15 overs kind of game.
I can't work it out anyway.
170 for 6, more in. Almost tries to York Stewart, very nearly does get the bat down very late on that, and it just dribbles out on the offside, fielded by Dahl at point.
Durham's victory moves them to 7 points, though. They've played 6 as well now. They can overtake Derbyshire.
It's a very different group to the other group where Warwickshire and Glamorgan have neither have lost.
No, running away with it.
5 wins and a no result each. Stewart waits again. He's almost caught his captain up on the board. Leaning got 55, and Stewart will take 1 out to Bin Naim on the point boundary to take him to 47.
Been good from these two, hasn't it? From 106 for 6, Derbyshire really were in the hunt. Now they just need 36 more runs to win. And Stewart could do that in 1 over. I'm not sure that he will, but
no.
He could.
Moore bounds in from the far end and down the leg side, and given as a wide by umpire Mustard. Good take from Brooke Guest, who's now in splendid isolation behind the stumps. Derbyshire need a wicket. And then you probably see the field come right in,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. They did it quickly, though.
Moore, may forget, he's only 17 years old still, bowling in this kind of high-pressure situation. Tried to run the fingers over the top of that, and they're going to get a quick single to Leaning at the non-striker's end. He can scuttle away in the end. Dahl stopped it, but it was a kind of a scruffy stop, which meant that the ball wasn't picked up cleanly, and Leaning made his ground. The innings has been one of expansive shot making in 1 over, 4 boundaries, and then kind of very watchful accumulation thereafter.
Apart from those 2 sixes, which came out of nowhere.
Moore in again. Stewart forces that into the offside. They'll get 1 out to benign, but they won't go for the second. No need to risk a run out at this point. And yeah, the crowd are very quiet out there, aren't they, at the moment? There isn't much of a buzz or a murmur around the ground there. They're conscious about how finely balanced this is, but equally how little room Derbyshire have. 33 only.
Pat Brown has just left the field. Walking up the steps away to our left-hand side, been replaced by Mitch Wagstaff. I'm assuming it's only temporary. He has 3 overs left, Pat Brown, 1 for 34. Zach Chappell's got 2.
He wasn't hurrying up the steps, I noticed.
No, he wasn't. He probably allowed 1 over off, isn't he, and without any penalty.
Chappell from the racecourse end. That's pulled away. It's going to be 6 runs, is it? Oh, just. Oh, hang on. Mr. Papillon caught it. He has caught it. Right on the rope. He's parried it into the air and caught it, having got back into the field of play, and Stewart is out, and it's Moore, in fact, on the boundary down there. He's gone for the big shot, and it's 174 for 7, and Stewart is out, having made 48. Clever bit of cricket from Harry Moore. Probably, given his big frame, almost the only player who could have taken that catch.
Just going to say exactly the same thing. He looks a little bit disconsolate, does Grant Stewart. 48 off 40 balls. It's been a terrific innings from him with 5 fours and 2 sixes. But 32, 33 still required to win at 174 for 7 now. A terrific catch by young Harry Moore. The presence of mind to take the catch initially, know where the rope was. He knew he was going to step over it, so he lobbed the ball up in the air, went off the field, came back on. We're going to see it now on replay, unless it's just been shown. Here we go. We might just see it on replay before the field get back out there, but that makes a huge difference. Zach Chappell bowls the ball. It's whipped around. Here we go. That's excellent camera work, by the way, lads. Well done. And he's done it perfectly as well, Harry Moore. That is beautifully done.
He's almost, in fact, he's almost
It's the modern way.
twice.
Yeah.
He's taken it once, almost had to sort of pat it back into the field of play and then take it a second time.
I've got a very nasty feeling that it's going to be tweeted with "hang that in the Louvre." So if you do that now, I'll be taking the what's it from out of you for the rest of the day, Henry. So just be careful. At 174 for 7. How many overs? At 38.1.
Matt Parkinson in at number 9.
Still 33 required. Blimey. You couldn't see where a wicket was. I couldn't see where a wicket was coming from.
So
They've just put on 68 in 79 balls.
Yeah, so a stand of 75 for the 8th wicket in the Derbyshire innings and a stand of 68 for the 8th wicket in the Kent innings.
It is. The whole thing is just ridiculous.
Mirror image. Who can stay with Leaning? Parkinson waits and defends out on the offside, fielded by Dahl.
He does only have to hang around, though, Parkinson. He doesn't have to play any expansive shots. And my mind is drawn to a game when he playing for Lancashire up at Durham, when he needed something like 1 off the last over. couldn't get them. He's batting at 9, which surprises me a bit.
Parkinson bats right-handed, waits and defends. Out on the offside. I wonder if this might be the point at which de Pavillon comes back in.
Give him a single at the end of the over and let him bowl at him. Looking around to see where Pat Brown is. He hasn't come down the steps, as far as I'm aware, yet. He's not on the field, is he? Unless he came back on. I can't know. I can't see him. Potts and Wagstaff are both still out there.
Chappell past umpire Treadwell on the leg stump. There's half an appeal for LB to be strangled as it was, but going down the leg side. Parkinson, this is his 43rd List A game. He's scored 98 runs and his highest score is 19. Well, he gets into double figures or so here. Can Leaning manufacture the strike? Leaning wants something for his gloves, I think. Signal to the dressing room. Short from Chappell. Parkinson out on the offside. In a sense, he can't just defend. He's got to try and... I appreciate that there may be an argument to not play aggressive shots. But
Can for me.
he's got to try and rotate the strike. If it's, you know, there are ways and means. Lower order batters generally have a couple of shots that will get them some singles. That's what Parkinson's got to try and do. At the moment, though, intent on keeping Chappell out. Again, down the leg side, doesn't carry towards Finch, and it's given us a wide anyway. Yes, just looking at the maths here, this is the 39th over. So de Pavillon's got to bowl 5 of the remaining 11, which basically means he's got to bowl
Everything.
from one end.
Yeah, yeah. Unless somebody else bowls.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The question, would Dahl be a better bet here, given his accuracy?
Yeah, potentially, but there's a lack of pace might help the batters.
5 saving 1 and a slip in. Parkinson defends out on the onside. And that's a successful over for Zach Chappell. It's a wicket maiden. 2 for 31. He has 1 over left. And after 39, Kent still need 32 to win. Sorry, 32 to win off 11. But 3 wickets only left.
Harry Moore's going to come back, or he's going to continue. Bowled 1 over for 8 in this current spell. Pat Brown is back. It looked to me as though Zach Chappell was saying, I'm done. He's got 1 over left and he's staying out on the field. There was a wide in that over, wasn't there? So it wasn't a wicket made, unfortunately, for Zach Chappell. No, I've just spotted it myself. So 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 31. Terrific figures for him. Harry Moore, 8 overs, 1 for 43. But he's going to be bowling to Jack Leaning.
This is this 40 minutes or so is the season for these two teams in this competition.
And in every competition. This one is guided away towards the backward point boundary. Around goes Bin Naeem, picks up, throws in, but they come back for 2. That's good running.
That's what Leaning will want to do if he can.
Leaning moves to 58, 177 for 7. They need 30 to win.
Doesn't sound much, does it?
No.
But
3 wickets in hand.
It's what's left after certainly this pair, but even Leaning to some degree.
Moore's in, Leaning turns that one into the leg side. Parkinson thinks about setting off for a single that's not there because the ball goes straight to Pat Brown. Now Brown can bowl 3 overs from this end. I don't think they're going to need to bowl de Pavillon till the end, because they will have got over the line by then. The required rate's 2.8. They need wickets, don't they? So
either Kent will be all out,
yes,
or Kent will win. De Pavillon will not bowl.
Yeah, I think so. more bowls. Ooh, Tuck's leaning up there. I tell you what, that's hurt him as well. A little bit of extra bounce might just have played it off the inside edge into somewhere painful. Yeah, he must have done that by the look of the grin on Brooke Guest's face. I know exactly where that struck him. They just can't help themselves, can they? Fielders and batters who haven't been hit just can't help themselves.
99, it's 100 balls. It was, in fact, the 100th delivery that Leaning has faced.
It's almost like a complete match. 177 for 7. 30 to win. Leaning on 58. Moore on his way in and bowls, and Leaning is struck on the pad. Ball dribbles out into the leg side, and there's no run. DLS says they should be on 169, so they're well in front of that. I say well in front, they're in front of that.
Well, at 40 overs, Derbyshire were 164 for 7, and then Moore started to unravel a few shots. And it was in that next 40 to 45 is where they made quite a bit of progress.
He's got the ball in his hand now, Harry Moore. He's in and bowls. That one is played into the leg side off an inside edge. It's half stopped by Pat Brown. They take the single off the 5th ball of the over. Leaning moves to 59. Callum Parkinson. Matt Parkinson, his brother, his twin brother, will face one delivery in the over. Faced 5 from Zach Chappell. He's yet to get off the mark. 29 more runs required to win. This has been a magnificent game of cricket. Who said 50-over cricket was dead?
I think the crowds at some of the outgrounds suggest that it's far from that.
Absolutely.
And perhaps the outgrounds are the places to play this format.
In comes more bowls to Parkinson, who plays it straight back to him. It was a full-length delivery that Parkinson managed to dig out. He's yet to get off the mark, but that doesn't really matter. Kent, 178 for 7. 10 overs to go. They need 29 to win. Derbyshire need 3 wickets. And Pat Brown has got 3 overs left. And these 3 overs could decide Derbyshire's season, never mind in this competition, but full stop. They're going to finish certainly in the lower reaches of the County Championship Second Division. They didn't qualify for the quarterfinals of the T20 Blast. And if they don't get through to the knockout stages of this, it's another season of huge, huge disappointment for Derbyshire. What can Pat Brown, only back, just back from a stint with, I was going to call it a stint with the Northern Superchargers.
Well, that's technically correct.
Well, he hasn't played. Here we go.
Over number 41 to start with Brown running away from us, running hard away from us too. It's outside the off stump, kept away by Leaning. He'll want 2, but there isn't 2 there. It's a good bit of cover work out on the boundary from Nick Potts, who's been fielding for most of the innings as a substitute for Harry Kame. Came pulled up and he made a chase for an early boundary, and having been a doubt before the game, he went off, and Kame has been out there pretty much ever since. Now then, Brown to Parkinson might be a slightly different equation.
Yes, it's an interesting matchup, isn't it?
Leaning having taken the run off the first ball of the over.
Sam Connors, that looks like in the hat, actually, in the as on as a substitute fielder. Is he going to replace Mitch Wagstaff? Yeah, Mitch Wagstaff's trotting off. So Sam Connors on. He's swapping around 12 men here, Derbyshire.
Parkinson's taken guard. Will Brown go for the fast Yorker? No, he goes back of a length and Parkinson defends out on the offside. So is he at a stage where he thinks he can defend at the moment and see what Leaning can do? Maybe even for 4 or 5 overs? Do you think he can do that?
If they do it for 6, then Derbyshire are in all sorts of trouble, because that's the point at which they have to bowl to Pavilon, because Brown can bowl 3.
I think De Pavilon will have to bowl from the other end.
I think you're right.
Brown in, and Parkinson again defends off the back foot. They're going to go for a quick single. Leaning would have been absolute toast if that had hit from Anuj Dal. So it would have been Parkinson was out. He was running to the danger end. There's a little bit of, really? Whose call was that?
Parkinson just wanted to get off strike, I think.
Yeah, well, he nearly would have run himself out there. They did get a single. Dahl's throw at the non-striker's end missed. 180 for 3. 27 more. Leaning waits for Brown. And he chops that away into a familiar area. Off the back foot. To the sweeper on the point boundary, and he takes 1.
Pat Brown looks angry. Bowled really well, 1 for 37 from 7 overs and 4 balls, but he doesn't look a happy man.
Trudging back to his mark, which is well beyond the discs. At the end of the 30-yard circle, turns and just about sets off by the one that's right behind the umpire. Parkinson waits for him, slower ball. Parkinson didn't play it in where he intended. I think that meant to go into the offside, but it went off the inside half of the bat and up to Patel at mid-on. Conscious people might be joining us all the time. Derbyshire 206 all out in the 47th over. Brooke Guest, a very well grafted 85. Not much support for him until Harry Moore made 40. The pair added 75 together for the 8th wicket. 3 wickets for Parkinson, who bowled beautifully. 3 for 23, 2 for Stewart and 2 for Garrett. And the Kent reply, almost a mirror image. Leaning, playing the Brooke Guest role. He's still there on 61. And Brown is going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Parkinson. And Parkinson defends that back up the pitch and Brown fields. And the support for Leaning came laterally from Grant Stewart, but Stewart is now out. Very well caught on the boundary at fine leg by Harry Moore for 48. And now Leaning has to manage Kent's pursuit, if that's the right word, in a situation where they only need 27 off 9.
And Anuj Dal's coming on to bowl.
With the tail.
It doesn't look good on Darren Dupavel the overseas, but Sami Patel, 5 overs for 35, Dupavel, he couldn't risk, because there are only 26 runs required, so...
Keeper standing up in this situation?
Yeah, keeper will stand up. No question, he'll stand up. He's yet to get a wicket this season in this coach. He's only bowled twice. 0 for 18 off 4 overs against Somerset, 0 for 43 in 8 overs against Hampshire. Batters do like to go after him. He's a bit quicker than he looks, but Brooke Guest does stand up. And it will take a while, I think, to, what's he asking for? His cap. He's not going to stand up. What's going on? Unless he wants to give it. Yeah, he's not going to. That's interesting. He's not going to stand up. Tosses the helmet to the 12th man. I think it's Mitch Wagstaff there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I would have thought that.
And the reason he's not standing up is because Anuj Dal isn't coming on to bowl. It's going to be Harry Moore to complete his spell of 10.
Well, that's very strange, because Dahl was...
Oh, he'd removed his arm sleeves and everything, and his cap, given them to he was definitely coming on. That might have given away a little trade secret. It's down below as Darren Dupavel stretches out his left hamstring.
Perhaps, no, it can't be right, that, can it? Because the math doesn't work now.
Here comes Moore, bowls to Leaning, moves a leading edge into the offside, and it drops safely. Little pat on the back there for Harry Moore from his red ball skipper. I was going to say his red ball skipper. He's never played red ball cricket, Harry Moore. Certainly not in the first team. David Lloyd gives him a pat on the back.
So I think there will have to be a 6th bowler now if this goes the whole distance, because De Pavilon's got 5 left and the others cannot bowl the remaining overs.
I don't think it's going to go to it, though, with 26 left. I think that Summit has decided that They've just got to get these 3 wickets if they can, and more balls. This one's pulled into the leg side violently, 1 bounce 4. Leaning's decided it's got to finish soon as well by the look of that shot. He moves to 65, 185 for 7. They need 22 to win now. 2 short and very inviting for Jack Leaning. Moore getting the treatment there. 1 for 50 now from his 9 overs and 2 balls. And Kent need 22 to win. Here comes Moore again to bowl to the Kent skipper. And Leaning, was that off and the edge of his bat? Was it off his pad? Either way, there was an appeal from point, which is where Anuj Dal is. I think he was appealing for leg before wicket. Pavlon looks like he's going to bowl, you know. Or is he? Is he just thinking about his action? He's going through his action down below us.
He's got to be ready.
Well, yes. We've all got to be ready, Ian. It's part of the deal. 22 to win. In comes Moore again, halfway through his final over. Bowls. That one is driven for 4. Beautiful shot to the right of David Lloyd out towards the extra cover boundary, towards the East Midlands demolition stand. And Leaning. 2 4s in the over, just easing that pressure. Kent need 18 now. Derbyshire's season about to finish, you would have thought.
Still not impossible if Leaning gets out.
Somerset have beaten Worcestershire by 5 wickets with 33 balls remaining at Taunton. In comes Moore and bowls. That's short, and he tries to chop it away into the offside, which he does. But to no real effect. It's David Lloyd who does the fielding. It's a dot ball. They're not much used to Derbyshire now, dot balls. They need wickets.
But to this point, Leaning has played a very responsible innings.
This is going to really tighten up the group. Only the top 3 go through, remember, which is why this is so important for Derbyshire. Next delivery from Moore is just turned beautifully into the leg side by Leaning. The chase is on for Lewis Rees, and he doesn't get there. It's 4 more. Leaning moves to 73. And Kent need 14 runs to win. They don't need Darren Dupavillon. They need a miracle. Derbyshire, 193 for 7.
Well, that was a big call to bring Harry Moore back at that point. Samit Patel has only used the 5 bowlers today. Dave was talking earlier on about sometimes, 6 or 7 bowlers being used. Lewis Rees has bowled in this tournament.
Yeah.
Anuj Dal has bowled in this tournament.
David Lloyd.
Yeah. But he's stuck with the 5 today. And at 106 for 6, that looked absolutely fine as a decision. Now, Derbyshire have got to keep Leaning off strike if they're going to win. He has 73. Parkinson is on strike. Target is 207. That's 193 at the moment. Makes that 194. Parkinson gets off strike. He'd be very happy about that with a single out to Bin Naeem at deep square. Derbyshire hunting wickets. They've always got to bring the field up in a way. But they're not doing that. There is going to be a catcher in front of square on the offside for Leaning after those 2 boundaries in the last over through that area. 13 required. Leaning, the man of the moment, on strike. Clips it on the bounce straight to Samit Patel. He throws the stumps down at the non-striker's end. He misses, fortunately. Leaning was running to the danger end. That was a tight single. Samit had hit. That would have been an interesting call for James Treadwell. Very tight. But Leaning survives. The throw missed the stumps by a fraction. And Kent need 12. Brown to Parkinson, running away from us past umpire Treadwell. Parkinson defends. He probably can get away with defending now.
Yeah, it can. So much time.
He can trust his captain. We're in the 43rd over. 7 overs after this. But if you've been watching your long form white ball cricket for a long time, long form one-day cricket for a long time, this will feel like 1983, won't it? Just in terms of the way it's gone.
Yeah. 12 to win.
Not a myriad of big shots. A pitch with enough in it for the bowlers.
It's a good time to point out that the game on Wednesday finished with a hat-trick.
Well,
that's something that Derbyshire may well need.
that will do now. Parkinson on 2, facing Brown, coming around the wicket to the right-hander. It's short, and Parkinson tries to play the steer over point. Doesn't get a touch, and it goes through to Brooke Guest. Very few have left. 1 or 2 are starting to leave now from in front of the pavilion. But they won't be beating any traffic situation because it's, 22 minutes to 6.
Yeah.
It's a bit like leaving any sporting event early. You never quite know. Brown around the wicket. Parkinson goes back into his crease and defends back at the pitch. So Brown has 1 over after this. Chappell has 1. Moore is now bowled out. 10 overs, 1 for 58. So it's become all or nothing for Derbyshire from here. Brown just turns at the end of his run, staying around the wicket to the right-handed Parkinson, trying to really cramp him. But Parkinson again defends.
Careful, Pat. You're allowed to do that.
Through that to the keeper, but right past the nose of
I think he actually went to first slip.
Parkinson. It was
Here's Zach Chappell, last throw of the dice. Pat Brown's got 1 over left. Zach Chappell's got 1 over left. Kent need 12, and it looks as though if they can see off these 2 overs, they will be home.
They'll be left with De Pavilon and somebody else.
De Pavilon and Anuj Dal, presumably, who had removed his elbow protecting sleeves, his cap and his sunglasses, and was going to bowl 2 overs ago. He was even put on the board.
Leaning's just had some spray put on his hands
Like sticky spray to keep them
by the
dry.
Kent physio. But he's done a great job for his team.
Certainly has.
His 8th 50 in this form of the game. He has got 300s as well. But his first substantial score this season, and very timely. Job is not done, but they only need, they need 12. And the overs are not the issue.
Chappell from the City End bowls to a slower ball that deceives not only the batter but also Jack Leaning, and they go through for a bye. It might not be the worst thing that's happened because it's brought Matt Parkinson on to strike, but they do now need just 11 runs to win. Parkinson needs to see off Zach Chappell. There's 1 over of Pat Brown left, and then you just toss names in the air and blimey, we might get a bowl.
No, I don't think so.
Could be anybody. Could be anybody.
Keeper will be standing up to me, let me tell you.
Here he comes then. Zach Chappell bowling to Parkinson. In balls, and Parkinson guides this down into the offside. Dahl does the fielding, and there's no run.
The field is like you would see at the getting towards the end of a championship game. You've got a slip and 5 inside the circle, say very orthodox field in a way, but 3 inside the circle, saving 1 on the offside. No boundary rider out on the offside in front of square.
And those
3rd man and fine leg.
inside the circle are a long way inside the circle. Dahl and Lloyd, Samet, Rees and Brown as Chappell is in and bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side. They're going through for a single. As a misfield by Lewis Rees. Didn't pick it up clearly, and they do get through for the single. Parkinson moves to 3. Kent need 10.
I guess Singh and Garrett might be sitting a little nervously in the
Yeah,
pavilion.
I wouldn't be massively happy. Somebody who could never bat. I wouldn't be sitting happily at all.
Lloyd now comes out of the slip area into the leg side.
It was on a straightish mid-wicket, and all the people in the circle are on the edge of the circle as Chappell is into bowl to Leaning, who gets a bouncer and pulls it into the leg side out towards Pat Brown. Single is taken, 8 to win. Leaning moves to 75, 198 for 7. Derbyshire now presumably ruining their inability to bat the full 50 overs. They were dismissed in the 47th, halfway through the 47th, so they wasted 3.5 overs. 2 balls to go of the 44th. Chappell is in and bowls, and that's turned off a pad down towards fine leg, that kind of area, backward square leg. All getting a bit untidy out there now. One more run to the total. It was a leg by, 199 for 7. Parkinson remains on 3. It brings Leaning back on to strike. They need 8 to win.
He's not going to get as many individually as Guest, Jack Leaning. But from the point at which Marcus O'Riordan walked off, having given himself out, Leaning has come in and really produced just a very authoritative knock. Hasn't given a chance.
Chappell bowls to the Kent skipper, who just defends it straight back to Chappell. It goes down on his knees to field the ball. He's finished with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 33. It's been a magnificent effort from Zach Chappell as well. Figures not quite as good as his skipper, but not far off. Pat Brown, is he going to bowl his final over now? I think he's got to, really. Yep, removes his cap, removes his glasses, and this is the over. Survive this, and it's job done from a Kent perspective.
You would think. No, I think all the indicators would be that a sixth bowler who has not bowled yet in the game is going to have to come on potentially
just after winning runs hit off
46th or 47th over. Brown then from the racecourse end, and Parkinson gets a single out to Yusuf bin Naeem 3 parts of the way to the boundary. That square leg, 200 up for Kent. They need 7 to win. They have 3 wickets in hand. The time is not the issue for them. This is the 45th over. And now Grant Stewart may not have exactly won the game for Kent, but he's had a big part to play. A couple of wickets earlier on. And then 48. A big support role for his captain, steered away by Leaning. He might want 2 here. It's gone out towards the point boundary, but there is a sweeper out there in front of the pavilion, and they'll just take 1. Ticking them down. That's what all Kent need to do. Singles will be suffice from here. Pat Brown, yeah, he looks a disconsolate kind of figure as he walks back. It's not saying he hasn't given his all today, but not much has gone his way. And now he's got almost nothing to play with. Only 6 required. I don't think Parkinson's going to hit him out of the ground to win it. Brown in. Parkinson plays that straight to cover point, which is only about, Potts is, where is he? Probably 15 yards from the bat, not much, maybe 20 yards from the bat, well inside the circle. And there's no run. Another chat between the batters.
Samit Patel having a long chat with Darren Dupavalon. Quite animated. Dupavalon is happy, but then again, he's bowled 5 overs for 35.
Parkinson waits. And almost yorked by Brown, and he did want to dig that out. He was just intent on surviving this over, which you wouldn't blame him for. 5 overs and 2 balls remain, but Kent only need 6 more. Change in the field, they're going to bring more onto the leg side.
I know sport is rarely poetic, but I'd like to see Dupavalon come on, having been the third and final victim of the hat-trick. When he hit the ball, come on and take a hat-trick in his 6th over. That would be nice.
That would be quite something to finish the game like that.
I'm sure it'll happen.
Sun's gone in, Brown short, Parkinson defends, goes back into his crease and drops it dead weight out on the offside.
He's played a good hand here, Parkinson. 22 deliveries he's faced now for his 4. Hasn't really looked too troubled.
No, there was an instant where he very nearly ran himself out trying to get off strike at the outset, but since then he's got just a measure of the light and the pace of the pitch. He has given Leaning good support. Brown staying round the wicket. That's short. Parkinson ducks underneath it. That's the end of Pat Brown. 1 for 41 from his 10 overs. And there are 5 overs to go. We are going to see Dupavalon.
Oh, yeah.
And Kent need 6 to win. They only have 3 wickets left, but Leaning is on 76. He is on strike. Parkinson has 4. And should either of them be needed, Jazz Singh and George Garrett are probably in the pavilion with their pads on.
Their eyes closed. So, Dupavalon, 5 overs for 35. Somebody else is going to have to bowl the next over from the racecourse end, incidentally, because all the other 4 bowlers have bowled 10 overs. Samit Patel has searched desperately for wickets. He's got 7 of them. He needs 3 more. It seems unlikely. 6 to win, Kent, to keep their hopes of qualification for the knockout stages of the One Day Cup alive. Here comes Dupavalon then from the city end. In and bowls a full delivery that's down the leg side and signalled wide. They need 5 to win.
That kind of sums up Dupavalon's day, really.
I'm afraid so.
The one bright spot was the catch, which was a good effort to get rid of Joey Everson. But bowling has been a bit erratic.
Kent will move to 6 points, which is just 2 points behind second place Worcestershire. That's how tight it is. They're currently in 7th. I think only Northamptonshire and Lancashire can't qualify. Dupavalon is in and bowls a full delivery. That's whipped away down the leg side for 4 runs. And the scores are level. 206 for 7. And Kent are on the brink of victory.
And Leaning goes to 80. Very patiently made 80 as well. 116 balls he's faced. Field has to come up for Derbyshire. Parkinson leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Dupavalon to bowl to the Kent captain. They need 1 to win. This is the 46th over. Dupavalon bowls and it's back down the ground, almost a half attempt to Dupavalon to stop it, but Leaning completes the single and Kent complete the victory here at Derby by 3 wickets. It keeps their chances of further progress in the competition alive with 2 home games to play. Well batted Jack Leaning, 81 not out. He got some support from Joey Everson, who made 32 at the top, and critically from Grant Stewart, who made 48 out of a stand of 68 for the 8th wicket. And the disappointment of Wednesday at Worcester wiped out with the delight at Derby, a win here by 3 wickets.
Yes, I think that's just about it for Derbyshire, I'm afraid, in this competition this season. They go to Durham in their final match on Wednesday, but by that time they may well already be out of it. They may not. we'll have to wait and see as the rest of the teams play their 7th game. Somerset top 10 points from 7 matches. Worcestershire on 8 from 6. Hampshire on 8 from 6. Derbyshire on 8 from 7. Durham on 7 from 6. Middlesex on 7 from 6. And Kent now on 6 from 6. It's going to go down to the wire. And, well, Derbyshire almost certainly, you would have thought, will be concentrating on not finishing bottom of the county championship. Can they do that? I'm not sure. It's been a terrific game of cricket, though, Ian. I think we can agree on that.
Oh, yeah, undoubtedly. Pleasure to spend the day with you, and you at home as well, obviously. It's been a slow burner of a day, a very curious card in the sense that both innings followed a very similar pattern. The bowling figures at the end for Derbyshire: Chappell 2 for 33, Moore 1 for 58, Brown 1 for 41, Patel 3 for 30, and Dupavalon no wicket for 41. But from a Kent point of view, Leaning and Stewart, the two key men, along with Parkinson's effort with the ball earlier on today. Thanks for your company, Dave. Pleasure.
Thank you, Ian. Yep, we'll be back. Well, you can catch us soon, can't you, really? Don't forget, listen to the Sports Scene. Starting in 7 minutes' time, Derby County away at Blackburn Rovers in their first game back in the Championship. Tomorrow afternoon on BBC Radio Derby from 2, Jack Timon live at the Pirelli Stadium, and from 4, the build-up to Burton Albion's first home game of the campaign against Lincoln City.
And I can say that the huddle on Radio Kent from 6 o'clock, there'll be some reaction from here and a look ahead to the games involving Gillingham at home to Carlisle and the start of the National League tomorrow with Matt Cole hosting tomorrow afternoon from 2.
It's all covered. It's all covered. Thanks very much for your company today. We'll see you soon.